Greetings, family. Welcome to Pan-Africanism Towards Nationhood. We're building a global Black business pipeline. And yes, family, welcome to another live stream of Pan-Africanism Towards Nationhood with Bomani Tyehimba of Africa for the Africans Tourism Investment and Kala Genesis Radio, Black African Infrastructure Organization. Greetings, my good brother Kala.
Good
Welcome,
greetings, brother
welcome,
Bomani.
brother. We are the kings of Pan-Africanism and nationhood.
Yep. No prince, no chief, and we're the kings of this. And we don't take that. We don't take our jobs lightly. That's why I said we're going to defend this thing we call Pan-African towards nationhood, right? And we're going to basically talk about tonight the painos, the Pan-Africanists in name only, and the people that basically use Pan-Africanism as a cover to spew out white supremacy talking points and stupid stuff, either leftist or right wing shit like that. But if whatever you are, man, get rid of that Pan-Africanist out of your title, because Pan-Africanism is about Black love, Black liberation, Black power, Black unity, whether you're from Haiti, or you're African American, Jamaican, everything. And the place to do the Pan-African thing that's only going to work is on Afrikstan or African territories that we control. We control space. It's not going to happen in white man spaces. It's not going to happen in Negro puppet states. It's not going to happen in the United States of America. We understand that. This is just a gathering place for this ideology. That's why they want to kill it in America before like a virus is spread to the continent. And that's what we're doing. We're the vanguard, the guardians of the Pan-African world. That's what we do right here on this platform. So before we get started, do you want to show some of the events coming up and stuff like that, Maya, or you want me to get ready?
Yes, absolutely. Family. So tonight's topic is reparations or Black infrastructure and nationhood. So that's it, family. So we're going to be down with reparation or building Black African infrastructure and nationhood. And this is the Afrikstan analysis with Kala Genesis and Bomani Tyehimba family. So we're going to get deep into it. And before we continue with our scheduled program, I just want to let everyone know, family, we are building that strong energy on the journey of a lifetime to the African continent. So we just came back last month from Senegal and the Gambia, which was our second incredible journey there under the Africa for the Africans Tourism Investment banner. And now what we're looking to do now, family, is looking to take you on another journey and show you our schedule as we progress throughout the year. So we're getting ready to head to Ghana, and that is going to be our 23rd journey of a lifetime to Ghana. And we're going to do our repatriation and investment tour there, which is a journey from May 24th to June 5th. This includes an incredible repatriation and investment conference, and also land tour and investment. So beyond just the organized tour that we have, that's what we're pushing. And we're looking to do more things like that as far as investment and showcasing land and other wonderful things. The next country that we have that available is Liberia. So it's going to be this Ghana-Liberia connection. The rest of the tours that I have on there is mostly this roots tour. Egypt, we may have some investments on there. Once we get those things going, we'll share that. But time go along, that is our goal. Our goal is to build a channel through Africa tourism and use that as a foundation to connect to investment and also to continue on to what we call African nationhood. So that's why the banner talks about Pan-Africanism towards nationhood. We're using vehicles of organizing ourselves to get connected to the African continent and build a program to where we can connect with our own brothers and sisters on the African continent so we can connect together and enterprise and compete with the rest of the world. So to put it directly, that's how we look at it. So from Ghana, we're going to head to Tanzania, and that is going to be our fourth journey to Tanzania. We started in November 2020, and we've been doing it annually in November. So that's November 16th to the 27th, 2023. Then once we finish there, we're going to be heading to final journey for the year is South Africa. That's December 24th to January 4th, 2024. And then we're going to set off the year for Liberia, and that's going to be Liberia March 29th to April 9th, 2024. And so this is going to be our foundation energy, foundation journey that we're looking to connect with more of us who are looking to connect to the historical aspect of Liberia and working with us to where we can organize ourselves together and build on top of what our African ancestors, what our ancestors from the African diaspora built during Liberia. So, uh, we're serious about this, and I'm always telling people, we'll take you around Africa, but our focus is always, the blackest part of the world, which is West Africa. It's an incredible array of countries along West Africa. For those who haven't been to West Africa, I've been to 6 different countries there in West Africa, and it's always an incredible journey. Excuse me, 5 countries: Ghana, Togo, Benin, Senegal, and Gambia, and Liberia would be that sixth country. So family, we have all the details on our website at africafortheafricans.org, and I'm always encouraging more of us once we have information like this in front of us. Take your time, view information on the website. There's whole galleries of photos on Facebook from our inception of 2006 to now, and that's the same thing on YouTube as far as the videos. So pictures on Facebook, a whole lot of galleries, and lot of galleries on YouTube as far as videos. And then Instagram is just a mixing of some of our popular photos over the years, showing you us traveling to different parts of the African continent. So this is a program that we're building organically to build that diplomatic connection. And what I'm telling you that we've been able to get more and more people interested in living and doing business in Africa based on our program. So it's tourism. It's you going to the country, enjoying the best of the country, and you just getting a beautiful, incredible program that's well structured. And you can tell by the flow of our program, by when you're on our website and you're looking at the tour overview, the general terms, the itinerary, the preparation list, and then we have conference calls every month. As a matter of fact, the next conference call that we have for our tours is Sunday coming up. So even when you're on our website, you'll see those details. And this is just presentation to the highest level, to where we consistently connect you with updates of what we're doing in Africa. We have our Black Star Pan African community, and usually we do conference call once a month also. And it's we have other private conference call, but what we do is keep us all connected from putting everyone in groups to us just keeping in touch and keeping the program going. That way, by the time you're ready to travel, you're ready. So these are the journeys that we have. And once we finish here in Liberia, our summer journey is going to be Ghana, July 11th to the 23rd, 2024. Then that historical Nile Valley civilization journey in Egypt, and that's November 21st to December 2nd. And right now, I don't have a December dates for 2024. We'll see how that goes based on what country we feel like we can add. But we're going to set off 2025 in Senegal and the Gambia, and that's April 1st to 11th, 2025. And so the schedules that we have will be rotating, and these are the 7 countries that we have. Rwanda is looking to this get rescheduled, so I don't have new dates on there yet. If I have 20 people reach out to me in the next few weeks and they're ready to go to Rwanda, we'll get them there based on a schedule on the website. But beyond that, what I'm telling everyone, if you're interested in what we're doing, after reading the information, reach out to me directly. My number, email address, and all my information is there. And once you connect with me, I will go through all the details with you. And the most important thing for everybody to understand is, yes, everything is written to a T on the website for full clarity, just by a click of a button. But I can still go through with you because I want to make sure you're clear on things. Then we get you locked in. So these journeys that we have out, our goal is to get people to commit to them as early as a year and a half ahead of time. And then if when those journeys are building up, and if it's we have within the 2-3 months remaining, if a few people decide they want to come in, you can definitely join us. The only difference is that the cost would have gone up by then, and you'd have to just have all your things in order, ready to go. So that's what you see when you look into the general terms. You see that we have these things organized to where we're building a group. And when you're building a group, sometimes if you're starting off a year ahead of time, your goal is to get 2 to 4 people every month that's ready to commit. Then the next month the same, the next month the same, and then that's how you build a group of anywhere from 20 to 30 people, which we have done over the period of time, mainly in Ghana, and then the other countries, we've been able to build groups about half that size, anywhere from 12 to 20. So we're building this momentum, building this energy. That way, we can create a organized budget, and with that organized budget, we're investing in supporting Black-owned business and supporting our own people or in the country that have these craft markets, have different business enterprise, and also we're putting on a staff of people that we're working with to build future business and relationship. And so these may be your tour staff, but eventually some of them become your consultants, and some of them become people that you have available. If someone wants to come back to the country, they'll have things organized to where they'll look out for you and get things set up for you. So these things are all important as we build this incredible relationship. So this is our tour flyer of our Africa for the Africans Tourism Investment. And this is the flow of the list of the countries and the schedule that we have. And you can find everything right there on our website at africafortheafricans.org. And the other thing that I'm going to share with you is a quick flyer of our Black Star Pan-African community. And as we're talking about reparations, we are talking about repatriation. Once we get back to our scheduled program, we're going to talk about that difference between reparations, which is not what I'm talking about, and talk about repatriation, this is the movement of our Black Star Repatriation and Pan-African Community, the full name, but for short, Black Star Pan-African Community. And we're in Jahadzi, Ghana, and that is between Accra and Cape Coast, outside of Winneba, in a small town that is ocean access. So the 15 acres and the 16 acres, the 15 and the 16 acres is the amount of land that we have there in the town. That's phase 1 and phase 2, and we have our business office at another community, or I should say at a estate. That's the proper word, at an estate, and we just run the operations from there, and we're using that energy to just support our people that's building on the 15 acres, and just be able to have our crew on the ground at the office to run business enterprise. So this is the organized effort that we're doing. Some of these pictures are, this is a brochure from a year ago, so some of these pictures don't exactly have the newest group people on there, but this is just one of our just basic brochures that we share, and this it's just an introduction. So as we scroll down the brochure, the next part of it, some more photos with us and our group members. These homes are all completed. So these are the 2 of the first homes that were being built. So there's more people building, and once we get to Ghana and we get to the land this month, at the end of the month, we're going to be sharing with you more updates about what's going on in the land, what's going on in the town, and we'll be able to just give you all updates about the 60 acres, because as I was telling everyone, that we have no more space available on the 15 acres. So only thing that we have left now is the 60 acres, and that's half of that is residential, the other half is commercial. So we have a nice layout on our website as far as what we plan to do with the complete 60 acres. And this 60 acres is also closer to the beach for those who just want to have a better view. Build your house up with 2 floors, and you have a nice view of an incredible, beautiful beach area. This 15 acres is one of my first design as far as a community, where it has 50 lots. It has a community center, and also a business and technology center, where me and my business partners and associates, we're going to be running all of our technical and enterprise right there in the community. So from our background in technology and business administration to just tapping into this other aspects of this, providing those services and those consultation. So it's something that we have laid out, and the good thing is the land is there, and we just got to keep working it and keep connecting with other people who can work with, and then build it up. The most important thing is that you start and build a foundation. I hear a lot of people say, hey, I got land in Africa. That's very cool. That's very nice. But what are you planning on doing with the land? What is your vision? Do you have something organized? So that's what we have on our website, completely laid out. to where, and if you have direct interest, I have a nice organized email with all of our business files I can send to you. So anyone who have that interest in that or any of the tours or anything, you can just always send me an email or text me your information, and I'll connect back with you. So, and all of these are just organized business that we're moving on. So make sure you're clear about those things before you reach out. That way we can just, connect on a professional manner and build from there. It's a lot to think about when it comes to these things that we talk about, Africa tours and investment. So that's why we recommend take your time and read information, process it, write questions down, and let's have a professional dialogue and what we can build together as a people. So family, once again, information is right down there. Scrolling it through, reach out to me, and we will definitely connect with you and share all the all of the updates, the connections that we're about, because we're an organization that's about networking, so me and Kala connect together, because it's important that, we show people two organized brothers that are about pan-Africanism and nationhood to the highest level, brothers that are professional running their agency and organization and have boots on the ground in Africa and been able to build something. So that's why I can connect with our brother here, because he brings a whole lot to the table. Unfortunately, some people we deal with, they bring nothing but to the table, but their drama and their chaos and things. So always appreciate you, brother Kyle. I was telling you,
thank you, brother. Same here, man.
That you have an incredible, undying vision of Liberia. You would even get into fights with people that they thought the wrong stuff about Liberia, and I appreciate that, because when we try to do something serious, that's the energy you want. So that's why me and this brother work great together, family, and we talk all the time, and we always building on professionalism and building on the fact that our ancestors built this movement for us, me and him, to be able to, and others to just come and say, you know what, we have a movement that things have been put in place already, so now we can build on it. So I'm going to pop back up the topics, because for me, it's is it reparations or repatriation?
Yeah.
And nevertheless, the topic is repatriation or reparations, reparations for black infrastructure and nationhood. So, brother Kala Genesis, share with me more why this subject and why the
Okay,
importance and why reparations is first.
Because I have people in the BAO. I hope J Mall's listening right now. Call me Kala, you off code and whatnot. A Yoruba man would never go over. The Yoruba man never going to get reparation from the British. So we're going to have to talk about that, And I also, this movement right here, I'm talking about specifically California, right? This is all just, they said the task force voted. Of course, you got a bunch of BLM, lesbians, and every kind of weirdo on this task force and whatnot, radical leftists. What do you think they're going to say? Black people don't deserve it. Of course. But that's because Gavin Newsom wants to run for president, right? And if he gets run for president, he knows Negroes are going to freaking put him. He might get the Democratic nomination if Biden's challenged, whether this time or next time. So he just basically, this guy is a hustler. He's basically what do they call he'll be calling his markers. They've been doing this thing for the millennia with black people votes. They get the black politicians to get out there, promise a Negro you can sit at a white person's counter. They'll promise you a few jobs here and there. You can look good and everything. And they promise you a big chicken with some collard greens dinner and whatnot, and some cornbread and some butter biscuits and everything, and some Kool-Aid and everything. And that's really all it takes, And the fact that the Negro that's out there fronting for all this, he's living a comfortable life. And his key is get to go to that good white school in the suburbs and whatnot, And so basically, once he does all that and whatnot, he's willing to sell you anything, And like I said, and black people, I look at my Black America, they basically got the money already spent, and the money is not going to be spent towards investing in Africa and building nation building and building institutions. Everybody's already talking about the latest Bugatti they're going to get, or the latest Gucci they're going to get, the Max Jordans or whatever the fuck they're called, they're going to get, and spend it precariously. So I do whatever I want with my money and whatnot, So the bottom line is this: white people know what they're doing. The worst thing they can have, and I heard Umar Johnson say this, right? Now, Umar steals a lot of stuff from me. I'm going to steal something from him, tonight.
Hey,
I'm gonna
tell us what Omar steal from you. Come on, brother.
yo, come on. Umar been jacking my shit for years, man. You know,
You sent
don't
me
give
a
me no
comment
credit,
today,
you know.
and I was like, oh, that's where you got that from. That, you know, I
Yeah,
was
yeah.
happy.
People if it's hear me, oh, he got that from Umar. See, when I take something from Umar, right, I'll say I took it from Umar, right? You know, I'll say it. Umar won't mention anybody. He just jacks everybody else's shit. He's a brilliant brother. But don't tell me he be jacking other people's shit when I, you know, I'm like, God damn, that was my shit. You know? Anyway, Omar Johnson always said this. He said, the worst thing they fear is black people not voting. That's the biggest fear. Not voting means you've given up on the American system. You can't have 40 million people sitting inside of America that don't depend on the government. That's why I think crime is in America. So you can depend on the police. You can play it on the courts. Of black people do something about crime, and whatnot. They have it like that because they have you living in fear. And one. And so now in America, right? If black people say, you know something, I don't give a damn if Trump wins. I don't care who wins. That's dangerous for the system. They need black people voting a certain way to control us. You know, because if we're not listening to America, we give up on America. What happens if Xi Jinping comes in and say, you know something, man, we're going to give scholarships and everything like that to all these black kids and everything. We're going to basically invest in no superpower. And America's enemies has never reached out strongly to black America in any meaningful way. They do it for their own selfish thing. Like Fidel Castro came, remember? He came to Harlem one time. Then he came back in like 96, I believe it was. And he came to Harlem. Like it was a UN conference thing, right? And he stopped over in Harlem, right? And America got, like Judge Bork said, America got a jolt because Castro gave a speech in Harlem. Rush Limbaugh, how dare he? You think he got better wealth than he was? They was beating black people here. How dare you? Y'all hell Fidel Castro and whatnot, you know? But I appreciate Fidel Castro, but there's no money, you know? There's no money. Where's the people with the billions and billions of dollars reaching out to black America? Everybody wants to come here and talk about black America's racist, but ain't no guy no money. Dr. Arikana coming here. Oh yeah, right. Ain't got two dimes to rub together, you know? She coming over here. Oh, that Dr. Arikana, she ain't got a nickel. You know, not one dime. You know? So the bottom line is this. So okay. Baruti says, if you had to describe reparations for African Americans, what would you comprise, how distribute? First of all, we're not a nation state. Reparations usually goes to a republic or nation state. And the nation state gives out money, it invests in education, invests in healthcare infrastructure, roads, everything like Israel. Israel got billions of dollars from Germany. Now, what they do with it, right? They basically built the state of Israel. The reparations that the Asian countries got from Japan, they built Asia, you know? And the Japanese didn't mind because a lot of the companies that basically reciprocate for this reparations were Japanese companies. Okay, we're going to pay our reparations, right? Billions of dollars, right? You know, under occupation of the Japanese occupation, they had to pay back restitution. But it was mostly Japanese companies who benefited from the Reconstruction. So they got, and also Japan looked at it long term and said, we're going to have new markets for capital goods, machinery, and everything to these new Asian developed countries. So they said, okay, inadvertently, America ended up doing what Japan was doing in the first place, was Japan entrenching itself throughout Southeast Asia. You know, so Japan said, okay, we'll take the L for the money and everything, but they got it all back in tenfold when they developed Southeast Asia. Now, Black America, they want reparations. Where's that money going to? That's the ones that once they give you reparations, you can never complain about racism again.
Wow.
You know, that's it. That's your pay. Okay, we paid you reparations. Now, basically, they can make all the slave movements they want. They could discriminate against you. They could do whatever they want to do like that because they so-called settle with you. You know, historical justice. And we don't have. And who are the people who are do any of us know any of these people that's negotiating on our behalf? You know, no. These people came by way of social media, you know, and they got up there through loudmouth, through browbeating and everything like that, and basically took over the so-called reparations movement because there's a hidden agenda. The hidden agenda is to ensure that the Black community stay loyal to the far left in America, right? And then even somebody like Tariq Nasheed, I don't like Tariq Nasheed, but he showed up there and he basically took shots at the LGBTQ and also like that. And so now they're calling him an agent. Can you play that video, Brother Bomani?
Yes, brother. Let me get it set up. All right, this is short enough. I'll just play it from here. Here we go.
Now, the thing about this is, you see one of those, you see the usual suspects in the crowd, right, getting loud. The same BLM people who took the mic from Bernie Sanders one time, these radical lesbians, you know, and the BLM. This is whose garden is. The BLM flopped, right? So this is the next thing. And Tariq, basically, to his credit, was the one that going out there, Yvette Cardinal, talking about reparations and everything. So Tariq sees himself as the king of reparations, you know, the king of the reparations movement, right? And they clearly want no part of him, right? He's been one of the biggest advocates. He has a huge platform. Why not embrace him? They call him an agent. You know, they call him an agent. Agent of what? You know? So the bottom line is this is not just about black people, right? If they was about black people, right, Tariq would be at the table, black nationalists would be at the table, black patriarchs would be at the table, everybody. But it seems to be the same people, liberal white people in the audience, liberal black people and everything, and they talk about reparation. So if you think this is really going to pop off and you like that, you are sadly mistaken. The reparations movement is basically a thing. You never hear the reparations movement talk about black families. You know, they never say, okay, we're going to give a certain amount of money to black families. You know. So this is what we're dealing with. We're dealing with people who've hijacked the movement. They've been given a platform by the mainstream media and everything, and so it's another way of picking black leaders, picking black movements. So while you focus on reparations, right, because it looks like it's about to happen, we're going to get reparations, right? These are now your new leaders. These are people going to guide you politically, socially, everything. You're going to forget about what the attempt is to forget about black nationalism and black economic empowerment and black unity and stuff like that. That's going to go away because you're going to be focused on getting that big payday. That's what's so dangerous about this. Payday, look, and to Umar Johnson's credit, right? He said, look, I don't agree with this. You know, he's like, yo, once black people get money, a lot of black people get money, that's not going to happen. You know, what's going to happen is when black people don't get that money, they're going to turn against all of us. Oh, man, y'all said this. That's going to be another letdown, another hoax. So this is what we have right now. You know, people believing in something to distract us. And I know for a fact of the matter, people don't want to believe this, right? They're watching this pan-African repatriation movement. Black people going overseas with an alternative vision. America has plans for Africa, right? Black people going to Africa, you know, talking about racism, white supremacy and everything is going to basically impede that or hinder that. Because you can't have, look at when they had the U.S.-Africa summit, right? You know, and nobody that we know was in there. Who do you have up there? Al Sharpton. When was Al Sharpton a Pan-Africanist? Benjamin Crump. That goofball Mayor Eric Adams of New York. Cynthia Lightfoot. These are the people that's going to link you with Africa and everything. Are you kidding me? So therefore, people think just because somebody got a platform or they're a politician and everything, they're a credible Pan-Africanist, right? They don't want to listen to the college genesis of black people. Oh, you just somebody on the internet. We don't care about you. But I'm telling the truth. Bomani's telling the truth. People don't want to get back that because why? And this is one stole for me, right? This idea of black people do not know how to do what they call delayed gratification. Delaying gratification is a symbol of a developed human being, the developed mind, the developed spirit, a developed culture, a developed society, where you could basically understand when things are put in place, right? You understand you're not going to see it right away. And I always use the analogy that a man who basically plants a tree, knowing that he's not going to benefit from its fruit or its shade, but still does it anyway. That's the first step to delayed gratification, first step to enlightenment, that you're going to plant something and you're not going to benefit from the harvest. That's what we need. We don't have that. Everybody basically wants that payday. They want the reparations now. There's no plan. What about industries and everything? Are you investment in industries and everything? No, they don't care about that. Is it going to be invested in the stock exchange? Or we're going to have long-term residual income? Is it going to be invested? You're going to get a black person $100,000, $50,000, right, that they can put in a fund that they can't touch, but they'll benefit, it'll give them a start in life. But no, I want all my money now. I don't care how I blow it. So they know they're dealing with a foolish people, the people that's leading this reparations movement, that's arguing for a big payday. They're dealing with basically children. And they know the average black person has the mind of a child. The black people in America is a child, right? The African is as an infant. You know, the mind of an infant. The African American has the mind of an adolescent. So they know what we are. We like emotionalism. We like triggering words. We like people telling us things we want to hear. We don't want to hear the truth. If you tell people the truth, they get mad at you. I said on Facebook that this whole thing is a farce and a lie. And people are mad at me. Oh, Kala, if you don't like it, man, give your reparation. Okay, give it charity. I know it's never going to come, you know. So, okay, I'll give it to charity. I'll give it to the Bomani Tyehimba Institute in Ghana. That's what I'll give it to, you know. That's my favorite charity. That's what I
appreciate it, brother. Appreciate it. This is a video what was telling you about
right.
I know from California sent to me and say that when they get their reparations check, they're going to invest and connect with us in what we're doing in Africa. So whether that comes through or not, it's at least people are thinking about what they will do if they got some payday.
Well, I mean, I appreciate that too.
You told me that they're not going to get it. So like you just mentioned a while ago. So what is
people get mad at me? They'll get mad at me when it doesn't happen, right? They're gonna be knocking on my door with guns, trying to lynch me and whatnot. When it don't go, I'm just telling you, it's not gonna happen. Don't blame me when it doesn't. You know, I'm just telling you. That's because
they're gonna say that you're a hater. They're gonna say you're a hater when you.
Yeah, they always tell they blame the They're gonna blame the Pan-Africans when it don't go through. They know the white man knows what it's doing. This guy, look at the smirk on this guy's face. You know, it's a joke. He probably was in the back room, in the green room, busted up laughing and whatnot before he came out, you know? He probably was dying laughing. He said, look, man, we got to do this thing, man. You done laughing, you know? So,
but he looked serious.
but look at that face right there. He looked like he was just having a freaking good old time, busted up laughing, you know? Let's hear what he has to say.
I think this is the first state that even have something even close to this.
It's a joke.
I don't know what Tariq, Nasheed, and those people feel about this. But the video that we were playing before, so that was Tariq in the audience.
He just did a speech, right? He said, "My name is Tariq Rashid," and nobody clapped, you know? Now, this guy's been the biggest big mouth for reparations, right? He said, "I'm Tariq Rashid," and nobody clapped, you know? Then afterwards, right, they start calling him an agent and everything like that. I'm like, damn.
I wish we had a video where we could really hear what they're saying.
Oh, I can find it. It's out there. You know,
man, it's unbelievable. But this one is just to play this and then see what because that's the thing that they're pushing out.
Okay, let's see what he has to say.
And even the numbers keep changing.
Yeah, it's gonna go right down. You know what's gonna end up? Everybody's gonna get a gift certificate to Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles. That's what's gonna end up being. You know. Y'all gonna get a dinner for two at Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles. You know, that's what it's gonna end up being.
When you talk about reparations, people take this stuff serious, because they're gonna be mad.
Oh yeah, man. I suggest, man, if you want reparations, man, go down to Amazon and put in an application. You know,
Wow.
No,
Wow.
nobody wants to hear that, man. Go down there and get yourself a goddamn job, man, with a good health plan and a retirement plan, and some dental plan for your children, That's
Hey,
what you do.
a good job and a good career is always a great thing. Family. That
You have people out there quitting their jobs, man. Quitting their jobs thinking their reparation check is coming.
You're joking, right?
I'm dead serious. I never forget. It started when Obama got elected, right? You got people out there really thought that Obama, so once he takes office, right? Well, I'll say somebody was like, I smell reparations. I said, man, you ain't smelling nothing but your ass, I'll say a couple months ago, not there, like when Obama was giving out money, the stimulus, right? To different places. He's giving out the stimulus. But we haven't got no reparations. Dude, that's, and he hasn't mentioned reparations. They really thought Barack Obama getting elected was going to get them reparations,
Yeah, I'm sorry that they're very disappointed, but yeah, that was never going to happen.
Well, and you got people on Block Talk Radio stirring that shit up. See, I told you it was a phony. Hey, has he mentioned reparations? Well, he didn't run on no damn reparations, Negroes, man.
There you go, man. Hopefully this is a good video. I haven't seen it yet, but hopefully I tell certain things. But I've never really even seen them have these conversations on this level. So I don't know if it's something that's going to progress into certain things, or if people are going to be disappointed when they find out that
they've been had.
Not coming.
They've been
bamboozled.
What else is new?
So you was mentioning, so the California is it the California governor is trying to run for president?
He wants to run for president, but Biden he wants to run, or he's gearing himself up for 2028.
What 2028?
That's over the next presidential election.
Election is 2024. You got new candidates.
I know, but I'm saying is 2028. He'll be sure to get the black vote. That's what this is all about,
Oh, I got you. I got you.
Yeah, so I said, man,
told me that Biden was running for president again because if so,
well, he's running in 2024. He's gonna get lose.
For real? But I gotta move up my my evacuation.
Yeah, exactly. But Biden's gonna lose. Trump win. And then
this would be one of the oldest presidents in history. This is a very sophisticated country.
Yeah, the guy is completely.
You don't need a granddaddy running the country.
He ain't running the country. His wife, AOC, and all these other people down there running the country into the ground.
Why always get the name AOC? She has a small political position.
But the bottom line, because she was.
Why is she so powerful then?
Because she was running her mouth against Trump. She sound-smarted with the Green New Deal, and now people are saying, "Man, did we read this shit over? This shit's fucked up, man." People like now even leftists are saying, "Damn, man, we gotta get rid of cars in like 5 years." She wanted to ground all airplanes. She said we're gonna have high-speed rail and we're gonna have no airplanes. We're gonna get rid of airplanes. This girl's crazy. We're gonna replace all the windows in New York City with green technology. This girl, it's insane.
Yeah, no airplanes. Yeah, so I'm gonna go to Europe on a boat or a ship, right?
Yeah, she said they're gonna have high-speed boats, and high-speed rails. Okay, that's it. We're gonna get rid of airplanes. Okay, because we're gonna get rid of cow farting. Cow farts. The atmosphere and whatnot, all this kind of climate change, stupid stuff, nonsense and everything like that. So are you gonna play a video, brother?
Yes, let's rock and roll.
And an apology. Some residents could receive payments over $1 million. Xavier Walton explains where this goes next. Xavier, good morning.
Mitch, good morning. There was a lot of passion at this meeting, and understandably so, right? You have generations of frustration all under one roof, all in one place. I want to show you a clip of an example of those frustrations, those emotions running high.
Order, everyone. Order.
So once things got back under control, that 9-person committee heard from dozens in person and over the phone, sharing their thoughts about the possibility about this reparations proposal. The task force has been focusing on the lingering negative effects of slavery for African Americans and detailing historical discrimination in areas such as housing, voting rights, policing, and education. African Americans living in California with an ancestor or ancestors tied to slavery could receive cash payments. There are roughly 1.8 million Californians that identify as African Americans. Panelists say the time is now.
And I think at the end of the day, what we have to do is to make sure
that we recognize the severity of what was done, the price tag that brought, and now, therefore, the debt that the state of California owes to Black people, to African Americans. I don't want us to do a full stop because the mechanisms for payment have not yet been figured out.
Payment have not yet been figured out. So according to the task force's report, an African American over the age of 71 could receive up to $1.2 million. That amount is based on health harms, mass incarceration, and housing discrimination against Black people, as well as other factors. The final report will include 95 recommendations for determining what reparations could look like in the future. And again, these are recommendations that will go before the California legislature. That would happen July 1st, but that final report won't be complete until then. Once that happens, we'll get more information as to what happens next. Adrian, Mitch?
It'll just be interesting to see if there are reparations due every single person of African American ancestry in California. What does that mean for future cases regarding discrimination, whether it's in housing, redlining, and how do you put a price tag on someone's pain? All questions that I'm sure that this panel will consider.
Now, you see the usual suspects in the crowd. First of all, the audience is almost empty. The Black people in California are not stupid. You're muted, Bomani.
Empty.
Almost empty. And so the bottom line, this is what the people were talking about. Oh, we had a great victory. That's all they want. A great victory. You see the people out there, right? All dusty and crusty. I think Pharaoh said that was out there. Was that him out there with the sign? That was probably him out there.
It probably looked like him. That's another.
And the bottom line, some of you, I'll be like this, right? Some of you crusty Negroes, right? I'm like this. You dusty, crusty Negroes. I hope you get a reparations check so you can shut the fuck up, pull yourself up, and get that payday. Get a woman. Get like that. Some of you deserve reparations, just by the fact that you're so dusty and whatnot. You can't even hold a 9 to 5 and shit, And so the lingering effects of slavery and everything like that, But what they don't understand is, what about all the Black people that are tremendously successful in California? How do you reconcile that? What about all the whites that were poor, Mexicans who were poor, or everything like that? So you got to make a case. They say, okay, slavery had the effects of Black people, right? But does that mean that everyone is entitled to $1.2 million? And then who's going to pay for this? The taxpayers. People are already leaving California in droves. California lost 2 congressional seats because of the population.
Wow.
Like the taxes and everything like that. It's so hard.
Maybe they come back to get their reparations check.
Yeah, they'll come back and get their reparations check, that could be it, man. You come back to California and whatnot, you get a reparations check. And some states are paying people to move there, like Vermont have towns, they'll pay you to move there. Because there's a lot of abandoned towns in America, white and Black, that people you can't do anything without people. Like you build Jagazi, right? You can have all the land you want, but if you have no people, it means nothing.
Exactly.
The state of Missouri is called the Show Me State. Missouri did a lot to to convince people from the East to settle there. We got free land, we got free this, so they have to get the people like the James gang under control and whatnot. You have to get the gangs and the stagecoach robbers under control. And the people, without people, you have nothing. California historically has been the most successful state in great. I think it has a lot. In late 1950s, overtook New York as the largest population state because it was so rich. California has a $4 trillion economy. I think like the 5th largest economy in the world. If you are poor in California, there's something seriously wrong with you. If you can't make it in California with a $4 trillion economy floating around, you know what that means? The goods and services with a $4 trillion GDP, goods and services worth $4 trillion. That means there's more opportunity and wealth than there's people to fill it up. It's just that the black community
are priced out though.
Huh?
People say they're getting priced out though, so that's.
Oh yeah, that's another thing too. The outpricing. But so it's not poverty. It's like more like trying to keep up with the Joneses, trying to keep above water.
Well, I mean, why should I be paying? Why should I pay $4,000 a month for a 2-bedroom apartment?
Yeah, more than that. You know, in New York, you got $6,000 for a 2-bedroom. You know, a place like this, it's getting crazy out here. You know,
that's why I love the state of Georgia.
I love Virginia, man. I got a beautiful house in Virginia, man. I ain't going nowhere.
Make a living, and it's the bills, all that stuff is reasonable.
Yeah, nice, clean.
I mean, the rent and everything is going up, but it's not going up to $4,000 a month. Not even,
No.
Some places.
Well, I pay a mortgage and whatnot. So, but yeah, we had a what we call rate increase with the feds and whatnot. You know, mortgage went up because thanks to Biden. You know.
Exactly. So rent is going up, mortgage is going up.
Going up too.
But what we always recommend to people is if you can pull it off, get your mortgage. The price is a little up nowadays, but nevertheless, you just got to get in when you can get in. But I remember doing doing the early 2000s. I mean, the price was right for real estate.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Up until like
the world was coming to an end and everything.
Up until like 2003, everything started going up. You know. But houses here in Virginia,
the financial crisis, I think I want to say it was like in 2008.
Yeah, that 5 years up between 2003 and 2008, everything started going up. You know, the housing bubble. Then it crashed. And a lot of people lost fortunes in equity and speculation and stuff like that. Collateral debt obligations, CDOs, and stuff like that. So that's what you have, folks. I said, look. People want to talk about reparations and everything, and I'm saying, you see now, this is what you put your hope in. The lady that was just talking, right? She didn't know what the hell she was talking about. We're going to study how that might be done, how it's going to be paid out. They have no idea how this is going to be paid out. It's a reparations task force. These people are getting free lunch every day to study reparations,
Wow.
That's the truth.
Before you continue, let me see what our brother have on his comment. Trying to make sure to answer anything on reparations before we get into the pan-African nation building.
Right.
Building Black African infrastructure.
Okay, Colin, have you described the outline of reparations? Would it comprise how it will be distributed? Look, bottom line is this, right? I, for one, right, I'm not going to waste time, right, talk about reparations. Anybody who basically talks about reparations, I know you're not serious. I know you're not serious. I know you just like somebody like to troll the internet talking a bunch of nonsense and get fired up and mad when somebody don't agree with your nonsense. You don't have any real plan, and you don't have anything. So reparations sounds good. We need reparations. Let me tell you something about other people who got reparations. They had nations.
Let's make sure we answer some of his questions now before you go into the breakdown of how.
Yeah. Also, why is self-repair never mentioned? Okay. Yeah, you're right. Self-repair, you got to understand something. A lot of these people not trying to repair them. So self-repair means people are trying to rebuild back to where they were, repair. Now, a case could be made about reparations. This Black people lost something like 25 million acres of land, in the 20th century to white vigilantes, racists, and everything like that. Nobody's mentioned that. Why? Because the people of reparations aren't about building anything. You could actually make that. There was a case in California, I think it was Manhattan Beach, wherever, where the Black family lost a beachfront property. They got it back, but they ended up selling it. Remember that case a couple of years ago? A Black family lost a beachfront property for like 80 years, and they got it back in a lawsuit, right? But then instead of celebrating, we're going to build something. What they do? They got a payday. They sold it. So there's nothing. So when you talk about repair and building everything, the white people are looking like these people aren't serious about building anything.
Wow.
They're not trying to build anything. Are we trying to rebuild places like Tulsa, Black Wall Street? No. Are we trying to build places like Rosewood? No. Are we trying to build like the many thriving Black communities that we once had and everything like that? Mount BAIO, Mississippi was a once thriving Black community. Are we trying to rebuild that? No.
I mean, but shouldn't that be the game plan? If you're like all into is if you're like, especially the people who try to give us a hard time about what we're doing in Africa. Shouldn't that be and then they're definitely not down with what we're doing in Africa. Shouldn't that be the focus? Rebuilding the glorious Black history and culture in America. Building self-sufficiency.
Okay, and also not only that, right? Not only that, the man who leading reparations lives in a predominantly all-white community, right? With a white mother-in-law and white in-laws, and he basically, I see him driving around his Bugatti, nice, and Malibu and stuff like that. He's living around whites and living that life, you know, with the posh restaurants and everything. But he's telling you about reparations. That's Tariq Nasheed's.
Yo, that dude is one of the classic, well, probably one of the greatest race hustlers ever. I mean, he changed his movement so much. Like one point, he was trying to do things in Africa. One point, he was over here, and he's just always trying to come up with some new hustles to run on people. But the thing I could say, yo, he's good at what he do because people keep on falling for it. That's why you have pan-africanism. That's always honored. But it's, you know, but it's like, you know, no matter how much videos anybody will make of him, it's like people love this guy. Let's be real.
But the thing is, though, I think he's bitten off more than he can chew right now, because if you really look at it, right, people are looking like, okay, you're the talk about reparations, right? Reparations also means repair, build, you know, and stuff like this. Tariq has no ability. He doesn't hang out in the black communities. When's the last time you see Tariq in a black community? Except when he get ready to make Hidden Colors, he'll go to Harlem, 125th Street, talk to Sinetta.
Yeah, go hang out with Sinetta.
And Polite and all those goofballs and whatnot, you know. you know. And like I said, I saw a video of a panel with Sinetta and all them talking. It was the Aboriginals versus the Moors and whatnot. You know, this is how far gone black people were.
They do those classic debates.
Debates and whatnot, you know, who won the debate and whatnot. You know, it's just stupid, you know.
Who religion is better than who religion?
Yeah, all this kind of nonsense and everything. And they want us to get involved in it's foolishness, you know.
Nah, I know we're pushing straight pan-Africanism and nationhood, family. We can't get into debates between the Moorish Science Temple and the Black Hebrew Israelites. You know.
Oh, check out what you just said. Who's paying y'all? Nobody's paying us. That's another thing. If you don't agree with that freaking stupid nonsense, you can come on. Check this out. If you want to just have a seat, hey, come on, come on. I'll take it. You're not getting a check, sister. It ain't coming. I'm just trying to save you from some hurt.
You're breaking people's spirit, bro.
I'm here, I'm saying this because I love my people, and you know, I'm tired of y'all getting hurt and disappointed. You know, people really think like her. She probably quit her job at Wendy's. You know. She probably quit her job at Wendy's and whatnot, you know. And when that don't come through, you better go back to that manager and say, look, you know, I want my job back, you know. I want that. I'll take that Friday closing shift, you know.
Yeah, she put a bunch of question marks there. You know who pays us, family? The people who we provide technology and business services, the people in our agency, in our organization that we do work and business for.
In my business.
In both of the businesses.
You know something? When I first got on social media, right? There was this thing, right? People say, "Oh, agent time, he's agent, right?" I said, but I started doing it too. Agent. Then when I got called, I said, "Wait a minute, ain't nobody paying me. I ain't no damn agent." You know what I'm saying? So anytime you don't agree with somebody, you're an agent. You know, y'all sound like agent. Y'all say now she calls the ops. That we're out there in the cut trying to shoot other black people down. You know,
you go call her.
Yeah, if you don't agree, cry. You sound like agents. You know. You know, everybody's on code, right? Why don't they black people get on code without killing each other and rapping about killing each other and all this kind of stupid stuff? You know, why can't you get, for which, man, why don't you play the next video? This is short, it's like 2 minutes, right? I'm upset. You know, and this is what I'm saying. Black people can be on code about reparations, everything that they're never gonna get. But the stuff that we should be on code with, you know, we ain't trying to be on code with that shit, you know. Okay.
All right. Let me put this one up.
Okay.
All right. So what's the name of the video?
I just sent it to you.
Okay, perfect.
And I'm not fighting against reparations. What do we stop fighting against reparations?
No.
No, we're not. We're just saying what we see, what we based on what we saw in the thing. That's not credible. You know, don't get your hopes up. That's what we're saying. Yeah, because they're always fighting. Okay, black people can't have it because we'll fight each other. So you're going to the white man. He's going to ultimately tell you no, right? But it's going to be our fault. We can't have that. No, I know. Black people are like, you can't have nothing because you don't want to work for anything. You know, I have something. I have a nice business, a home, everything like I need in life. A wife. I got all this stuff like this. I have everything I need that I work for. Yeah, this right here. Listen to this brother's passionate speech.
All right, so let me try to make this thing bigger. Let me see if it will work.
Yeah, get on code. No, we don't get on code. We're not followers. We're leaders here. Why don't you people get on code with land infrastructure nationhood and building a nation? You know, they want to get on. Everybody wants you to get on code with their foolishness and everything, but they don't support anything we do. We got to support all the foolishness they do. But get on code. Get on code. Yo, you get on code with this freaking nationalist stuff. How about that?
Ain't nobody standing against that shit.
These videos are weird where you're just trying to play it back. Let me see if we're gonna reload it.
Who owned the patent to the switch?
That's the beginning. Yeah.
It ain't no nigga that look like me and you. But it's cool for you to kill up our block, spin the block, and call everybody that look like me and you ops and kill, destroy. That's cool. Ain't nobody standing against that shit. But everybody want to say, I pledge allegiance to no snitching. Man, fuck y'all niggas, man. I'm over this shit. I'm grown in real life. No snitching. What about, I can't let you come in my neighborhood and run it down, bro. Nah, you can't sell that shit. These kids over here overdosing. Bro, you stand across the street selling fucking Percocet pills across the street from the middle school, dog. Your trap set up right here. Why niggas ain't standing on that? Niggas ain't making these devices.
That's it. Yeah. Okay.
That's what on the patent to the switch.
There you go.
That's what I'm talking about, right? Now, Ginger's saying, get on code one night. Why don't y'all get on code with what that brother was saying?
All right. Yeah. Well, how about we get on code and build a competitive.
Start freaking controlling black neighborhoods. You know, and start controlling black neighborhoods. So I don't want land in America. You don't want land any place. But the bottom line, anywhere you go, you got to have rules, laws, and order. You know, so that's what I said. We just got a bunch of people that follow these movements and everything. It's all about emotional, very it's just like the very worst in us, come out. You know, you listen to TikTok and YouTube and everything. You know, the very worst,
what you do name calling?
Stop name. I haven't called her any names. You know,
you're nice. I think all you talked about was for her to go back and something about a job at Wendy's.
Yeah, get a job. Go back to your job at Wendy's. You ain't getting, you waiting on a reparations check.
Yeah, we're definitely leaders.
We are leading people. We're doing things. We're building on a continent. People follow us. Listen to us.
Absolutely, family. We're responsible for people living and doing business in Africa.
That's what we do. If you're down with that, hey, we can help you out. But if you want to talk about reparations, you go to IC3 and all these other people. I hope he gets a channel, and all the people that listen to that nonsense sit around jacking off talking about the reparations check. Where you want to go, go right ahead. Colin, what groups like in Cobra have convinced the paradigm? Okay, what group? Why are groups like not convinced the paradigm you mentioned? Reparations, the nation state. Like, I have no idea. You got to talk to them. You got to talk to Cobra and all these other people. They've been around before I was born in the 60s and whatnot, and they haven't accomplished one freaking thing other than giving themselves awards and saying, I fought for reparation. He's the number one. They sit there and talk about this, So what exactly do they do? This is Baba such and such, man. He very like that. Yeah, one time they show a picture of him in black and white back in the 60s when they were young. We were part of the student non-violent coordinator. We like that. Yeah, okay. What happened? Since that Gary convention in 1970, Gary, Indiana is an abandoned city. What has all these people, right, that came before us, right, left us with? Bomani and I, with the BAIO and the African, we're starting from scratch. One ideology. We don't want people to get off sidetracked with this thing called reparations and all stuff like that. It's nothing but a distraction towards how we need to liberate ourselves by freeing Africa and building the nation states and building Africa up. That's the only thing that's going to save the black world. Building trade and supply lines and education to the continent. That's the only way. Anything else is a farce. Colin, is it possible to have a Dubai like say Africa where separate rules, laws, or hosts? Yeah, that's exactly what the Afrikstan is. Something like a Dubai with a host country, but a lot of countries in Africa don't want to secede sovereignty. They'll have land sitting there not doing anything. But you come up with an idea to build something there and everything, which they can benefit because they'll get tax revenue and everything. They still want to fight you on it. You know, they'll still want to fight you on it because the African mind doesn't think like that. That's why I think in Asia, all these countries in Asia are building these smart cities, you know, where people, the best and the brightest, could live in one area and produce. We don't have that in Africa, in the black world.
This person is loving you today, man. I mean,
your assumption is such extremely immature, calling people stupid because they don't agree. I'm not saying. When did I call anybody stupid? I said people are slow, are childlike. You know, I may not be stupid, but a lot of people are emotional. If you could look at that panel in California, look who's leading it, a comedian. Tariq, she's a freaking comedian. You know, she's obviously a follower of Tariq. So Tariq's a freaking comedian. You're being led by a freaking comedian. A very funny one at that, to tell you the truth. Tariq's hilarious. He cracks me up.
Oh yeah, brother. That's one thing I can always say, man.
He's funny as shit, man. You know, even check this out. The other day, I'm thinking about Tariq. I'm angry right now. This for it. And then I thought about that Jeep Air and that the government is the government. I fucking had to pull over the side of the road. I was laughing so hard. So Tariq, then I get back angry again, you know. But the bottom line, yeah, the guy's a comedian. He's very funny. He's very talented and everything like that. Tariq's just seriously thinking to go into stand up. Him and Umar's funny too, man. Those Negroes, the Negro. Umar's fucking hysterically funny. He's informative and he's hysterically funny, man. These guys, there should be, if anybody was smart, there would be a conscious community Pan-African comedy circuit, man. They would probably sell out tickets, you know.
I mean, you're talking about deadly clowns, brother.
Yeah, but it's funny though, man. Some of the stuff like that. Hey, look, light humor and whatnot. Hey, I can deal with that, man. You know, because Umar has some good material, man. He's freaking hilarious, man. You know, he's hilarious. You know. Okay, so there you go. Want to put people in digital caves with smart cities? Okay.
That's what we're dealing with. Age. I mean, that's what we should be doing. Smart cities.
Smart cities. You know, smart cities for dumb people.
Makes sense, right?
Yeah, you know. I
mean, you want modernization. You don't want to be living in a hut hoping that the lights don't go out today or the water stop flowing.
So these people, they want a reparations check, right? Where they gonna live at? Where they gonna build? Where they gonna spend the money at? You know, where's the money gonna circulate at? They ain't even thinking about that. You know, this is what I tell you, man. When you let these people talk, the more they reveal themselves.
Yeah, you know how to spell Tariq. Tariq is spelled one way, Tariq.
Yeah, Tariq.
Tariq.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, I know Reparations. Tariq said when he formed the FBA,
he's being a new leader, though. He's being a new leader of FBA.
He said, "I'm gonna show y'all how to get." He's hijacked it from Yvette Carnell and Tony. The Tone Talks, you know. Yeah,
that's another two characters. Yvette Cornell and Tone Talk.
You know, Kid and Play. They did a video with their Kid and Play.
That's another. I mean, brother. The thing up here is both of them are failures.
Yeah, they don't. You don't hear from them anymore because they know that the movement is done, man. It's, you know, and Tariq's still hanging on because he's like, you got black people really believing that it's going to be a big payday.
This is one of those people. When you're just reading people answers, you know what kind of people you're getting.
I know.
It's one of them. So this person's against smart cities, talking about control. The thing of it is, let me get myself up, man. What's wrong with how people with order? You know what I mean? I'm a naval man and a military man, and I believe in order, and I believe that's the only way we do it. You have to have order and structure. I'm like, our folks just want to just run wild and loose, and there's no order, there's no code for us to build anything, and it's not gonna happen.
We're like children right now. We're like children. We need to be controlled.
it's about providing a better quality of life using smart technology. You know, we're gonna have to get in that direction sooner or later, and then we're gonna have to, like example, you know, in certain cities, you know, you have the crazy stuff going on, so you're gonna have to have, you know, because I think what people are gonna have issues with is with surveillance. Like I'm a man of surveillance. You come here, there's cameras everywhere, motion detectors, all kind of stuff. You know what I mean? And it's
we want the best police, we want the best security, we want everything top notch. The only way to succeed with us is do the right thing.
Yeah, and if we have real criminals, we want to be able to monitor them from drones, monitor them from cameras, and corner them. You know what I mean? Yeah. Think about how dangerous some of these cities and states that we live in are, just because.
Baltimore is out of control right now.
How bad is it?
You got others. Oh, how bad it is? The state is like saying, wait a minute, something has to be done, because the Baltimore crime is seeping out into the rest of Maryland, you know, and it's so out of control. Look at New York right now. You know, all these cities are out of control, you know, and a lot of black, you know, who's a victim of this? Black people, because what happens, our property values go down, everything, high crime, everything, kids are getting shot and everything. 12-year-old kid just got shot the other week in Baltimore, 12 years old, you know, gunned down, you know, by gangs.
So did they catch you? Did it?
No, they don't catch you.
Exactly. And that's my thing. If you have a smart city and you have real security control,
you catch the criminal.
You're gonna catch them on your surveillance, or you're gonna have, you know, them cornered by, you know, security or law enforcement. I mean, wouldn't you want that? Do you want active shooters just running around?
So, some people, right? I talk to a lot of people in the so-called pan-African or the black. They say nothing about the crime situation in their cities. They say, I'm from Philly, Colorado. Yeah, man, you got bigger problems than what somebody else talk about. Y'all had 530 murders last year. That's a record.
That's a lot of murders, man. I mean, do you want your children to grow up in a society like that, a city like that?
No. You know what I'm saying? So you don't say that until it actually affects you. That's what I'm saying with black people, right? They say nothing until it actually affects them. Then out there whooping and crying, oh, you know what I'm saying? So every day, you know, you just go, just like a slave. You know how slaves are? Slavery, the white man. A white man could come whip a slave to his death and whatnot, right? And you just back there working. It ain't me. You know, it ain't me. As long as it ain't me. You know, police officer knock you upside the head, bullshit. Everybody's like, sucks to be you, man, you know? Thugs and gang members and whatnot hold up or rob an old lady's purse. Nobody say nothing. Yeah, man, that's really messed up.
Yeah, and that's why I love this the technology of this you know, security, surveillance, smart cities. It's good. I mean, for all you folks out there who just you know, we have to get somewhere to where we could. Let me play this last thing right here. Here you go. So what's wrong with you? Why do you want to be watched and controlled? It's like, you know, it's like, why do it's like, do you really want to keep on living in the Stone Age?
She wants to live with crime and everything like that because she's a criminal.
I mean, how much active shooters we have out there that's not getting caught?
You know, what if we had surveillance that people would have got shot in Texas the other day? You know, 8 people died because, you know, nobody, you know, people just walk around with an AK-47 and there's no smart technology. Mind that China has facial recognition. You know, they can recognize. Yeah. They can recognize your face. If you're a criminal, something like that, they can pick that up. You know, and next, you know, this guy over here looks like it. They're always right. Technology is a thing. So this is what we have, man. We have black people, right, who don't want to do no good. They're no good here. They'll be no good in Africa, but they're in our conversation and spaces.
Yeah, you know? I'm always wondering why we have so much people who come on here that don't agree with what we're saying. I don't know if they just here to just troll or just maybe they want to be re-educated, because that's what we're doing, family. This is the re-education of the Negroes.
Right.
I mean, and we'll put the pan-Africanism towards nationhood, because we got to re-educate our folks, because something is not clicking. I mean, when you go around the world, it's like we're on the bottom of, even in the most blackest countries in the world, which is right there primarily in West Africa and the Caribbean islands, we're still on the bottom of society.
And we don't care. We don't care. We don't care. We don't care about our image and everything like that. And with that, I want to talk about, Afro Think Tank did a video, right? And then Brandon did a response. I sent you that video. I want to talk about that. But before you do that, there's a sister that did a video, talking about why are we so hated. See, bottom line, racist in society, there's a lot of people have been convinced, right? Rightfully so. There's a lot of people that really see the problems of Black America, and they believe traditional conservative values will solve the black. But people don't realize this. In the 1920s, most black people were married, they went to church, everything, and that still bombed our communities, you know? So the idea that if black people stop doing the stuff they're doing, that white people will change is a farce. And nobody in the Pan-African movement should be thinking like that, because white people rejected the best of who we are. Remember when the Red Summer, 1919, people coming home from war. They lynched World War I veterans in their uniform, dragged them through the streets. Don't tell me about if we just did this. Like Jesse Lee Peterson said, black people are lazy, angry, and evil. You know? And there's a lot of people who are starting to believe that about their own race. But I know my people. There's 45 million of us. Most of us out there working. Most of us out there achieving and doing great things in this country and beyond. You know, but we basically have now taken the white man's version of what the white people do to basically debase ourselves and everything. And we call it black liberation and everything. You got to watch those type of people, you know. They basically believe there's something inherently wrong with black people in America, right? And they basically think black people in Africa and everybody is better and all this kind of stupid stuff like that. But they don't understand is every country, people got problems and they people like that, but it's not broadcast. The only difference is when you start talking to Nigerians about Nigerians on death row throughout Asia, Nigerian mafia gangs, everything like that. Everybody else besides Africa is giving the benefit of the doubt. You never hear Mexicans being blamed for the cartels in Mexico, the fentanyl and everything. They're free to be Mexicans and everything, and you judge them by individuals. But when it comes to African Americans, it seems that no matter what you do and whatnot, people, you could be a law-abiding person and everything like that, people still look at you with disdain and everything. And it has nothing to do with the black people in the ghetto committing crimes. It has nothing to do with that. So stop hating them. You know, we hate them, but for different reasons. They're not the reason white people hate you. They're not the reason why your Latino friends don't like you. They hate you because this is the perfect point of black America, right? The race of people that everyone is allowed to hate and judge circumstance. The African American, we set ourselves up for everybody to love us, but instead of building ourselves up and whatnot and creating some agency and about who we are and everything, and protecting our image and protecting who we are and whatnot, we just embrace all the negativity and we allow people to say, you know, a couple of, oh, black people ain't shit. Well, hey, okay, the black people is committing crimes. Why aren't you on their channels talking to them? Why are you coming to hear me talking to me about crime that goes on in Chicago? I don't live in Chicago. I'm not part of the crime network. So you take that off with them. They don't do that. They'll come with me and talk about crime. Black people did this. Black America ain't this. Black America this. Well, what does that have to do with me? I'm a successful businessman. I come from black success. I was raised in a two-parent home, right? Both my grandparents on both sides were married. You know, I've known nothing but success in black America, right? I was reared by black African Americans. You know, this is my community, this is my culture. I would not trade this for anything in the world. You know, I am just proud of who I am, right? How can you be proud? Like, people actually told me, I was like, why are you proud to be African American? Why not? You know, because they have that internalized hatred, right? And then they basically go and they become Moors, or they become Hebrews, or become black conservatives, or they become, I'm a Yoruba now. You know, I'm a Ghanaian now. You know, I don't want to. We go to Ghana. I don't want to be with no African Americans. You know, that's self-hate. And then they want to Africa. You're not doing anything. You're not building anything. You're not connecting with other people because you're taught to hate yourself. You know, there's a rule that black America has to hate themselves for make everybody else happy. We got to let other people talk down to us and dismiss us and everything like that. And now what's happening is a lot of people coming from the continent have the same attitude. Oh, these people ain't shit. These people, judging 45 million people, you know, the people that have the most success out of any black group in the world, they've done the most and most influential, the most beautiful black people on the planet. You know, everybody's allowed to talk down to us. And we got people that's supposed to be born in our culture allow that. Charity and love and everything begins at home. You got to love who you are first before you can start talking about being a pan-Africanist, right? You got to love who you are first. I love being African-American. My brother Bomani is a Jamaican from Brooklyn, you know? And he reps that Jamaica. He's telling me about coconut. So I can't do that, but Bomani's like, no, Colin, you just got to lay that coconut, man. I just think I wasn't feeling it, man. But I know he got kind of upset with me with the coconut, man. But I just wasn't feeling it, man. I just wasn't feeling it.
It's part of that tradition, man. You come to Jamaica, Liberia, Ghana.
Yeah, it was like coconut too, man. I was like, you know, I was like, maybe I got acquired taste for it, but I'm not a tropical brother, you know. But the bottom line is, Bomani is my brother, you know. I respect that, you know. If he's gonna rep that Jamaican life, you know. I expect him to represent that, you know. I got good friends of mine from Bermuda, you know. They gonna tell me about this stuff on the islands and everything like that. I expect you to rep that, you know. My Liberian brothers and whatnot, you know, like that. We can all be brothers, but hey, you gotta rep with who you are. Now, how does that look like if I'm going around people and whatnot, and I'm just trying to be in everybody else's culture and whatnot, and I'm basically saying I got nothing to bring to the table? Well, in the Pan-African world, you got to bring something to the table. You can't shit on your own people when I talk about, let's talk about Pan-African. Don't work like that, because these other people are working on their people and everything. That's what black people in Ghana don't seem to understand. The Ghanaians are looking out for themselves first. And when you want to be a fool, go over there and lose all your money, your investments money, they're going to make sure their people are eating it, whatever, first. You want to go over there and you want to unify with your own people on the ground so you guys could be in a better position to collectively bargain for things and everything like that. Be socially and politically potent and whatnot. You don't want to do that. You want to meet with, I don't want to deal with no African Americans, you know, because you've been taught to hate yourself. And you call it Pan-Africanism, you know?
Brother, let me put up this brother's comment. He has a few comments, and he showed us the super chat love, so I just want to link him real quick also. I'm trying to make sure I pronounce this correct. It looked like Zola.
Yeah, keep going strong, brother. Thank you, brother, for the super chat. Thank you for the support.
I appreciate it, brother. Red, black, and green. That's what we're talking about. Keep the colors strong, just like the colors in the background there.
What's up, Mola? She gave me a shout out in the chat. She said, thank you, Colathenos and whatnot, you know? Yeah, after the last other show.
And these are some of the other comments.
Other black man at the bottom of the barrel. I heard this before.
I can't see the picture of the face. I don't want to misrepresent if somebody is.
Yeah, everybody know the reason why we see black, because what it is people come off the boat, right? And they think they're part of this American society, right? And every society has the so-called black people, right? If you go to, let's say, Romania, right? The people who are on the bottom of the gypsies, everybody hates it. Oh, gypsies ain't shit. Wow. Everybody has this thing where there's one group of people that you could feel like you're superior to, you know, or you feel like you're better than, because that's a social. Black African Americans, no matter how rich you are, how wealthy or successful you are, collectively, everybody feels like there's a spirit. They may come from a culture that, you know, just started using toilets, but they think that you're superior, you know, until you check them, you know. And so, you know, so that's what I'm talking about. And the face of black African American culture has been gangs, crime, and all stuff like this, because people don't take time to learn who exactly we are. That's why we play the videos about the 15 top black business African American corporations in America. We should play that tonight, Bomani, to remind people.
You'll find it.
Yeah, to remind people who Black America really is. You know, the real black. This is another thing Black America doesn't do. We don't freaking take ownership over our success. We don't guard our success. And this is a problem I have with Umar Johnson, right? My brother Umar Johnson, right? He wants to be like, okay, well, you know, we got to stop kids from gangs and everything. He's talking more about the crime and everything like that. But yet, instead of saying we got these black men that are multi-billionaires, right? Instead of Umar saying, yeah, we got this brother over here, that's this. He'll try to find a reason why to not like Robert Smith, right? Not Byron Allen, not like all these people, oh, they're bourgeois and everything. So the black nationalists and people like that have been a hindrance to Black America. So we began to look at our people. Like when we have Ebony Magazine, every black person used to feel, in Black Enterprise Magazine, we used to feel proud of the black people who were rich, who were successful business people. They were role models, you know? But now we have people, the gurus, and they're telling us, don't look up to the role models. So what happens is this. Who they end up looking up to? The rappers and the drug dealers and everybody else. I always say, I may not agree with Byron Allen with his interracial marriage. I don't agree with Robert Smith, but I say, look, those brothers are top businessmen. They're black African Americans like you and I. You know, we could talk about the interracial another time. But those brothers right there are symbols of black progress and success that we could be proud of, you know? and everything. We have to basically start doing that, right? Because people have this idea that Black America are not building nothing. We're not creating nothing. With that, can you play that one, sister? You know.
One side. So let me look. Last.
I would say African American culture in social media, what's out there popular. 90%, 99% of Black America are not on social media. You know, what's presented as at Black American culture and everything like that, social media. It's all happening with social media. Before, people got their image of Black America through Ebony magazine, you know, sometimes BET and stuff like that, Essence magazine, Jet magazine, everything. That was Black America. You know, and then we had shows like the American Black Forum, Attorney Brown's Journal, and that people understood who we were. You know, we had shows like It Is and everything like that. So, but in the advent of social media, we have all these people, you know, and the rap culture and everything like that, and the ghetto culture and everything has taken over. White America said we want to create a new Black America of poverty, crime, and problems and everything. But there's a Black America that's really successful and doing their thing. Those are the type of Black people that the Pan-African world needs to reach out to, because a lot of Black people in the middle class are starting to realize, right, that although you live in America, right, if every time you look on the media, right, you're constantly apologizing for being Black. Watch that series, Blacks Without Borders, right? It was a lawyer that she went to South Africa. She said, in South Africa, I didn't have to apologize for being Black. Now, she's a lawyer. She said she was pulling down $1 million a year, but she wasn't happy. A Chicago lawyer. Because why? The problems, the crime, the racism, the tension of whites, people want, Africa. That's why people want to go to Africa, right? They want a peace of mind. You know, that's what we're offering, you know, saying we could build what we can build, but we can't build that until we have, you know, infrastructure, you know.
Yeah. What's the title of that video?
Okay. Let me send it to you again. Then after that, I want to play the video with Afro Think Tank, Pan-African Strikes Back and Afro Think Tank, you know.
Let me. No, you're talking about the top 15 Black-owned businesses, something similar to that title.
Yeah. You can probably scroll up from you keep scrolling up. I'll find it if you want.
Yeah, I've been trying to do that on my phone, looking at it.
Yeah, I'll find it. Yeah, you want to play a video? I'll find it.
Maybe it will. Maybe it's further back.
Yeah, I'll find it.
Here we go. All right, you ready for this one?
Yeah.
There are so many people in America who hate us just because we are Black. They have no other reason for hating us. We have never done anything to them personally or to their ancestors, but they hate us so bad just because we exist. And if you ask them why they hate us, they will tell you things like, because they're out there killing each other, committing all this crime. What does that have to do with you? You don't hate us because we're killing you, but you hate us because we're killing each other? Somebody make it make sense. When all the protesting went down with George Floyd, they were mad at us. They even said it. They're burning down their own buildings in their own communities. What does that have to do with you? How are you mad at us for tearing up our own communities? They'll say things like their men are always going to jail. They have baby mamas. All Black women, they're single mothers and they have to raise their kids by themselves. What does that have to do with you? How are you mad at us because of our suffering? Make it make sense. Like I said, we're not doing anything to bother them. We're tearing up our own communities. We're tearing each other down, just like everyone else does. If you do your research, you will learn that white men commit far more violent crimes than Black men do, but still we're the ones who are hated. And it takes me right back to the powerful word of the living God. When King David said, those who hate me, who hate me without a cause, are more than the hairs of my head. People hated him without a cause. And the same thing they are doing to us. Just like Jesus said, they hated me first, so you know they're going to hate you too. No servant is greater than his Lord. It always proves who we are. It always shows that we are the true children of God, the Hebrews of the living God, because our life matches the things that our fathers said and their fathers said. The same things that we are going through today are the same thing that our fathers have gone through. This is why the slaves who were released from captivity, this is why they kept holding on to that Bible. They kept holding on to Jesus. They kept holding on to that spirit because they knew, wait a minute, that sounds like me in my life. Hold on. The things that they went through are the things that we have gone through. It has to be me. I have to be a part of that family because that sounds just like me. Jesus wasn't forced on them, but they related to that word of God because they knew who they were. They felt it in their souls. The same way that the Black Americans here, many of them feel the power inside of them. They know that they are somebody special because they feel it. They know that they belong to God because of the things that are written in the Bible that he has given to us. And you will never take that away from us. You can hate us and sit back and act like you're doing God's work for hating us without a cause. But all you are continuing to prove is that we are who we are, the powerful children of the living God. It says in Revelation 12 that the beast is going to make war with the true children of God. Making war against someone without a reason is doing the will of the beast, the dragon from Revelation 12, because even if we did, as Blacks, go out there and start killing every white person that we saw, which we never do, it would be justified because of all the things that have been done to us. Even if we did have hate in our hearts for the white man or the Asian man or any other man who hates us, it would be justified because of the things that have been done to us. But you can't walk around here hating somebody who has never done anything to you, who's not oppressing you, who's not making laws to make your life harder. You can't walk around hating them and think you're doing something right. Think you're executing righteous judgment. You are going to burn in the pit of hell. I promise you, our time has come. Our day is here, and the entire earth is going to have to bow down to us and acknowledge that we are the true Israelites of the Almighty God. Just wait on it. It's Black power forever.
Woo, woo. You know?
Yes, brother.
She don't sound like Joy said. She's like Missy ill. She sounds like, yes, you know, that's the truth. You know what she's saying is that all these people hate us, right? They hate us for no reason, and they convince us there's something wrong with us why they hate us. Yeah, we got all these problems and everything, but we didn't have these problems. They still was lynching us. They still put us in chains. They still despise us, everything, and we be justified. And when we do call them white devils and we hate them and everything, we're justified. We don't do that, you know, but we would do it. Most Black people, the fact that we don't have that hatred like they have towards us, and we never did nothing to them, and we still like that, you know. Now I want you to play the video with Brandon did with Afro Think Tank. This goes with what I'm talking about. You know, people are trying to make excuses for why people hate. Afro Think Tank came out with a thing. He said, "Look, there's so many people telling you." Now he says he was talking about Anton Daniel. I think the guy's name, Anton Daniel, whatever that guy's name, the heavyset brother, dark skin brother, heavyset brother. But I think he's talking. He said he was talking about him. He wasn't talking about Brandon. But Brandon stitched it and says, like Brandon took it almost took it like he's talking about him, you know? And so so this is an interesting, really, exchange right now, you know? Was Afro Think Tank talking about Brandon? You know, he says he wasn't. He said, no, I wasn't talking about Brandon. But if you look at what Brandon says and whatnot, he says exactly what Afro Think Tank talking about. That the problems and everything that we see in Black people, it's in all groups of people, right? And we're just gonna listen to what these young brothers had to say.
All right, dog, give me a second. I'll get it right up, and I got you.
You know, somebody asked, what do you think about the Hebrews or outside? Look, I have no problem with anybody going to Africa, so long as you are doing things that's logical, achievable, reasonable, and practical, right? So long as you're about science. We believe in STEM, science, technology, engineering, math. We believe in civics and law and order and everything like that, and being productive. So long as you're talking about building families and everything like that and living in peace. Hey, I got no problem with you. But if you're going over there just to sit around, just smoke dope and do nothing and everything like that, and just be a nuisance, and we don't need you. You know, I don't need you.
Yes, brother, it is set. Let me know when you're ready.
I'm ready.
Right.
This is for fair use, folks. Fair use. Fair use. And it's called loving black people to death. What's wrong with loving your people to death? You know?
What's going on, everybody? This Afro Think Tank. You know what I have a problem with? I have a serious problem with this. I have a problem with black people who come on the internet and they consider themselves leaders, right? And all they do is try to find something to talk negatively about black people. That's all they do. And some of the stuff that they like to say black people do, they act like only black people do it. Like only black people do these type of things, when last time I checked, we are human beings and there's character traits that all human beings participate in. All human beings participate in falling for, the trick bag. All human beings are susceptible for falling for grifters. All human beings are susceptible for not being financially responsible. All human beings are susceptible to not pulling themselves up on their bootstraps and building with their community. All human beings are susceptible to falling for the words that politicians say on a daily basis. All human beings are susceptible for wanting to take the easy way out. Only people they ever see and believe that do these things single-handedly, because Asian people, they don't do anything. They're wonderful citizens and they're great examples. Latinos and Mexicans, they never do anything. Great examples. Europeans, they never do anything. They're great examples. But just the black people, oh my God, you guys have so many problems. What's wrong with you?
Man, wow. The bro said a mouthful. He said a mouthful. Shout out to my bro, Afro Think Tank. But I got to just keep it 1000% real about what he said. When you really consider black folks and the things that we claim to want, and then you hear people being mad because you're giving African American people and African people what they say they want, that really pisses me off. Because who was it who said we need our own media? We need our own news outlets. We need our own YouTube channels. We need our own this and our own that. It's amazing to me how a group of people who says that they need their own media, they need their own news outlets that focuses on our issues, right? Isn't that what we used to say? We want something that talks about our issues. We were angry at white-owned media outlets because we felt like they didn't talk about the issues that concerned us the most enough. So then, there was the birth of there's a creation of things like YouTube and other streaming sites. And you have people who create channels that basically feel a need that our people collectively have been complaining about not being met for forever, for as long as I can remember, even before I was born. So black people want black media outlets that don't talk about black people, well then why don't you, if you want a media outlet that don't even talk about you or your issues or your problems or the things that concern you the most, why aren't you happy with Fox News? Why don't you just watch MSNBC? Why don't you just watch The View? Oh, they don't focus on our issues enough. Well, you know, issues are another word for issues are problems, right? The things that we need to call attention to.
New and existing customers can choose the phone they want, like the incredible iPhone 14.
And we need to collectively work on changing. That's the job of the media, pretty much. Even if you look at white media, Asian media, Mexican media, Telemundo, they're mostly highlighting the issues, the negative, the problems within a society that need to be fixed. You don't hear Mexican people complaining that Telemundo is too negative. You don't hear Mexican people complaining that the Hispanic or Spanish news is focusing too much on the negative aspects of Hispanic people. That's what media is. There's different aspects of media. Let's look at the different branches of media. There's comedy. We got that in excess. Just everywhere you look, there's a YouTube comedy channel. You know what I'm saying? You got, just off the top of my head, you got Big John, you got Trendy Topic Tiff, shit, the list goes, Comedy Hype News, the list goes, Corey Holcomb 5150. We got the comedy. Okay, we need the politics. You got Greg Foreman, the Black Conservative Perspective. You got TD Hip Hop. You used to have the BNC, but that got canceled with Mark Lamar Hill. And you got a plethora of other political outlets. Even my outlet dabbles in political commentary. You have reaction content. People reacting to videos, watching videos, recording reaction to those videos. The Black media space is giving you every single aspect of media, including but not limited to the current events, where people highlight things that may be negative or positive, but mostly negative, because there's a lot more bad than good that's happening in every community, or maybe there's a lot more bad than good that's primarily happening in our community. We don't really know, because our job is to highlight things that are happening in our community. Black, for us, by us, about us, to fix us. Black people want media that casts a negative light on other groups of people so they can continue to feel superior, morally superior to everybody else. Because at the end of the day, if you got no economy, zero political infrastructure, zero economic infrastructure, the only thing that you can use to try to lord over other people is some hyperinflated sense of morality. Let's be real. That's why all you want is stuff that highlights the negative aspect of other people's communities so that you could try to claim some type of moral high ground. So in reality, the reason why Afro Think Tank is mad, it's not because people are picking on Black people and Black media creators are picking on Black people. Afro Think Tank is mad, just like every other hypocritical Black person is mad, because they want content that highlights the negative aspect of other communities so that they can continue to claim some bullshit moral high ground that doesn't exist in our community. If we're so morally superior, why do we deal with the issues that we deal with? Why do we deal with issues that other groups don't even deal with, bro? I bring up to you the situation with PNB Rock. I haven't heard of nobody sitting down over waffles getting their brains blown out in any community in the past forever. Somebody find me a headline of a person, a celebrity person, sitting down in a restaurant, in a community, over waffles, and getting their brains blown out by somebody who looks like them, is from the same economic background as them, in a city that is not even majorly populated by them. Please give me that example in America. But if I bring that up, oh, Brandon, you're talking negative about Black people. How do we fix problems if we refuse to acknowledge them? They'll tell you, even in 12-step program, the first step to solving a problem is what? To admit you have a problem. Well, guess what? We're pointing out the problems. We're highlighting the problems. Our people just refuse to admit they have a problem, and that's probably why we can't solve our problems.
Hey, that's enough of money. I think I'm going to comment from there. Okay. Here's the problem I have with what Brother Brandon said, right? He said we want black people want some morally superior thing, high ground, right? But isn't that what white America does all the time with its news media and everything like that? It's when you look at movies or Hollywood movies from the Hallmark Channel, they always show the best of white America and stuff like that, you know? And you got the Disney Channel where you got little black girls brainwashed because they grew up on Hannah Montana, this fake, fictitious white wonderland world that exists out there that they want to be part of and everything. Don't white America have enough? They show you all the time their life and their way of life is just better and superior, that everyone wants to emulate and everything, right? At the same time, white people have biker gangs, they have the mafia, they have all this stuff like this. I grew up around white people, you know, and it was our community that was better than theirs, you know. They have their trailer parks, they have their meth. White people are dying more of this fentanyl than any other group of people in America. You got whole white towns in America, right? Kentucky, where 60% of the people are on welfare, food stamps and everything. Red states and red counties in America, and western part of Virginia. The poorest counties in Virginia are not black majority, or white majority, you know? So what I'm trying to say is this, right? There's got to be a balance, right? When you keep pointing out only the problems in black America, right? It makes it seem like that's all black America is. Now, to the white community, they have really no advocacy, you know? They have no advocacy. Why? Because the world, well, let's say they do have advocacy in a way. When you hear about the meth overdose, right? The people dying of heroin overdose on that. What's the disposition of the world in America media, right? It's one of sympathy. We need drug treatment. These people are victims of the thing. They don't go saying the Hell's Angels guy that just recently got life imprisonment, right? Most white people are getting addicted to fentanyl and stuff like that by white drug dealers and everything like that, and crystal meth by white drug dealers and everything. They don't make it seem they cover that part in the media up. They'll say, "Oh, it came from Mexico," but who's distributed in America to their own people, white people, right? But still, what happens is this: there's an overall sympathy, and Negroes will sit there and be sympathetic. Oh, white people dying of crystal meth, they're dying of fentanyl and stuff like this, you know. They dying of fentanyl and everything, and we have a sympathy for them, right? Same thing with the Dust Bowl of the 1930s, right? The Dust Bowl and everything. It wasn't that white people didn't farm enough. They didn't have the real skills of agriculture. We blamed the Dust Bowl and farmers losing millions of acres of land and whatnot were destitute, right? On the weather and everything else, right? So when it comes to white people, it's this white innocence, right? It is white innocence. So in other words, basically, it's not their fault. We could solve the problems. When it comes to black people, right? We act like the problems that we do find in black America are only black people's problems. And the fact that black people don't want to do anything about it. If you spend enough time around black people, right? When you hear them talk, they can solve the world's problems. We talk about that extensively, the gun violence in our community, the single parent home. That's topic of discussion in every black community. You know, if you're actually around real black people enough, okay? So what I'm saying is this, though. He calls Afro Think Tank a hypocrite, right? Then he goes and says, oh, yeah, we're cool and everything like that, right? So in other words, I do believe Afro Think Tank was talking about Brandon, right? He said, I wasn't talking about Brandon. But Brandon in the video called him a hypocrite. And instead of Afro Think Tank basically standing his ground like a man, say, yo, look, man, let's have this discussion. Let's have this debate and everything like that. I really feel strong about this, right? He just sort of kowtowed and pussy. He's supposed to be a chief. He's supposed to stand his ground, right? He had a point. Every time you see black people, right, this, the white people in America, right, have a serious drug problem. But that's not a white issue. That is now everybody's issue in America. the fentanyl crisis, right? Why don't they say, yo, look, white people are dying in trailer parks and everything all in the Rust Belt are destroyed. Unemployment and everything like that is beaked out and everything. White people have a alcoholism, homelessness among white. Who do you see mostly in California homeless? White families. You know, did anybody tell them to pull themselves out of a bushwhack? No. You have the federal government saying, "Oh, we got to do something about this. We got to do something like this." But when it's black people that's homeless, right? Oh, these people are lazy. These people don't want work. They don't want jobs. Everything like this. That's what I think Afro Think Tank was talking about, right? And so when we talk about black media, right? We do have black media, right? But let's be honest with ourselves. So the YouTube is not black media, okay? If we have black media, right? Like when John Johnson had Ebony Magazine, there's a balance. John Johnson with Ebony Magazine would do reports on the problems that we're facing in Black America. At the same time, they would showcase black success in America. There was a balance there. So I opened up Ebony Magazine. I learned about what was going on in Chicago. I learned about what was going on in Detroit. I learned about what was going on in other parts of Black America, right? But I also learned about the things that were going good in Black America. So we just automatically just basically make it seem like that Black America is this problem, right? The moral superiority does not come from Black America, right? Because we've never tried to oppress anybody. There's no evidence of Black people ever taking a moral high ground and oppressing nobody. That's a lie from the pit of hell. That's never happened. For example, if you look at Black America, right? We've always welcomed immigrants, and that's what this is really about. You know, we always welcome Black immigrants into our community, right? You're one of us, you know, one of us. Look how Black America embraced Lupita. She's not even from West Africa. She got a top role in that movie 12 Years a Slave. That gave her an Oscar. You know, Black America, David Oyelowo, you know, another one, Academy Award winner, you know, Chiwetel Ejiofor, you know, these are all Black, British, Nigerian actors and everything. We always embrace other Black people and everything. So put that on Black America like we're trying to be morally superior is a lie. You know, we've never been that type of people. We've always been people. Sidney Poitier was from the islands, right? Embraced by Black America. Starred in some of the best Black films coming up. We never said, no, Sidney Poitier can't be one of us because he wasn't born here. Harry Belafonte was from the islands, you know? Minister Louis Farrakhan was from the islands. Malcolm X is from the islands, you know? We've never been that sort of people that excluded people because of who they are and everything and claim a moral high ground. What Black people are tired of, right, is people basically taking our problems, so when we keep talking about them, and people have this disdain, like we're so irredeemable, instead of getting together with the people who are actually trying to solve the problems, like the New Era Detroit. Has anybody basically had the New Era Detroit on any of their platforms saying these young guys taking time off their wives and kids, patrol neighborhoods, and basically make sure that people get home safe and everything like that? Anybody do? No. We talk about the Detroit 300? No. We talk about groups like the League of Extraordinary Men. These are Black men that are college graduates and everything who do work in the community and everything. I worked with some of these brothers before, you know? We talk about that. We talk about the many churches and everything. They got outreach, drug programs, you know, youth counseling and everything, run food pantries, everything throughout Black America, right? That's making a difference, you know? No, we don't talk about that. But when you look at the so-called Black media, all they do is talk about the problems and everything, but they never talk about the problem solver. That's the problem I have with Brandon, what Brandon just said. There's a lot of Black people out here that are doing things and everything, and if they weren't out there, the situation in Black America would be way worse. Now, we get back to white people, you know, and other races of people, right? Yeah, Telemundo talks about things in the Latino community, but doesn't Telemundo also ignores the problem with the cartel? Has Telemundo ever talked about the rapes and everything that goes across the border and everything? Telemundo is all for open borders, reconquest America, and regentrifying America into a Hispanic country. That's what Telemundo promotes. The guys actually said it. We want to bring more Latinos over here to basically replace the white population, compete with the Blacks and everything like that. Do anybody ever talk about that Telemundo? No. They always talk about the good things Latinos doing. They don't talk about the problems they have. the MS-13, which is a real problem, right? The Mexican mafia and all this other stuff like that are bringing drugs and terrorizing places like Arizona and Los Angeles and Oakland, California. Nobody talks about that. See, they're able to separate themselves from that. But when the black community, right, you know, let's forget about all the nice, clean black communities of sending their kids off to college and everything like that, which is the majority, right? They only want to make the problems in Black America, the Black America. They do that because what happens is when you distance yourself from your own race, when you say in your mind, I'm not black, I'm not them, right? You see all black people as that problem. You don't have the love for yourself and your community. When you love your community, right, you take time to learn that, when you meet brothers and everything like that, like every day, you meet brothers that are hardworking, going out there doing their thing, whatnot. And I tell them all the time, I see brothers, I see a whole black brother construction crew. I just give them a wink, right? And they wink back at me, what's up, man? And the bottom line is a real black man understand what I just did. I see a whole crew of brothers out there. They're most of the construction workers here in Virginia, where I live at, are black, right? I see brothers out there. They're out there. Whatnot. I just give them that nod. What's up? And they look at me like, what's up, man? You what's up? That's right. That means I'm telling them, I know you're holding it down. I see you, brother. I see you're good. And the brothers out there, I saw a brother the other day, right? And he was with his daughter, right? I said, yeah, doing that daddy thing. Like, yeah, man, I gotta take my daughter over. I guess he wasn't with his baby mother with, but he's like, yeah, man, I gotta take my leg. I gotta do my thing. Whatnot. I said, yeah, nice. I like seeing that, brother. I like seeing that. It's not flirting when you wink. I say, yo, like this. If you're a real man, you would throw a thumbs up. You're like, you're saying, all right, brother, I see what you're doing, bro. Real men will be like this. Your real men know that, that ain't no gay thing, whatever like that. That's just saying that's a brother to brother thing. The brother to brother thing like this. Hey, what's up, brother? What's up? Or when a brother goes to you in a place and you're the only two black people in the place and you acknowledge each other. You say, what's up, man? What's up, man? You don't hold your head down like, who this fucking nigga at, man? That's nigga shit. When you see another brother, you're like, hey, what's up, man? In other words, basically, if something goes down in here, man, we got each other's back. That's brotherhood. And what we don't have in this movement right here is black people that have each other's back. Like the sister was saying, the people that hate black people in America, right? And also the people that hate black people, the white people that put this hate on black people, has nothing to do with the problems in Black America. They hated us when we didn't have these problems in Black America. So what was the excuse back in the 1920s when black people were building their own communities and everything like that, and they burned them down? Was it hatred? Was we out there doing baby mama shit? No, most black women were married. So what was the excuse back there? I would ask Pan-African Strikes Back. What was the excuse for the hatred back then? So this is just a basic like this. So when other people, races of people, groups of black people, right, come here, they look at black people on social media just talking down to Black America like this, like we don't know what the problems are, that we don't have people out here actually doing stuff and building and everything like that. They make it seem like, oh, I can just shit on Black America and everything is all right. That if we talk about, we want to see a balance in our culture and everything like that, because we're not what the media is trying to portray us and everything, Where's the African Brotherhood? The African Brotherhood is here. It's here. It's me and brother Bomani and us, and brothers who think like us, who love our race, who love our heritage, who love our history and everything, and love our future. See, I believe in my people. I believe in Black America. I believe in the Pan-African cause. I'm not just talking. I live this. I believe it. I believe that if you give me enough organized black men, we could take over everything. We could take over anything. We could accomplish anything. With that, Bomani's going to play a video, top 15 black businesses in America. And this is what I'm talking about, right? We talk about we got a new black, so-called black media, right? But how many people even know these black corporations, right, that are running America right now are black owned, African American owned, not black immigrant, black African American owned, everything. So Brother Bomani plays this video. This is going to make my point. When people start talking about Black America got these problems and we don't like this, why? Because nobody says, let's talk about the black man that got this corporation right here that's employing people and building stuff like that. That's grossing hundreds of millions of dollars a year and whatnot. We don't want to know about that. All we want to do is sit there on social media, talking shit about own people and everything like that. And then when somebody Afro think they said something, he's a hypocrite. You know, he's a hypocrite. You know, the trick bag. Afro think that's the trick bag. A lot of people fall for a trick bag, you know? A lot of people got money problems, right? A lot of people in the community other people fall for grifters, you know? And everything. A lot of people, the Democrat Party and everything like that, who they vote for and everything. Why do white people in Kansas, right, vote for GOP and their situation never change? They vote for people. That's been going on. People say, why nobody wants to live in Kansas? Kansas people, you got people out there that will vote for people that they don't benefit from. That's going. You got people in places like rural Mississippi. Mississippi is the poorest state in America, right? But they'll vote for all GOP all the time, whatnot, and don't bring shit to their state. They still vote for them though. Are black people the only one that vote for people who don't serve their interests? You know, this I'm getting tired of. I'm tired of people holding us to some standard that nobody else does. You know, so the bottom line is this: it's time to start defending Black Americans. I don't want people. I don't want to lose Black America to these ADOS FBA goofballs. You know, and we're trying to tell people all the time: it's all right. It's cool to be Black African American. It's cool to be Black African American. You know, we got your back. You know, we're going to defend you.
That's perfect, man. You know, but you know, you have people out there that look at our fights and our effort as a losing battle, fighting a losing battle.
Yeah, but you don't join the other side and start damning your own people. When now you get up and basically say, who are the black people that are winning? Let's start showcasing that, you know? And people don't do that. People don't take time to realize the number of black people who are opening businesses and doing things, amazing things in this country. This video is just a sample of what's out there. Like this video didn't even have Robert Smith up there and the other guy from Maryland that are billionaires, you know? But go ahead, Brother Bomani.
Whenever we talk about businesses and companies in the United States, all the big businesses tend to be owned and controlled by whites, and you will hardly find one owned by a black person. Anytime blacks in the US have tried to establish themselves throughout time, they're always being suppressed, stopped, and silenced in one way or another. Despite being oppressed for as long as we can recall, the blacks have still not given up. They keep on fighting and striving to the extent that we now have black billionaires in the USA. They run multiple businesses and employ thousands of people too. In this video, we are going to be seeing the 20 biggest and richest black-owned businesses in the United States of America in 2022. 20. Salamander Hotels and Resorts. This business is owned by Sheila Johnson, who is also a co-founder of Black Entertainment Television, BET. Salamander Hotels and Resorts is a 168-room luxury hotel, resort, and spa located in the Virginia countryside. This business generates about $220 million in revenue annually and has over 2,000 employees. The hotel is built on a 340-acre property and boasts a 230,000 square foot spa with many outdoor activities, such as hiking, ziplining, and horseback riding. The resort took 10 years to build, finally opened in August 2013. 19. Devon Industrial Group. With CEO David Burnley as leader, this company employs over 70 employees and generates a whopping $234 million in revenue. It is a construction company located in Michigan and specializes in construction projects in various sectors, including commercial, healthcare, industrial, and educational. The Devon Industrial Group's main target market for its services is across the Midwestern states of the United States, with the headquarters in Detroit, Michigan. 18. Georgetown Metal Processing. This black-owned business is headed and run by Kirk Lewis with a team of over 30 people. This business generates approximately $235 million in revenues. It is a steel processing service center which specializes in blanking and warehousing. Its headquarters is located in Georgetown, Kentucky. They produce aluminum, flat-rolled steel, cold-rolled steel, coated and exposed steel products. It boasts an 80,000 square foot facility, which is climate controlled due to the nature of their work. Now's the time to like this video, share it, and subscribe to our channel. Yes, Subscribe to our channel and turn on notifications to get alerts when we upload interesting videos like this one. Let's get back to our video. 17. Bird Electric. This company is led by Dale Lefebvre and employs over 580 people. It generates $238 million in annual revenues. It was founded in 2004 and is a leading full-service electric company. Services provided by the company include transmission, maintenance, instrumentation and electrical construction, automation, and storm restoration. Bird Electric operates in over 10 states in the United States. 16. Baldwin Richardson Foods. This is another black-owned business with Eric Johnson as CEO. Generating a whopping $252 million annually, this company employs over 350 people. It is a leading custom ingredients manufacturer for the food and beverage industry. It is a family-owned company originally founded as Baldwin Ice Cream in Chicago, Illinois in 1921. In 1997, 5 years after current CEO Eric Johnson purchased the company, Baldwin Ice Cream Company purchased Richardson Foods, creating Baldwin Richardson Foods. Over the next 20 years, the retail business grew to become a custom ingredients manufacturer, making many kinds of liquid products for the food industry, including condiments, sauces, and syrups. 15. Adams Communication and Engineering Technology. This company, which generates a whopping $253 million in revenue, is headed by Charles Adams as founder and CEO. It was founded in 1999 in Maryland and employs over 380 people. It is a leading technology company providing services for government defense, intelligence, and other federal agencies of the U.S. The company provides products and solutions in information systems, healthcare, aerospace, and electronics. 14. Millennium Steel of Texas. We can't talk of black-owned businesses without talking about Millennium Steel of Texas. This company employs just 86 people, but generates a whopping $266 million in revenues headed by Andrea Jackson. It was founded in San Antonio, Texas by Henry Jackson in 2005. Millennium Steel of Texas is a steel company providing automotive-grade outer body steel sheets to automakers across the state of Texas. Their services include steel processing, warehousing, and storage. 13. Global Automotive Alliance Corporation. This company, led by the founder and CEO William Pickard, is an
if you want to build and launch your own
black-owned business that employs over 1,500 people and generates over $275 million in revenues. Global Automotive Alliance is a holding company of many different companies originally founded in 1989. It is a consolidation of logistics and automotive manufacturing companies with 8 plants in the United States and Canada. It supplies the top 3 United States automakers: Ford, General Motors, and Fiat Chrysler. Also, it supplies to other global companies such as Boeing, Mercedes-Benz, Starbucks, and Home Depot. It seems there is so much money in the steel business because the next black-owned business on our list is still in the steel industry. 12. Millennium Steel Service. This is a sister company to the Millennium Steel of Texas and still run by the same CEO, Andrea Jackson. It employs only 51 people but generates over $312 million in revenue. It is an automotive steel processing and warehousing company based in Princeton, Indiana. It provides warehousing and supply chain management, including inventory management, inspection, slitting, and information technology system services. 11. Fair Oaks Farms. This is another black-owned business, but this time around, we are in the food industry. This business generates $342 million in revenues with an employee count of 257. It is headed by Michael Thompson, who acts as President and Chief Executive Officer. It is a food services company which produces fresh, ready-to-cook, and fully cooked beef, pork, and poultry products. Products offered by the company include sausages, cured meats, smoked meats, and canned meats. It was founded in 1985 in Pleasant Prairie, Wisconsin. Fair Oaks Farms distributes its products to a variety of national and international restaurant chains and food companies. 10. Hightower's Petroleum Co. This business is in the oil sector. And you know when there is oil involved, there is also much money involved. This company was founded by Stephen Hightower, and he is still the acting CEO. His business generates a whooping $435 million in revenues, alongside his team of 52 employees. It is a petroleum products distribution company, which he founded in 1982. Coming from a family of entrepreneurs, Hightower built the company from humble beginnings to a well-established business through persistence, drive, and determination. It is a family business providing services in bulk fuel delivery, HPC fleet cards, inventory management, emergency fuel, and supply chain management. 9. Urban One. This company has over 1,000 employees and generates $440 million in revenue. Its CEO is Alfred Liggins III. Based in Silver Spring, Maryland, this company is a publishing and broadcasting company primarily providing content aimed at the African American community. Self-titled as the leading voice speaking to Black America, Urban One has been the largest distributor of urban content in the United States since 1980. It is the largest Black-owned broadcasting company in the USA, with 53 radio stations, cable network TV called One, digital media company called iOne, and news provider, News One, all under its belt. 8. The Anderson DuBose Company. This business generates over $500 million in revenues. To be specific, it generates $703 million in revenues with just 543 employees, thanks to the good job of its leader and CEO Warren Anderson. Launched in 1991, the Anderson DuBose Company is a distribution company providing logistics services to McDonald's and Chipotle fast food restaurants in the states of Ohio, Pennsylvania, New York, and West Virginia in the United States. Their service roster includes transportation of groceries, Happy Meal toys, paper products, dairy products, frozen meat and fish, and other food products. 7. Thompson Hospitality. This company employs over 6,000 Americans and generates $760 million in revenue and is headed by CEO Warren Thompson. This company is a food and facilities management company providing hospitality services in the United States. It is the largest minority-owned food service and one of the largest retail food and facilities management companies in the United States. Thompson Hospitality Corporation was originally founded as a restaurant company in 1992 and has now branched out to offer all services of the hospitality industry. In 2010, the company was awarded the Black Enterprise Award of Company of the Year. In 2017, Washington Business Journal ranked it #1 minority-owned company. In 2019, they were again recognized by Washington Business Journal as the largest independent employer company. 6. Bridgman Foods. Apparently one of the biggest employers when it comes to Black-owned businesses. It employs over 20,000 Americans and generates $870 million in revenues. Its founder and CEO is Ryan Bridgman. Located in Oak Creek, Wisconsin, Bridgman Foods is a part of the fast food and quick service restaurants industry. Formerly known as Manna Incorporated, Bridgman Foods was founded in 1988 in Louisville, Kentucky. Currently, Bridgman Foods affiliates operate 139 Wendy's restaurants, 27 Golden Corral Buffet and Grill restaurants, 83 Fazoli's restaurants, 6 Mark's Feed Store restaurants, 7 Blaze Pizza restaurants, Napa River Grill, Jimmy John's, and the Lavra Bar. 5. Modular Assembly Innovations. This business generates about $1.4 billion in revenues with over 259 employees. It is headed by no other than the great Billy Vickers. Modular Assembly Innovations is one of the United States' largest Black-owned businesses. Based in Dublin, Ohio, Modular Assembly Innovations is the parent corporation of a group of certified minority-owned companies part of the machinery manufacturing industry. Modular Assembly Innovations companies include Great Lakes Assemblies, Gulf Shore Assemblies, Indiana Assemblies, and North American Assemblies. These are all award-winning, Tier 1 suppliers of automotive parts to customers in both the United States and abroad. 4. Coca-Cola Beverages Florida. Troy Taylor is chairman and CEO of Coca-Cola Beverages Florida, LLC, which was established as an independent, privately held Coca-Cola bottler on May 29, 2015. Coca-Cola Beverages. This company generates over $1.3 billion in revenue with its over 4,500 employees. It has over 18 million consumers across 47 counties of the state of Florida. This includes all the major metropolitan markets of Jacksonville, Miami, Orlando, and Tampa. Coca-Cola Beverages Florida LLC, or Coke Florida, as it's known for short, manufactures, sells, and distributes over 600 products of the giant Coca-Cola company, as well as many other partner companies. This company has received a number of awards, including the Minority Business Enterprise.
Charlie Lewis from Sunday here. I'm going to tell you how to have the best yard in the block. This
The Year Class 4 honor in 2020. 3. Bridgewater Interiors LLC. Ron Hall Jr. is the founder, president, and chief executive officer of Bridgewater Interiors LLC. Bridgewater is an automotive interiors manufacturing firm specializing in just-in-time assembly, sequencing, and delivery of seating systems. This company generates over $1.9 billion in revenues and employs over 2,000 Americans. The company does assembly for 15 car models belonging to 4 automotive manufacturers. Bridgewater Interiors has 4 facilities at its 2 locations, 3 in Michigan and 1 in Alabama. Bridgewater Interiors LLC has received a number of accolades throughout the years. In 2013, the U.S. Department of Commerce, through its Minority Business Development Agency, named Bridgewater Interiors its Manufacturer of the Year. General Motors, Honda, and Ford have all recognized Bridgewater Interiors for their quality and service. 2. Act One Group. This company generates a whopping $2.8 billion in revenues, having about 2,500 employees. Its president and its CEO is Janice Bryant Howard. Act One Group is a privately held corporation based in Torrance, California, founded in 1964. The Act One Group, stylized as Act One Group, is a global enterprise that provided employment, workforce management, and procurement solutions to a wide range of industries. Act One is the largest debt-free woman-owned, minority-owned workforce management company in the United States. Act One is a global leader in the human resources industry and currently operates in 19 countries around the world with 17,000 clients and over 2,600 employees worldwide. The CEO, Janice Bryant Howard, was awarded winner of the 2016 Peter Yesson Staffing Leadership Award for all her efforts. 1. Worldwide technology. We are finally here. Topping the list of the 20 biggest Black-owned companies in the United States is Worldwide Technology Solution. This company generates about $11.2 billion in annual revenue. It employs over 5,000 American citizens. Billionaire David Stewart is the founder and CEO of this great establishment. It was founded in 1990, and it provides supply chain technology to 45% of Fortune 500 companies. The company provides information technology and software solutions. Some of the world's most recognizable brands are Worldwide Technology's customers, namely Boeing, Cisco, AT&T, Microsoft, and the U.S. Air Force. That was it for the biggest and richest Black-owned businesses in the USA. Which one would you invest in? Let us know in the comments section below.
Now, all these companies, right? I'm just amazed. 20 top biggest companies in America, right? So when people get up here and talk about we have these problems and everything like that, but we also got success and Black people winning in Black America. How come never ever talks about that? How come we're the only one? This is the second time we showed this. Would you see this on Search for Guru or Pan-African Strikes Back or Phil Scott? No. All you hear is the problems in Black America. And so therefore, this is what I think Afro Think Tank was talking about. You know, these people have this idea that we have to show all the problems. That's who we are. You know, that's when you have the white mind. When you're white on the inside and Black on the outside, right? You think everything Black is negative, everything like that. We understand we have problems in Black America. But this right here shows you one guy is a billionaire. A lot of people don't even know who this guy is. You know, never heard of him. but you know who P. Diddy is. You know who Steve Harvey is. And so and then we call ourselves a so-called black media. We don't have any black media. We have real black media. People would know about these people that we just played in this video. That's what we're talking about. I just think Nala says, I just think we need to stream accountability. We have accountability. What's that? We got billionaires out there doing big things. We have a huge black middle class here. What are you talking about? People sit on social media all the time. Black people need to do this. Black people need to stop blaming our problems. You know, that's that whole let's not bother the white man. Let's not these guys are out there winning. Majority of black people out there winning. The people that talk about the white man living like that, you know, they're not relevant in Black America. But so if you knew Black America, you understand that. You know, I've been reading Black Enterprise magazine. Some of these people I've known about from the 90s when I see how big they got now. If you don't have a subscription to the Wall Street Journal, if you don't have a subscription to Black Enterprise magazine and everything, then shut up then. You don't know what's going on in Black America. You don't know your own community. You think your community, all these problems that you got to keep pointing out every 2 seconds. And that gives other people a moral high ground. How can somebody coming from a third world country think they're better than Black America? Every one of those CEOs and whatnot was African American, Black American. There was not one Nigerian that was mentioned on that thing. The number one woman business, woman business, right, was a Black woman, not an Indian American, not an Asian American, not an Arab American, a Black African American woman, not a Nigerian woman, a Black African American woman. You know, so this idea that we feel guilty about defending who we are and whatnot. You know, yes, we got success in Black America, and we're gonna take those wins. If you could blame us for all the problems, then we should celebrate all our victories. You know, that's a problem with a lot of people in the community. You know, and like I said, a lot of people really just get off freaking YouTube, get off freaking Facebook, get off because you're not helping the situation out. We got to study the communities and everything like that. Why don't we basically start talking about the stuff that's going right in Black America? Why the kids, the youth don't know all these people and everything like that? And we so-called call ourselves a new black media? That's a lie. The so-called new black media is worse than the friggin' the white supremacist ever was. The mainstream media, at least sometimes you will see articles like this on CNN or whatever like that, of a minority-owned business, black-owned business, and everything like that. You know, you never see anybody talk about these people like this in the so-called black media. It's always problems, always beef. It's always stupid celebrity junk and all this kind of friggin' nonsense that we got that we consume with. So miss me with that nonsense about, oh, we're just providing a balanced perspective and we want to shy away from the problems and everything like that, you know? And that's what other groups of people do. Other people, Telemundo don't talk about that they just make something. And then also the Mexicans, everything, they're not coming nowhere near. There was 4 steel companies. Name me one Mexican or Asian steel company in America. None. Only Black America has billionaires. Are the people of color. Name me one Asian billionaire in America. There are none. So this is what I'm talking about tonight, folks. You know, we're talking about building infrastructure for steel companies, you know, electrical company, transmission lines, stuff like this. And people say this idea Black America has nothing to offer Africa. That's a freaking lie. Mr. Hightower, I've been following Mr. Hightower for years. You know, I heard this story back in the 90s and whatnot. You know, Timothy Hightower of Akron, Ohio. And people don't realize this is one company had like 4 or 5 facilities. A lot of those industrial towns that white people abandoned and everything, Black people got government loans to rehab some of those factories and whatnot and put people to work. So we have people doing the work out there if you took time to look. But we don't have any real Black media out there. All we have is glorified pornographers, you know? You might as well get yourself a fucking OnlyFans and show your ass crack up there. All you guys are doing. That's why I'm doing these shows with Bomani, you know? Because I couldn't get anywhere with these other people.
There you go, brother. And let's get into the main aspect of it: Black infrastructure and nationhood.
Yeah, we just saw just now, right? Everything is about infrastructure, everything, logistics and everything. We've been involved in infrastructure for over 100 years, building. You know, nationhood and building Africa, building the future is the way to go. But you want to sit around waiting for a reparations check. But you got black people out there, billions, got companies grossing billions of dollars. If they can do it, you can do it. So I asked a question. I said, you want to sit here and wait for some fancy reparations check? Or are you going to get behind people that's building stuff and everything? If we do this thing right, with global pipeline and everything, those are the type of people that we want leading us. We do have black leaders out here doing something, but you basically would rather listen to Al Sharpton and all these other goofballs that call themselves black leaders. And we have these guys, CEOs of corporations. We don't want to do, a lot of us don't want to do anything. And we want to sit there and talk about the black people down out. You're no different. If you don't know or don't have any idea about the black success in Black America, you're no different than the Pookie or Ray Ray you complain about. The Pookie and Ray Ray don't know any better. But if you call yourself in the black media or not, and you don't have any scope of what Black America has accomplished and what's out there, you know, and you sit there and say, oh, other people are just so successful. I have not yet seen anybody show me 20 top Hispanic companies in America and see if they even on the radar with these people. There are none. I had this one company I worked for, Molina, it's a healthcare thing. That was founded by Hispanics in California, Long Beach, California. You know, and stuff like that. I give them credit for that. Molina's a good corporation, Hispanic founded, you know. But the bottom line is this: Black America is doing tremendous things. Don't believe that nonsense that black people have got these problems and we're just trying to run it. We're tired of working hard, doing what we got to do, paying our taxes, paying our bills, raising our family, and whatnot, and all we get to see is how other people keep talking down to us and whatnot. You know, like you go to their countries, you got African countries. Show me any African countries where you have companies like that run logistics and stuff like that on a global scale. There are none. Who's running stuff in Africa? The Chinese, the Indians, everybody else. But we're doing that here under duress as an oppressed minority group, and we're still producing billionaires. So miss me with all this nonsense and whatnot, you know. I stand by Black America. You stand by what you are, you know. I said I'm a product of Black America. This is what I am. We're not the problems that social media keeps talking about. We're way much more than that. And the people that hate us, like the sister said in an earlier video, they don't hate us because we're failing and everything like that, or the problems we have with gangs and everything. They don't hate us. They hate us because we're black. Those people that are billionaires and whatnot, they probably got the same racism. They face the same racism that the average black person face, but they still succeeded. That's who we are. Despite all the problems they throw at us and whatnot, we're still resilient and we still receive. That's who Black America is. So I'll fight anybody that try to defame or diminish who we are. And you look at it and you wonder why people are walking away from black consciousness and black pan-African and stuff like that, because that's what they think we are. We're just a bunch of losers and everything. And smart black people know that they can do whatever they want to do and build and get what they're achieving every day. We're about to have college graduation. You go to any country, there are going to be people, young people graduate from Tennessee State University, Norfolk State University. You wait till you see graduation time comes on. You're going to be seeing, here in my area, you're going to be seeing so many backyard parties of graduation, congratulations, everything like that. Young black females, males, and everything like that. A lot of them going off to college, a lot of them graduate, coming home and everything like that, you know. That's the Black America that I know. The Black America that somebody else knows, I don't know that. I know we got problems and, you know, we could try to solve them, but let's not put it like White people, who brought the guns in these schools? We don't make guns. Who's giving rap labels, rappers and everything a budget to go out there and kill each other and act stupid on the radio? It's not us. When we control, before Clear Channel Radio 1 took over, iHeart took over everything, we control what went on the airwaves in our community. White corporate America took over the radio station. They don't care about the social impact. Back in the days when we had Sugar Hill Records and Profile and everything like that, before they cut a record, they always said, when this goes out there, how is this going to affect the culture? How is this going to affect the community? When we had our own production companies and movies and everything like that, how is this going to affect the community? What's the redeeming quality? They cared about whether now you got white people financing our movies, our records and everything like that, and you wonder why shit is the way it is. But you don't want to blame the white man. No, let's not blame the white man. The white man's, any circumstances, you can't blame the white man. He's never at fault, you know? He could do no wrong. It's just us. We're hypocrites. You know, we're hypocrites by pointing out white people and what they do to try to undermine our culture and community. Am I telling too much for money?
So, yes, Color, what's happening? Yes, brother.
Put the stream up.
Always on fire. Are you ready for your incoming guests?
Yeah, go ahead, bring them on.
Well, it look like no one is posting, and there you go, a fresh post, family. Join the Color Genesis if you have anything you like to share with.
I want to hear these people. I want to hear these. We need reparations people. And I want to hear these. Oh, we need to pull up ourselves about bootstrap. Where I just showed you 20 top corporations. What are you gonna say?
Yeah, don't let IC3 coming on you, man, because he's always ready for you.
Oh yeah, he could bring him on tonight.
IC3, if you're listening, the Color's ready for you tonight.
Like goofy stuff like that. That's what I'm talking about. 20 top black corporations. That's what I want to see us bring to the African continent. You know. Every facet of nation building was in those 20 corporate companies, you know? Everything. There's nothing Black America can't do. I know people are hurt. Oh, I didn't know that, man. I'm going to go to sleep tonight, man. I can't get up tomorrow talking about how Black people ain't doing shit and whatnot, you know? We're on a different level than most of these people.
Yeah, serious, man.
You know? Tell me, Bomani. Did you see in the Indian when she said the top black female in the world won that business? That lady, you know, a black woman. She wasn't Indian. She wasn't freaking Chinese. You know, African American woman. You know, so all these people go, Indians are the most successful people in the world. Show me any Indian billionaires in America. They're employing thousands of people.
There you go.
None. People act like almost like a sin. It's almost like a sin if you talk about, because what it does is this: when you start talking like this, people are like, "Oh, we need reparations and whatnot." How did these guys become billionaires? Did they get reparations? You know, no. And that's why I said the losers in Black America. We got to do something about the losers. The losers want to talk about other losers. The winners like talking about other winners. I want to be part of the Black people that's winning in this world. That's what's going to bring the revolution. The winners, not the losers. The losers look at other losers. Who's more of a loser? You know? Losers talking about losers, you know? And we got to start. The thing we have to do is like in the laws of power, it says you have to distance yourself from the unlucky and the unhappy. There's some people that in Black America that's unlucky. And they constantly battling, fighting with other Black people who are unlucky and unhappy. And that's what you have with this ADOS FBA people whatnot, you know, they're unlucky and they're unhappy. You know, they're going back and forth with each other and everything like that. You know, unlucky and unhappy. The people who are optimistic, like myself, you know, I understand. I know who my people are. I've been studying my people my whole entire life. You know, Black America has a lot of honorable Black people, but like I said, we thought that we had. I thought mistakenly, right, that with social media, when I got on social media in 2006, 2007, right, I thought finally, man, we would see another side of Black America. We like this. We'll see all the success. I couldn't have been more wrong. All I see is people putting up deadly clowns and foolishness all the time on social media. And they call that fucking news. You know, all this foolishness, you know. Oh, Karen talked to this brother. She found out, like Rashid Raleigh, stupid over Young Turks. That's what seemed like a smart brother. He's a doctor, whatever like that. But why is he on Young Turks with this stupid stuff? You want to freaking make money that bad that you got to delve in gossip and foolishness and everything like that for a living, for clicks and revenue streams on YouTube? Nobody says, you know, what's going on in Black America? What's all this success? And all these corporations that we saw are making major moves. They got outreach in the community. They do things with because they give money for scholarships and everything. Are we talking about that? No. We still think the white man is going to hand us a reparations check, and that's going to be our salvation. And that's why the majority of Black people just sit back and like don't pay attention to any of this stuff. Majority of Black people are not on social media. You know, the majority of Black people don't post things on TikTok. You don't see any of it. They go out there living normal lives, doing normal things every day and everything. Yeah, we get up here and say, "Oh, we gotta fix the community." The thing you fix in your community is yourself. You fix your family and people that's around you. That's how you fix Black America. You fix yourself. You worry about yourself first. The first rule of nature of survival is self-preservation. Before you start talking about fixing Africa, before you start talking about fixing Detroit, you fix your household. You fix yourself first. You get your education, you get your skills up. You get that job, like Bomani always says, get that career. And then when you pull yourself up or not, you're able to pull somebody else up. So nobody wants to come on?
No one wants to come on.
Oh, that's a shame, folks. You know, that's a shame. I want somebody to debate me. You know, come if you believe reparations is going to happen in California. Come on this live, man. Tell me about it. Tell me what you're going to do with that reparations check. You know, about the Afro think tank and Brandon video or not. Tell me. Somebody said Brandon's right. Scroll down. You know. Scroll down the comments, you know, that now that I think Brandon's right. Right about what?
I'm gonna find it.
Right about what? So like most black people probably don't even have an opinion on it. So how is most black people? They're so tired of hearing that stuff like that. Most black people. Like you can speak for 50 million people. You interview 50 million people and ask them their opinion on anything? No. But that's how white people think. Most of y'all think like this. You know, they project that onto us and whatnot. Most of y'all think like this. Brandon is right here, man. Right about what? Zala, why don't you come on the show and explain how Brandon was right? We got to pick ourselves up by our bootstraps and everything like this. Everybody I know is picking themselves up. Who are you talking about? That's what happens when you're on these stupid, dusty ass YouTube channels all the time and everything like that. You're not in the real world. That's because now Zala is not in the real world. He's not in the professional world. He's not around black people doing things, building and stuff like that. You know. If I'd be
asking about, they're trying to find out about community. And I mean, these are the comments.
Oh yeah, you know, he was answering the one guy, what's my community, you know? You know? I don't follow FBA nonsense either, but I am pro Black America, you know? Because I don't see, he said, I don't give a bash about people. When you basically say stuff like, we need to pull ourselves over by a bootstrap and stuff like this, you know, You don't know your own. You don't know if you claim yourself Black American. You don't know Black America. Ain't nobody pulled themselves up by bootstrap. All those people, they got pulled up and more than that. They had an extra pair of boots to pull themselves up by. So this idea that we gotta pull ourselves up by bootstrap.
So this comment of Brandon is in reference to the video 100% about what Brandon part was versus the Afro think tank.
Okay, let's say it like this. Brandon called Afro think tank like most Black. He called them a hypocrite. I thought they were friends. Black people. So did Brandon poll all Black people how they felt about this? Most Black people are tired of people talking down to them. And we're talking about the Black world with that. Oh, Black people, everybody getting on the line. Like this one a Jamaican guy that lives in the UK, never been to America. Black America should do this. Black America, does he know the scope of what Black America? Like the only person over there knows is freaking Jughead. Jughead took the time to learn what's going on in Black America. And this motherfucker, dusty motherfucker, refugee in the UK, talk about, well, Black America needs to get his shit together. Because that's what's out there in social media. All Black America is dirt. We air all our dirty laundry out there. People think that's all we are. If you put your dirty laundry out all the time and everything like that, and people don't see you hide your nice wardrobe and whatnot, what do you think people are gonna think? People think you're nasty. And people put Black America's dirty laundry out there for clicks, likes, and views. If you talk about Black America, you got these dumbass, dirty people from the islands in Africa. Yeah, man, this ain't your thing. While they're freaking calling in from their freaking mud hut. Black America should do this. Black America should be father and one like this. And we show a video like this. Damn, I had no idea there was Black people in America that had it like that. People are taught to hate Black America. That's America. America teaches people how to hate us. America goes around the world, right, and spread hatred about it. Then people learn about us. It's like, oh, these people are fascinating. We had to go out and do our own PR, like Paul Robeson. He had to go out there, and the Russian people fell in love with Paul Robeson. Paul Robeson was so loved, man. He said he had the French and everybody, and he got prisoners released and POWs released from German Nazi camps and everything. Paul Robeson was a great man. And we had to step out in the world and tell the world, this is who we are. We're not what they portray us in the minstrel shows. Social media has become a minstrel show. And Black people in America had to fight for our image for hundreds of years in America. They started the minstrel shows in the early 1800s. Why? To defame the Black community. The Black community was hardworking, honest, and did the right thing and whatnot. Everybody went to church. Everybody did that thing and whatnot. They worked hard and everything. But the image of them in the media was we were just all sitting out there eating watermelon and doing all kinds of immoral stuff and whatnot, But they were describing themselves. They were projecting their immorality on us. Like James Baldwin once said, he said, when a white person calls a Black person a nigger, he goes, it's the nigger in them that they hate. It's a nigger in them. They're the ones that's immoral. You read the book, Harry Beecher Stowe's book, Uncle Tom Cabin, right? Why did the master, why did he hate Uncle Tom? Because he couldn't break his morality, his sense of justice, his sense of righteousness and everything, And he said, yeah, this guy, he goes, this slave, I'm an immoral man, drunk and everything like that. But I resented the slave because, I'm his master, but, I couldn't make him think. He tried to make Uncle Tom whip another slave, whatever like that. I couldn't make him evil like myself. So they resent Black people when we hold ourselves up and everything like that. And they project their wickedness up that they are onto us. And then, like I said, when Black people, like when somebody flips a script, like Elijah Muhammad said, the white man is a devil, right? That was a reaction to white people always demonizing Black people. So, like I said, me personally, I don't believe that, right? White man's a devil. But if somebody, Black people say, I think white people are devils and I hate them, I'm not gonna argue with you. You're justified in hating, Not saying it's right, but I'm saying you're justified in the way you feel. But you never hear these social media types and everything like that ever talk about the white man. You never talk about the race. They almost seem like the white racist stuff like that. White people throw this racist stuff out there, right? Knowing it's not true. And when the white people talk about racism and stuff like we talk about black people, remember something, you know? Is that for dumbass in there? Let him on. Bomani, is he in the chat? Is he in the
Yes,
studio?
sir. Yes, sir.
Let him on. Let's see what he has to say.
Yo, what's good, guys? Hey, can I use my American privilege without being interrupted?
You're not American, but go ahead.
I am an American. You're not
American.
Look, Carla, you have to respect it because here's the thing. You see, like Bomani next to you, right? I'm just like Bomani. He came from Jamaica.
What's the difference?
Look, here's the thing. Look, stop being a hypocrite, man. You see what I'm saying? Here's the thing. I'm listening in, you know, I cruised by, you see? So I just don't want you to be a coward and try to interrupt me whatsoever.
I'm not gonna interrupt you. Go ahead.
Look, here's the thing, man.
Floor is yours, Senator.
Look, here's the thing. I get it. There are some Africans that you duped. They might not be up to what you perceive to be up to standard, right? But most of us, right? We don't look up to you guys. You know, we see you blacks as losers because we've come here, we've seen, and we're doing things. So all this shit that you showing, you know, repeatedly, we Africans, we don't care about this stuff because when we come here, guess what? We're not coming here because of you. It's white companies that employ us until we find our way. Okay? So all these people you're showing, we really don't care about. Just admit it, you guys. All you want to do is integrate with the white people. That's not the right decision. So we know you are embarrassed. Things didn't go your way. You know, if you want to come back and join us, that's fine. But you're not going to be leading because you don't have what it takes to lead. Because you guys, we've all seen you in the world stage. You've shown your ass. You've lost. Just accept it.
Oh, can I respond to that?
Us, the village people, right? Us, the village people, we are back in the world stage. We are taking over.
Is that supposed to be fun?
No, we look, you need to accept and follow us. That's just
not gonna happen, bro.
No, look, here's the thing. Either you do it voluntarily or we make you. This is what I'm here to do.
The Afro dumbass, I know you got the...
Be respectful. Call is Afridamus.
Oh, Afridamus.
To you. Call me Mr. Damas.
Okay, all right. Because you're on the platform, I will call you... If I slip sometime, I didn't do it on purpose, right?
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, but try to stick with it. If the word is too long, just call me Mr. Damas.
No, I can't do that, man. I can't call you Mr. Anyway,
just call me Mr. Damas. The short form.
I'll be reading the thing. Afridamus. Afridamus.
Just call me Mr. Damas.
Afridamus. Okay, Afridamus. Afridamus. Okay. Now, you, right? I get where you're coming from, right? You know, I think you have us all wrong. You know, Black people in America, right? Black people in America, right? Like I said, there are no Asian billionaires in America. There's only African American billionaires and people of color. That's the truth. There's no Indian billionaires. There's no Indian companies that you saw on the thing. Only African Americans, and we've been doing that for a long time. The problem in Black America is the fact that what is wrong with Black America is always was showcased. Back in the 80s, we had magazines and stuff like that. We knew all the success in Black America and everything like that. Now, you say Black America didn't help out on the world stage. Do you know what group of people Nelson Mandela never admitted that helped bring down apartheid in South Africa? Black America. You know, we came to South Africa's aid. We brought the sanctions on South Africa in 1985, right? We overrode President Reagan's veto, 2/3 of both houses of Congress and whatnot. You know, it was black congressmen, black mayors and everything. We divested from all our black institutions and everything divested from South Africa. South Africa was a world reserve currency. So therefore, with the embargo on the rand and the sanctions and everything on oil and everything like that, then they started negotiating with Nelson Mandela for his release, you know, to stave off utter collapse. And Nelson Mandela will say when he came to America in 1990, who did he meet with? Well, he met with Black America. He said, well, thank you, because it was not for you guys, right? The rallying, you know, because I remember I was in college at the time, right? We were doing sit-ins, end apartheid and all stuff like this in South Africa, right? And we did that, you know, we did that. And we never asked for anything in return. So this idea that we're going and trying to rob from you, which you always put up there, you don't have, Africa does not have any real money for us to, the people go to Africa because they want to be part of their homeland. They want to contribute. We give more than we receive. Most people who go to Africa and invest in everything lose money, you know? There's no money in Africa and everything like that. I have a business here. I don't need to go to Africa to make money. There's nothing in Africa. I'm doing this because I feel this is a right thing to do as far as like Black America connecting on a different level, not just cultural, but from an infrastructure, science, technology, and everything like that, like Malcolm X and Kwame Nkrumah discussed and whatnot, that we could pull ourselves together. Right now, we got Black HBCUs that are investing in countries in West Africa, building branches. We have Black fraternities who open up branches throughout the South Africa, Liberia, Ghana, and all this stuff like that. So we've been integrated in building with Africa for the last almost 150 years. Okay, that's just a historical fact. And so, so when people get up here and talk about what we're not doing and stuff like that, you know, I'm like this: if you are smart, right? You are smart and you're intelligent, and you got the way. You got the way. I'll be more than happy to sit back and be like, you know something, Damas, I will basically listen to you and stuff like this. But when I listen to you guys talk and everything, I hear nothing about science. I hear nothing about technology. I hear nothing about anything that's going to move Africa forward, right? Who talks about that stuff like that on social media is Black people in America. Who writes all the books about Africa, the authors and everything like that? It's Black America. You know, so how can you dismiss all the people when they're the ones that basically are doing the work? The most of the Pan-Africanist world, they're right here in America and the Caribbean. You know, so I know you guys like try to separate the two, but Black America and the Caribbean are one and the same.
Yeah, okay. I get, look, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like, okay, fine. I'm not going to sit and say, no, Black Americans didn't play a role. Everything you said from the 90s and all that, you're correct. Okay? I give that to you. But I'm speaking about, you know, what Black America have become today. Because what you are saying in the past, absolutely, Black America have stood up for Black unity. They've fought for Black liberation, right? I'm not going to pretend like that did not happen. But now, we're looking at the present situation. Where's the mindset? Where are we going as a people? You see? Sure, you might think in Africa there isn't the money. Maybe you don't know how to find the money, but the money is there. There's a reason why you see these white corporations and other people that come to Africa. So, you know, maybe you need to shift your mind. Try to find out.
Will you listen to the last couple of shows like we did? I went over that with Judah, your disciples, Judah and Zondo.
I did not. This is
okay. Well, go back and listen to the last couple of shows we did. We'll show for like a week or two ago with Judah and everything. I broke that down to them, right? I said to Zondo, right? He says, and I've been studying this, bro, for as long as these guys, before these guys were even born, right? I've been studying Africa, logistics, and infrastructure and stuff like that since the early 90s, 30 years, you know? And I told him, I said, look, you know, back in 93, right? I live here in Virginia, one of the, like the 4th largest port in the world, okay? And in the 90s, right, I used to always go down to this port and whatnot and watch ships come in. I've seen names like Patel, Yang, undive and everything like that. And I said back then, 30 years ago, I said I would love to see African-owned ships, lines, not ships. I say I was satisfied with just containers, right? And 30 years later, I can go down there, right? The fourth largest port in North America, right? And I'll see nothing coming from the African continent, nothing. Okay, right. And so therefore, I'm saying like this. I said to him, I said, look, you have a huge coastline from Dakar all the way. Let's say that you go from Dakar to Lagos, Nigeria, right? Everything that comes in West Africa, right, comes through foreign ships. If African countries united, right, and created a United African Shipping Company with holdings, which each country could have private sector and government sector holdings in them, right? You could start first by not even purchasing vessels, but subleasing the vessels to what? To carry goods and trade goods down the coast to to all the cities on the coast, and also passenger, right? Right. And then after you get a certain level of trade, you could justify purchasing your own shipping line. Okay, and start shipping stuff yourself. They'll save you more money. You know where I got that model from? Japan. Japan started off in 1870, right? They said we don't have any ships and everything, so foreigners were supposed to take over Japan if they control their shipping. So what the Japanese trading companies did, right? It was they basically said, okay, to the Dutch and the French and everything, we'll let you handle our trade to cities around Japan. Stuff they control. All the cities around Japan, we need to be able to trade from Tokyo to Yokohama to all these other Osaka and all these places like this, right? Then once the shipping got to a certain level, right, it was coordinated and everything, developed, the ports were built and everything. Then what happened was Yorosako, the head of Mitsubishi, said was given 13 steamboats, brand new steamboats, of the Japanese government. And you know what he started doing? He started shipping goods for Sumitomo, Mashihida, and all this other around the Japanese thing. As Japan's shipping lines grew, other Japanese shipping companies started emerging, right? And then after a while, Japan not only were purchasing ships, they started building ships. You know, everything, don't put the cart before the horse. And then once they started building ships, right, you know what they did? They opened up the first lines to the Asian mainland. That was in Port Harcourt in Korea, and then Nagasaki in China. From Nagasaki to Shanghai. Okay, once that happened, that's when the Japanese started occupying the Asian mainland, right? But what I'm saying is, my point I'm trying to make is this, right? If Japan could do that 150 years ago, right? Africa should be like, look, why is it that we lose $120 billion a year in shipping and logistics costs because we have no shipping lines? Everything is dumped on our shores, everything. We have no control over the flow of goods out of Africa and to Africa. And so therefore we can't build a proper manufacturing base because we have no means of distributing anything, right? So I'm saying like that. So that's a thing I'm saying. Now, if you have
I agree with you.
If you have an African leader that comes up and says, you know something, this is what we're going to do, right? And then what gets me is you have a leader in Africa that has that sort of intelligence, Paul Kagame, right? He's building Rwanda. Right now, Paul Kagame is the most hated man in Africa for some reason. I have no idea why.
No, but Kala, I agree with you, right? What you are saying, I've read it myself. I understand this to be true. But here's the mistake you're making. You are assuming that everyone else knows this. So just because the person is a leader doesn't necessarily mean they really know this thing. And also when you talk about Paul Kagame and stuff like the envy, that seems to be the trait of the African, because you know what, people are living on abundance, you know, but still not realizing what they have. So when it's like crabs in a barrel type mentality. You see somebody excelling, they want to pull them down. But I totally agree with you with what you are saying, because the coastline even in West Africa is long. But the mistake you are making and the way you present it, you are assuming that people know this. You see what I'm saying? So when you present it that way, then you would start chastising people who know nothing about what you're talking about, and that creates the disconnect. So it has to be presented like a brand new information because it is. I get it. To you, you are thinking, damn, what the hell? This has been around since the 1870s. How the hell don't you know about this? Well, take a look at the environment. It means the people are operating in a completely different system for whatever reason. So if you present it, you would have to present it as a brand new information. Because here in the States, people are completely, it's like information is everywhere. So you can always say it's about finding the right information, but to say it's lack of information, no. In Africa, most of the countries, as far as I know, especially West Africa, even including your beloved Kwame Nkrumah, people you call pan-Africans, they go out of their way to dumb down the population. So the population in Africa have been suffering from that from a while ago. For whatever reason, it seems like, whether it's, people that you even say, okay, they're anti-Western, right? But there's a part of them, they dumb down the population. And I don't understand why that is in these countries. But there is enough resources for people to share. I get it. Like the way I come at informations and the conversations that I trigger. Like I'm not going against people. It's nothing personal, but you know, um, I'm open to people, bringing in ideas. You can disagree with me. I'm totally fine with that. Like it's nothing personal. Like people are open to doing that, right? But you have to also understand your audience. Who, for me, I was talking to even some Africans, right? And I'm African myself, and I realized, okay, what the information that I have that I'm operating on, I'm sure all of you have gone to Africa and you've seen things done in a certain way, right? And you're like, what the fuck? Like this could be done an easier way. So you ponder over, you're like, okay, why the hell? How come these people, they can get it? So if you look at things that way, that creates like the conflict. Maybe they've never been taught. You know what I'm saying? So also, if you try to judge, let's say someone like me that lived in the West most of my life and other Africans, according to the ones in Africa, obviously it's not gonna go as the same. Or I'm privy to different type of information and different type of education, so it's not gonna be the same. And even look, like I made a video asking are Black Americans Muzungus. People think I'm trolling, but it's the reason why I'm asking this. Even when I went to Gambia, even um, when people don't know that I'm originally from there, even when I had to convince people that I'm from there, literally, because because I understand the language. When people thought I was just American, like I was seen and called even a Muzungu, like Tuba, because over there they say Tuba, right? So I'm bringing this conversation. So instead of people engaging this, they just get mad at me as if I'm saying this is what this is. You
Let
see?
me, let me ask you a
Because
question. Let me ask you a question. Here's the thing, right? I don't think, well, like when we say we give credit, and I think this is where the disconnect is, right? Black people from America, right, are Africans that have a Western American outlook on life, and we should not be penalized for that. For example, people don't realize this, that there were Black communities in America. I'm not one of these. We were already here. Our ancestors came from slaves. My ancestors came from the Congo, Angola, in the 1600s. Okay, and there are Black communities along the eastern seaboard of America that are hundreds of years old. well-developed communities, brick and mortar houses and everything like that, outside the slave system. You know, there were free black communities. Like 10% of the black population by the 1800s was free. In the 1600s, it was like almost like 50% of the black population was free. But as they brought more people in, slavery became synonymous with being black. But the thing is, there were black communities in places like Nantucket, Massachusetts, Fort Lee, New Jersey, Weeksville, Brooklyn, upstate New York. There was nice little intact black communities. Saratoga Springs, New York. There was Camden, New Jersey. There were black communities that lived in these things. They were educated and everything like that. And so if you want to think about it, these people call themselves Africans. We had the African Methodist Episcopal Church, the African Missionary Baptist Church, right? And the term African to us meant person who was black African descent. Now, it may not, what it means to Africans is you speak an indigenous language, you have indigenous way of life. So therefore, when the Africans from America went back to Africa, they only tried to build a life that they knew that worked. They had 200 years. The black communities in America are just as old as the white communities. They was building communities right alongside the white communities and everything. But when America became a republic, right, black people lost all rights after the British colonies were dissolved and it became the United States. Black people did not have any citizenship. So the idea was to build communities like that. And also the idea of returning to Liberia and Sierra Leone was 200 years before it even happened. There were black people in America who felt isolated in America. They didn't like the cold weather and everything. They said, we need to return to our own continent and basically stop the slave trade and basically build Africa. That was way before Liberia was even conceived. You know, way before Liberia was conceived. Black people talk about rebuilding. So when Liberia, Freetown happened, right, that was like something like that, 200 years in the planning. So there was 200 years of living in the West. And by the time the 1800s, you're talking about the modern world. So they could not go back to living like their ancestors did. You know, it was not feasible. They're modern people. They believe in laws, taxes, and military and police and stuff like this. So that's where modern Africa was born, in Freetown and Monrovia and places like that. But it clashed with the local people who want to maintain their own way. Now, I studied West Africa, modern West African history, right? Most of West Africa, modern West Africa, was built by the French and the British and people who settled somewhat on the coast. And they had a class of people that were intermediaries called Creoles, and all these cultures and everything that spoke French and they got educated and everything. And so therefore, those are the people that eventually led Africa to its independence, you know? And so I find it funny how people we want the villagers to run the country, right? But if you look at people like Amilcar Cabral, Kwame Nkrumah, and Sekou Touré and all these other people.
We don't, though. We don't want the villagers to run.
See, I thought you said you want the villagers
no,
to run.
No, not the villagers. You know, here's the thing. I understand what you're saying, right? So black people might say, okay, Africa. But if you live in the modern world, I mean, the Africa that people speak of, like, is the ancient Africa. And there's a lot of people that, you know, they practice that. The villagers that you speak of, they are the majority. So if you're speaking of African nature, that's what they are practicing. So obviously we have to agree that doesn't work. But my disconnect with people is, okay, why can't we admit, like someone saying, okay, Western system works, right? Why can't you admit to that without somebody trying to say, oh, you're being a sellout for wanting something standard? You
know why? Because the same black people, right, will say black people created civilization. They created science and everything. The Imhotep was a black man, all stuff like this. But when you really look at Western civilization, all it is just science. I believe in it.
Right.
I believe in the concept of LARP, right? I made up an acronym called LARP. That's what's logical, achievable, reasonable, practical. You know, LARP. And I believe in science. I believe in logic. I believe in using science and everything like that to balance things out and everything like that. That's not a Western concept. That
Right.
Egypt, people say black people created ancient Egypt, right? That's debatable, whatever like that, whatever, But the thing is, though, if you look at Egypt, right, that was one of the most highly developed civilizations. They had counties, they had clerks, they had bookkeepers, they had all this stuff like this, that judges and everything like that, that made a civilization advance, and the Greeks and everybody else borrowed from them. So therefore, how can we basically say that we built civilization and they don't understand that technology was at the forefront of Egypt, science, rule of law, codes and laws and everything like that, justice system, habeas corpus and all stuff like this that was in ancient Egypt, right? We just omit that and say, look, we're just going to have tribal justice or jungle justice and all this stuff like that don't work out. That's a white man's world. No, it's not the white man's world.
But the truth is, right? Here's the thing. This tribal jungle justice you speak of, this seems to be more prevalent in Black Africa. Let's just be real, right? So that's why I always ask the question. And look, I'm not surprised even people get mad here. Like at one point, I was like in the Gambian spaces where I got thousands and thousands of followers, and these people, they reported me to Facebook. I got nuked, right? Because I was talking about Islam. So when people, especially this, Afridamos speak on Black America. No, I speak on the mindset of what I see. So people have to take into account, there's this obsession, especially with Gambian people, with religion, and it's the Islamic religion, right? To me, okay, you can believe in what you want to believe in, but I don't think these religions are productive. You see what I'm saying?
I believe in, like I said, the Protestant Reformation, 1060 AD, right? The Protestant Reformation brought down Martin Luther headed up his thesis. Basically, that ended the power of the Roman Catholic Church. And also, what we had in the West is what we call the separation of church and state. The church was one thing and the state was the other. Now, what I'm seeing in a lot of countries in Africa is they have not really settled in the idea of the state. Only when they want to enact power. Like, I got elected, so now I could do whatever I want to do. But no, if you were elected official, you still have, there's a constitution that guarantees people's rights. And if you violate that, you steal from the treasury and do stuff like this, then the people have every right to overthrow you,
But Carla, you've been following Africa, right?
Yeah.
This constitution you speak of, it means people take oath to defend it, right? Yeah. How many people speak of the instability, but let's be real. How many African countries have you followed, especially West Africa, where, yes, they have a constitution, the people vote on it, whatever. So the man in charge all of a sudden tries to switch it to fit his needs.
Right. But he gets the help. You guys said so. Let's be honest with ourselves. He gets the help of his tribal people, right?
Right.
And so, therefore, the person with the most tribal groups win. So that's not a real democracy.
I know.
Lee Kuan Yew said, look, as far as like democracy, he said democracy requires you to have the majority have an educated middle class, right? So in other words, basically, when you have a disagreement, right, you're still in the same realm of discussion, right? But you may go one way, okay, I'll take it another way. But when it's like winner take all, my tribe gets in, I got control of the police, I got control of everything, I got control of the central.
But Carla, have you ever taken into account, right? Okay, like me, I'm African from Gambia, and I understand this, what people call tribe. I think sometimes people make mistakes. I think we're different ethnicities because we can even tell
ethnicities.
Yes, we can. Yeah, we can tell ourselves apart even by phenotype, right? Like you look at a small country like Gambia, where I come from. Like for instance, someone who's a Mandinka, they, if they don't know my language, they don't even understand anything I speak, and we're from the same country. We have different, traditional clothing. Our foods are not even different, the same. Yeah, now more and more people are integrating. I think for African nations is like beginning to integrate, right? Black people in the West have evolved to a whole different level, right? And but in Africa, like what you call in tribe is like ethnicities. These people do not even understand each other's language. That's what people have to take into account. Like for instance, when you say, how come these people speak English or French? That's because, for instance, if like I'm Soninke, right? Somebody is Wolof or Mandinka. If I don't know the language, they could even be like, oh, let's kill this guy. I wouldn't even know it. It's not the same. Like the people try to put it in the West. If I see like a Wolof person, I'll be able to tell you by their phenotype. I can literally tell you. So I think in the West they reduce it to just say, tribe, instead of trying to treat it like these people are actually different ethnicities. They're the same color, but they're different ethnicities. But you can unite them on something. So the languages that people call colonial language, in fact, unite us more than anything. Because if you try to say, okay, fine, let's choose this one language to be this,
There's gonna be problems. So everyone say, well,
exactly, it's gonna be
why
problems.
is the problem? That's why I was against this idea of everybody saying let's all learn Swahili. That's stupid,
Right.
Swahili is East African language. It's not even indigenous to Africa. It's mostly made up of Arabic, Persian, and everything, and some Bantu language, everything. If you just blankly say we're going to use Swahili and everything, and then somebody going to say, well, why not my language, right? And then the people who are fluent in Swahili are going to have the advantage over everybody else. So that's a language is a real problem, isn't it? Now, I feel personally, like I said, unfortunately, because of the transatlantic slave trade, Africa didn't get a chance to develop like really urban areas. They had a lot of urban cities, right? But as far as like if you have places like Jenny and places like that had education, what the Japanese had was when they brought Chinese literature and learning and everything, they interpreted it into the Japanese language, right? And the Japanese had different dialects, but everybody spoke a same written language and it became one. What happened in West Africa was the fact that the literate people spoke Arabic, right? And then sometimes a mixture of Arabic with local language and everything. And the people who weren't literate, right, just spoke their local language. The people who dominated business and politics and everything like that was people who were literate in Arabic. And so there wasn't that transformation of let's say, let's make a local language. Like that's why I think the Mali Empire and all that broke up, because all these people were their own ethnicities and everything. So there was nothing holding together other than the trans-Saharan.
What I will do? If I were in charge, have you read about Stalin? Learning how Stalin, industrialized Russia. I know people are gonna say, okay, but this is what West Africa need to do, right? For me, I'm just telling people, they put me in charge. I'm building concentration camps. I'm putting niggas to work. Like you violate the rule, it's like we're having rice fields, orchards. There's no reason to have fertile land and resources, and then you import this stuff, right?
Yeah, that like what Mao did with the Great Leap Forward, even though there has never been any massive thing. You cannot have that. That's the part of the nation building process,
right?
Where everybody gets out there and required to work, join the military, do volunteer work, do farm work, do cleanup, involved that builds those sort of bonds and everything. And then what happens is when kids from different ethnicities start wearing the same school uniforms, playing together and everything, and they become part of this thing called a nation, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's not happened in Africa, because they gave
Right.
independence to people, right, that had no reason to be together, and that's why people the problems happen. But I don't think Africa is ready for that sort of thing, because we have this idea that we're going to have democracy and we're going to be like the West. They don't really understand what happened in the West. America had chattel slavery. You know, the West had all kinds of problems and everything, but they emerged out of it. Did they understand Franco-Prussian War, the people that died in that? Did they understand the Normandy and the Saxons invasion of the English Channel? They understand the Roman Empire. The Roman Empire more single-handedly brought Europe together, because cities like Vienna, Paris, and London and everything were Roman outposts. And so Latin was like a language that everybody sort of knew. And so out of that came French, Spanish, Portuguese, and Barcelona, Spain, and all different types of Italian dialects and everything. But the thing is, though, that has not happened in Africa, you know?
Right.
Happened in Africa.
They skipped the Industrial Revolution.
You have to have a urban Republican revolution. That means when in the French, people didn't really know they were French until the French Revolution. You know, people said we're French and everything, but it wasn't until the French Revolution and the overthrow of the Marie Antoinette, the guillotine. And people in urban areas started calling themselves French, and you had Calvins, Lombards, and Gauls, and all the people. I guess they're Frenchmen now, and people don't realize that before the French Revolution, where people say, "Well, what's the problem? These French monarchs are screwing us and everything like that." And they sold out to England, and so therefore they basically became under the banner of being French, you know, other than being their thing. And that can only happen in an urban environment where you have enough literate people who read newspapers and they socialize together and everything like that. Socialization, education, everything. Look at Maria Theresa, when she had a mass education in Vienna. You know, she built libraries like a mile high and required every citizen to go in there and read, just read anything, get books and everything. And then what happens is the average person who will be illiterate will walk around the streets, and next thing you know, they're having conversations about trade, industry, and everything. Why? They read that in a book. You know, so literacy was the big factor in creating modern Europe. You know, and people saw themselves not as just Venetian from Venice, not Vienna, but they saw themselves as Eurocentric. This is Europe. This is. They had maps. People knew where they were and stuff like this. And so therefore, that's why the politics that has not happened in Africa.
You mean like more like cosmopolitans?
More cosmopolitan, you know. So no,
right.
People did not.
But see, Carla, I know what you're saying, right? You're speaking bigger ideas, right? But I think, especially Pan-Africans and other Western blacks, they are in denial because they think if they accept the truth, right, that would mean black is inferior. That means they are putting every black person in Africa in the same category. Even though, especially West Africa, right, there's been colonization. I don't think it had huge impact. Think about a small country.
I don't think either. I agree with you.
Like small country like Gambia, right? Majority of those people cannot read the Western language. They are divided between English and the Arabic, you know what I'm saying? And religion, right? So I think people see the mediocre performance of when people say this is the African thing, and people refuse to accept it. So someone like me, when I come out who's from Africa, I point this out. People don't want to accept it. They just, oh man, you just a coon, blah blah blah. I have nothing against it. I'm living both lives. I'm able to compare.
Oh,
There's nothing wrong in accepting the truth.
Let me clear something up, brother. I'm not one of these pie in the sky Pan-Africans. I understand that there's challenges. I say Pan-African is something an ideal. Manifesting itself is another different thing. Like, we have a lot of black people who love Dr. Arikana. I'm a big critic of Dr. Arikana, you know. because she makes a blanket statement, all colonial and everything, but she doesn't hold any black people accountable for why we didn't progress, even though, and also let's be honest with ourselves, even with colonialism actually ended the slave trade, it brought modernized Africa and stuff like that. And when you say stuff like that, how dare you? Well, I'm just telling you the truth, right? The first, she's a product of British education, how bad could it be? She's a product. I think she went to Oxford or whatever like that. Mm-hmm. She's a product of that. She's a beneficiary of the colonial structure, So when you make colonial the enemy, right? So what were we for colonialism? We were tribal and everything like that. So how can we move forward? And how can we tell somebody education and everything is the best, right? When they basically say, oh, you're trying to be like white people. Like, look, the Japanese, Asians, and everything took what they want from the West, take what's good and discard what's useful. They took the sciences and everything and made it uniquely their own and said, this is the way forward, right? Lee Kuan Yew, study Lee Kuan Yew. He understood that, look, we have to do things our way. We can't have a Western-style democracy because that's not how I think. We have many different ethnicities in Singapore. So we have to make sure everybody has a chance, everybody can participate. And you do that through education, you do that through socialization, you do that through encouraging marriage and hard work. And you do that by having a harsh penal system. But when you do, like he's always said, you got one bowl, right? And you don't break it. You only get one chance. So therefore, people in Singapore understand that the only way they have to survive is through education. You provide it for, you got opportunity. The problem we see in the black race, right, is the fact that we don't have that. We have a lot of people, like I'm in Liberia, and I'm looking at all these young people, I'm saying, man, all they need is opportunity. I said, all they need is opportunity, but the opportunity is not coming because we as black people have not made the case that Africa is worth investing in. I said a couple weeks on the show, I said the data centers, right? Africa uses data, right? Everybody uses SendWave and everything. Or when you're in Africa, right? And you call for a help desk, you're calling for somebody in India. You mean tell me somebody can't build a call center on the continent, right? That's jobs, We haven't had that discussion, saying if you're going to basically sell here and you can bring your IT and your technology here, why aren't you building a call center? Why is everything outsourced to Dubai, Europe, and Asia and everything like that,
You know what I think?
What?
I think generally, especially, why these things don't happen because it seems like it's in these people's like African blood to stun on other Africans. To be able to stun on other people is to keep them poor on the class. Because where people are coming deliberately to, they're looking at the government as like a come up to come and become rich, right?
Yeah.
They don't really care about the people. So like you wouldn't hear me speak about infrastructure much and stuff like that because to me it's useless. Like you can have the infrastructure, like I would be considered among like third generation people, when Africa was free of colonization, right? Because I was born in the 80s. So, and I was privy to seeing, some colonial structures in various African countries because my father was a businessman and I was able to travel around, to see West Africa. And I've seen colonial structures. And like it blows my mind how like these people cannot capitalize on this. That all comes from maintenance and stuff. Like when I came to the United States, I saw buildings that are like 200 years old. They look brand new.
Uh-huh.
How do they look brand new? Through maintenance. You see what I'm saying? So
yeah, we got buildings right here. No, I think about it, interrupt you. In Norfolk, right? I always love this, right? There's buildings in downtown in Ghent area in Norfolk, right? And the buildings are still there. People rent there because Ghent is like a white area, right? That's where the rich white people live, right? They like that urban feel. Ghent is like a big section of Norfolk. I love it, It's mostly white urban types. I want that, the outdoor cafes, everything. But a couple of the buildings there looking like I'm watching a movie from Humphrey Bogart or something like in the 1920s. It's still there, preserved.
Right.
I said, man, I seen a building like that in an old movie, black and white movie, and the building is still there, well preserved. And like I said, you look at the building, right, built in like 1888. It's still going up there. It's like 15 stories or whatever like that, and it's well preserved because when you put a building up in Norfolk, we have a lot of old buildings, right? Buildings that were built in the 1800s, you know, and people still use them as office and everything. They'll do some maintenance, or they'll go in there and they'll redo the tiles, they'll redo the ceilings, and maybe put a new bathroom sink in, stuff like that. But you go in the building, right? It's like, damn, you look at this building, it's like built in forget 1811. God damn, you know, that building's been there for over 200 years. You know,
Right.
and it's still being used and everything. You know, so
And that's why I understand why, you know, like, you know, I've always asked this question, but I know the answer to it. Why I've seen these hoteps, the African hoteps, the American hoteps, the British hoteps, they talk about Egypt, the pyramids and stuff. And I've asked them, I say, how come you guys don't talk about West Africa, right? That's where we are from. Like, you know, if you
what is this? This is how it goes, right? They skip over West Africa and go right to Egypt, right? You know, and the bottom line is this: I always tell people, look, my DNA. You know, I've always known this. I've been studying West Africa for years. You know, I've studied. I think one of my novels I'm going to write is about Sundiata Keita. You know,
Sundiata, okay.
Keita. You know, but when I get the time, that's going to be my next novel. You know, and so in the Battle of Karina. Bottom line, I said
that's
like
in 1235.
Yeah. And so I've said like this. I'm like, I look at Mali, I look at the architecture and everything like that, love it. You know, I look at the trading route. You look at the trading route of Mali and everything like that. It's everything fascinating. I was always fascinated by West Africa, West African history and everything. And even down in the Congo. Most of my DNA comes from the Congo and Eastern Nigeria and the Congo, right? And I got some ancestry in Mali. And I got some ancestors in Togo. That's about it. But the bottom line is I've always studied West African history, right? And I always say, if white people appreciated West Africa, right, and made it in the movies and everything like that, black people would start doing it. The only reason why black people like Egypt is because white people like Egypt, right? So in other words, that's why it's about, you like Egypt, you must go love me. Just like black people call themselves Native Americans. Why? Because white people like Native Americans, white men always fascinated by Native American beauty. White women, even during slavery times, where I have a Native American husband, whatever like that. So basically, black people racially are jealous of that, and they're Native Americans because they want to get away from their African.
Right. But you know what's weird? You know, another thing that's weird, I don't know if you've noticed this too, right? Okay. Black people in America, Jamaica, all, you know, ancestry wise came from West and Central Africa, right?
That's it, period.
Okay, so if you notice, West and Central Africa are presented in Western media as backward and violent, right?
Yeah.
Even East Africa, they promote them above us West African. And I've seen a lot of blacks thinking they can go to East Africa and other places. But I get it's like they run away from where people are actually from. And this is
they go to South Africa and stuff like that.
Yeah.
My thing is this, right? In all my years, right? And then people say like this, not a question I ask you. I know about modern African history because my parents bought us a lot of books on Africa. I had an encyclopedia I read from when I was a kid from India.
Mm-hmm.
So I knew about Africa, modern Africa. I knew about everything that knows about Africa. So when the worst thing a white boy would call us back in the days was not nigga, it was calling you an African, right? And that used to anger me, right? They angered me, right? So what I did was I took that power from them by learning African history, you know? And when I started learning African history, I was like, wow, this is fascinating, you know? I was fascinated, right? So when they try to do that, it didn't bother me no more. But at the same time, right, the media at the time when I was in high school, right, that's when the famine in Ethiopia was going on, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, they were basically saying, oh, aren't you glad you're not in Africa? They're starving and stuff like that. And I was like, I always tell them, Africa has cities. Africa's modern and everything. I just show them pictures and everything. And they were like, yeah, because no movie, no media, no anything, not even in rap videos, right? Black music videos, did you ever see an African skyline? And I think what now is what the tension between Black America and Africa is that Africa right now has a little much to gloat about a little bit, because they basically are like, okay, you guys had it so good by this negative image of Africa, right? Now we're showing you modern cities and everything like that, and Africa looks like, even though there's a lot of problems, right? Black people in America are like, what the fuck, we can't hold that over the Africans' head no more. That this, as I said, look, man, I already told.
No, but Carla, do you think, right? To me, the way I look at it, right, is okay. Most Black people are looking at it. It's like they're in awe, like they are shocked, like okay, like they're in disbelief, like okay, all this time we've been told this lie. There's this actual place where we come from, and they got this modern stuff. Like most Black people,
the whole thing is here's the thing, right? And this is the problem in America, right? And I got to get off in a minute. Okay, this is a problem in America, right? The whole idea of white America, right? They don't know what to do with Black America, right?
Right.
The whole idea of Black America, keeping Black people under control, is making Black people in America feel like there's no other option. So, like I said, I tell even people like you, right? The white people are not afraid because they have to keep that out there that Africa is underdeveloped, hopeless, and everything, right?
But Carla, don't you think I know this about white people?
But sometimes I listen to your show, and the way you come at us, man, I'm like, dude, man, it's not us doing this, bro. It's the white man.
Trust me. I know. Trust me. There's a reason why I say things the way I say. I know the white man very, very well. Trust me. Like I have worked, in the U.S. government before for over 8 years. So trust me, I know white people very well.
They don't like the idea, right? Like when I was in Liberia this time, the first time I went, right, it was like, yeah, I didn't see a lot of them, right? This time I went, I seen a lot of them, right? And the bottom line is I was very uncomfortable, but white Americans there. I didn't really bother about the other whites in Europe and everything. But the white Americans, for some reason, I guess they kind of knew by the way I was acting at my driver that I was Black American or I was a Liberian that lived in America, whatever like that. And they would not make eye contact with me, right? When I was in Robert Sports Beach and whatnot, they were acting real nervous. Right? The first time in my life, where white people act like that. Usually in America, they got this bold, like this. They was acting real vulnerable like this. And almost like when I was at Robert Sports, right? I was watching you guys surf and everything. They almost get this idea, it's like, what is he doing here?
White people love Liberia. American white people. Here's the thing.
And so,
because the documentary. Have you ever seen this documentary about Firestone during the war? These white people, they continue to live there, like they were giving Charles all this money, right?
I'll tell you a backstory that on the farm in the 70s, all these white people, there was CIA, there were Peace Corps people, all these white businessmen came to Liberia in the 70s. And it was all right when the Europeans would come. When the white Americans came there, right, and my friends were telling me that they were on the Farmington River, on jet skis and all stuff like this, right? And they lived the life on farming and Firestone and everything through the war. And my whole thing is, like, white people, for the most part, right, they didn't build Liberia. They want Liberia for themselves. And they basically don't want Black people from America coming to Liberia. They want it as their own little personal thing. You know what I'm saying? But the Liberians don't really care about it. What they do care about Liberians, no offense to anybody else, is they don't really fawn over white people, There's like, I watched that. I watched the interaction like in the supermarkets when a white guy gets to the checkout line, the girl's like, yeah, sir, okay, your money. This ain't the other.
But I also heard you guys, someone brought that to my attention about Charles Taylor, if he's an American Liberian. Yes.
No, he's let me tell you what Charles Taylor is.
His mother
is
Gola. His mother is Gola, but Charles Taylor, his father is a It's a repart from America.
Yeah, actually he was America, but he was from Trinidad. His father was from Trinidad, lived in America, and came there in the military, U.S. military, whatever like that.
Are you sure? I think Charles, they're from South Carolina. Go watch his ICC. He talks about his lineage. He
does that.
They came from South Carolina.
I'm not absolutely sure.
And we checks out with the history. Most of the blacks that went to Liberia are from South Carolina.
So my book, Journey to the Promised Land, right, is about the exodus of 1878 from Charles, South Carolina to Liberia. It's a true story.
Right.
Hopefully it's going to be made into a movie. You got people talking about making this into a movie. But I don't got time.
Is it on Amazon?
Yeah, it's on Amazon. Yeah.
What is it called?
It's called Journey to the Promised Land.
Okay.
Journey to the Promised Land, Dwayne McCullough, that's my name. And on Amazon, you get that. It's only like $19 and whatnot. And what Charles Taylor, I met Charles Taylor's son when I was there 2 years ago. I got pictures on my website with me and him. Charlie looks like a spitting image of him. And where I was staying at was right in back of his mother's house. And then all of a sudden, some of the guys over there, it's like, yo, Collar, man, we got somebody that wants to meet you. And he brought Charles Taylor's son, man. I was like, what's going on, man? My little man rubbing his head and whatnot, looks just like Charles Taylor. He's like
so when you go over there, right? Because I know like a lot of this stuff is from old colonial USA. So when you look at it, like, because all the counties is the same kind of, like, do you like fit right in?
Let me be honest with you, bro. When I go to Liberia, right, I feel right at home. I feel more at home in Liberia than I do in America. Because you go to Liberia, right, it's like having Harlem, Detroit, South Carolina, and the Congo all in one place. No, really. It feels like when you go to downtown Monrovia and everything like that, you feel like you're on Delancey Street in Harlem, right? Delancey Street in the Bronx, and you feel like you're on Jamaica Avenue. There's all the shopping vendors and everything. Everybody's modernized their shopping and everything like that, Then you go to the rural areas and everything like that. You got traditional stuff like this, all blended. Everybody gets along. Everybody like this. They know why you're there. They know you're African American. They know why you're there. Nobody makes a big deal about it. They say, welcome home, And like I think that's easy for me because I know when I go to countries, like when I get ready to go to countries like Ghana and the Gambia, it's going to be a different situation.
Right. You're right. Like in Gambia, the people they are friendly whatsoever, but the black consciousness is not there.
Yeah, Liberia do got to see. That's the thing. The advantage is Liberia do have a black consciousness, because of the history. Even the local people, the indigenous people now think because they listen to the music. I mean, you go to Liberia and you got freaking a country music station. You listen to Kenny Rogers. They're so everything American, Black America. Marcus Garvey's talked about Malcolm X and everything like that. It's like, dang, man. And
but it's weird.
They have a real black conscience in Africa. I feel weird because I'm like this. You don't really need all that. All you do is build the country up. But they have this pan-African mindset. Not really. They're tribalists too and everything. But their tribalism this is how it works in Liberia, right? I have this Liberian brother that I'm cool with, right? He's a pan-Africanist, Garveyite, right? But he hates Paul Kagame.
Why?
He hates Paul Kagame. And he's like,
is it because of the Congo thing?
No, because I tried to explain to him, right? Look, man, you listen to this stuff. Yeah, man, but he's a puppet. No, bro. Just because somebody's doing well, man, every time somebody's doing well, right? I say, you got one way, revolution and whatnot. Paul Kagame's doing the other way. No, man, he's a puppet in the West.
No, he's not.
In the bottom, and I'm saying to myself, dude, man, and I try to, and I have all these Congo brothers, right? They say, Carlo, aren't you from the Congo? Yeah. I said, but we got to freaking wipe out the Tutsis. I got people inboxing me all the time, man. We got to wipe the Tutsis out, man. They're a disease. I said, dude, I'm a Pan-African. That's where the Pan-Africans come in. Look, don't talk to me about freaking ethnocide and genocide and stuff like that with another black people, And you can't, right. I can't teach them nothing because all these people, basically, they're not mad at the French. They're not mad at the Belgium. They're not mad at anybody else. All they want to do is see Paul Kagame and Rwanda overrun and destroyed. I have no idea.
You see, East Africa though. I've seen, from being from West Africa, like the tribalism over there to wipe out another tribe is strong. Because us in West Africa, like for instance, like the way I was like, I don't care what tribe you are. Like we don't compare ourselves to anybody. I just know, okay, you are this tribe and I'm this tribe. You know.
Hey,
Like,
let me say something, Afrodamus. Check us out. Now, if everybody was winning, we wouldn't have the
right,
problem. The
right.
problem is, right? The problem is, like in Fulani, I'm not laughing. I'm not laughing.
Oh boy, you don't want to bring up the
Check this out.
Fulanis.
A Fulani man, right, was murdered in Monrovia 2 weeks ago.
Oh damn.
You know why he was murdered? Because he was a successful businessman.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they murdered him when he got
Wow.
murdered. Okay. And the bottom line, everybody keeps talking. He'll tell you, Bomani will tell you, everybody's talking about the Fulanis in Liberia, right? They talk about the Fulani. Why? The Fulanis are moving into modern business. They said, how the hell they're doing it? Why? Because you guys rejected them. You say they're Muslim, they're not Liberians and everything. So they stick it to themselves, right? If they start messing with the average Liberian, they wouldn't be that successful. So they're pulling their money together, pulling their nickels and dimes together, and they dominate a large segment of the thing, even though Liberians are out there too. But the fact that a Fula man is actually friggin' succeeding in what they think is theirs, you know, is they. I said, well, how do we don't have
They are
that?
actually succeeding across West Africa. Let's just
Yeah,
be
yeah, I
honest.
didn't believe it, man. But like I said, but the bottom when I was there, you know, so I don't see tribe, ethnicity, right? And then when I'm looking back at, oh yeah, the guy I bought my stuff from, you know, he was a Fula guy, you know,
Right.
a Fula guy and everything like that. So this, that guy was a Fula guy, you know. And I'm saying all like that, and I'm saying to myself, damn, man, you okay? They have a point. I don't know what the Fula. Now some people saying the Fulas are backed by Hezbollah and they're backed by
Nah, you know, like the truth is, I think this ego thing is in West Africans. They don't want to accept like this because these people used to be majority. They are like nomadic tribe,
right?
And I think Negroes just don't want to accept that. Okay, how did these people come from being nomadic? Because they used to think they are uncivilized, to them dominating. You know.
You know about the Diula, right?
Yeah.
The Diula means the trader, right?
Yeah, the Jula. They're in Ivory Coast, and they're the same as the Mandinka.
Burkina Faso,
Yeah.
And all that place like that in the northern regions, when the Diula controlled trade in West Africa for 100,000 years, you know.
Yeah, they're called the Mandinkas in Gambia. It's the same people.
Right, and so the Diula, people think they're a tribe. They're actually like a trade association. In fact, my name comes from the Nyama Kala. Kala means life force, or tribe, or group. You know,
Right.
And the Diula had these clans, right, led by the man called the Diula Mansa, right? And these guys, and I said this years ago. I said if we black people had reinvented the modern day Diula as far as like business and doing trade, like the Japanese modernized them with the Zaibatsus and the Karetsus, modern day Japanese trading clans, you know. I said,
But
so now,
Tala, are you gonna? You know they were major slave traders too, right?
yeah, look, the bottom line is they were slave traders, but look what they traded. They traded salt from the north, right?
And gold,
cattle, and it's like this, you know. And the slaves came from the south to the north, and then eventually, when the Europeans showed up, they went to the coast. You know, they slave went to the coast and everything like that, you know. But that I don't think they was part of the destruction of Africa. Happened with the wars in the in the forest region. The slavery among the Diula and stuff like that was very minuscule. You know, the slavery that happened in the forest on the coast where Europeans had the upper hand and stuff like that, supplying guns, was that, I don't believe I don't have any evidence that the Fulas were behind that. You know,
no. I don't. They are accused. The fullest. They are not forest people. You're right. The forest, when they supply those weapons in the forest,
that's where
that's where the destruction came.
The numbers came.
Yeah, the Fullers they are Sahelian. That was in them.
I don't condone the slave trade, but it was on a smaller scale than what happened on the coast. You know, where most African Americans come from. You know, coastal Africa. Most African Americans have no DNA, no connection to to the interior like that, Mali and everything like Mali. I have like 10% Mali blood. I don't know how that happened, but I got 10%. But the bottom line is,
well, in the 1790s, though, there was a war in Mali, led by a man named what's his name? Not Sumanguru. He was a Bambara king, and
I can't think off the top
in
of my
the
head.
1790s, and that did lead to lots of like slaves that were shipped.
That maybe I got some of that blood in me. That's where my blood come from,
From Mali, like in the interior, from Bambara land.
Hey, well, I'm gonna switch lines, folks. Bomani, I'm gonna come back on in a minute. I guess you want me to address IC3 and everything. All right, Afrikstan. Nice talking. If you're still on, I'll be back in like 15 minutes.
Oh, okay.
I'll be back in like 15 minutes.
Here's a question, Afridamus. How you doing, Bonami, as well?
Go ahead, IC3. Welcome to the call. Go ahead and make your presentation.
Yeah. So it's on my mind listening to you. Listen to you all. Do you think it's possible to resist? You say you're talking about the trading people, the trading clans. So can traders resist the power of white supremacy? But can a trader not trading? Because usually if you're trading, you're supposed to be detached from what you're trading, and I suppose that has been the history where they're just trading human beings. But as you were talking about on the West Coast, it was obviously racism. You see, so I'm trying to think, how does race?
But see, even in ancient times, right? Even in ancient times, yes, slavery stood out, but you have to remember that's not what the majority of the traders were engaged in. So even today, you look at a lot of the trade. Okay, for instance, the reason why you would see West Africa is not on par into the Western market. It's not like you could say white people, but the general thing is Africans on that coast, especially in West Africa, despite what people want to believe, they do not really trust white people like that.
Yeah.
They don't trust. Yeah, that's why the trade doesn't work well. They do not trust white people. They don't understand white people. So a lot of some of this infiltration you see, that's just from few educated Africans. But I'm talking the general. There is many places in West Africa, even today, white is not safe to go there if you're white, because something bad is gonna happen to you.
Okay, right.
Yeah. So don't believe the hype on the news. The white people know where to go and where not to go.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So it's not like they're trying to show you. So the reason why most things are even behind, they try to tell you, oh, the Africans trade with each other just fine. They do this just fine. But joining the international market is because they do not trust white people at all. Yeah. So that's why they reject like. So people are like, how come the Africans, they're not educated? Because they reject white education. That's what Boko Haram and other things are about. They don't believe in Western. They don't want the Western education and stuff like that. There are a lot of people, if you go, especially places like Nigeria, Niger, like a lot of these places where you hear the violence, they do not trust the Western thing. I don't know why they don't present it on the news like that. I think they are misleading people. But these people, they are rejecting like Western ideology.
And values.
That's what it's about.
So so with these people not trusting the European, how is it that the the white people are able to retard the intertrade on a
No,
large
they're
between
not.
African
They're
nations.
not. But they are not. Okay, for instance, right? If these people are suspicious of white people, even though you are African, but you are comfortable dealing with Africans or with white people, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they're not gonna trust you either. They're gonna think you are a spy. For instance, like Ghana, right? Like Burkina Faso doesn't trust the US and France and all that.
Yeah.
So Ghana trusts them. Ghana have the US military there training, and they're talking about, like, Burkina already got suspicion that the US wants to invade them, right?
Right. So
So
that's why
is
Ghana's
also,
currency
yeah,
so
so is
high.
Burkina Faso going to trust Ghana? Like, it doesn't mean they have anything against Ghanaian citizens, but what their government is doing, like, they can't really trust that. You see what I'm saying? So
So
in
what is the
Africa,
relationship of the government then versus the people? Because I was talking with some another Nigerian brother who runs a stream, Sniper, and he was basically saying that similar to what you're saying, that there's lots of business going on between African tribes and states and so on, and clans, but the government is a Western imposition. So he sees the government as a separate entity from the people.
right? No, that's true. That's
And
true.
separate from the kings and the tribal leaders who
Yeah,
may be
like,
opposed to the government.
yeah,
Does that make
like a
sense?
lot of trade, right? For instance, okay, I'm from Gambia, right? But I, even from here in the States, I make trade happen. You know, I operate underground in Gambia, Senegal, right? Because I'm a local, I know how to contact and make that happen. So when people talk about, like, the GDP that is measured, you have to remember the Africans, once again, do not trust telling the information. So you cannot gauge what they really have. You know?
Right.
Yeah, you can't really gauge it. So
Right. So
these traits are happening between groups of people. But you know, like, if you're not part of it, you cannot measure it. And even if you're there,
exactly.
you know, if you're there, if you discover, you will be someone who also would not want to give out that information. You
Right.
see what I'm saying? So it's about them trusting you, you know, bringing you in. Like somebody mentioned in Dankore, like Dankore didn't just become rich. His grandfather in the 1940s, he was the richest man in West Africa. This was when white people, you know, colonized the whole place. So they could not, it's not like they were stopping other Africans. They were rich Africans because Africans traded with each other, just like they're doing today. But you have to be part of that economy. You can literally operate in that economy and not be part of the Western economy and bring that
Okay. So what's
money.
this then? Explain to me this then. So this economy or this ecosystem of trade um, amongst various African rulers, tribes and clans and so on, that may be invisible or unregistered with the European economic system. So, but what is the value and power of that unregistered ecosystem? Because it appears to me, from what I'm hearing, that the ecosystem that is recognized by the United Nations and America, that ecosystem can dominate.
Well, you see, good.
It can dominate.
I'm glad you brought that up, right? Okay, that's the thing. Again, it's like in the West, like you and I understand like the international domination, right?
Yeah.
But like most Africans don't really care about what the Western world thinks. I'm just telling you, you might look like you deal with few, but majority really do not care, which, their action proves it, how they operate. Yes, they might want material things from Western people, but the standard that Western white people put in place, they don't care about it. Like even if you see most Africans dealing with, you even see with white people, older white people, it's all about money, material stuff they can get. They don't care about being like white people or copying white people or doing things like white people do. Like they believe in their own thing. They don't care if you think they are of standard or not. You see? So,
but how about the banking? You see,
yeah, well, there's banks, there's African banks, tons of them. It's not, again, there's the capitalist modern economy and you have the local economy. But yeah, there's banks and everything. African banks, African owned banks. So it's all up to you. Like if you can operate, like for me, as someone who's more privy to the international market, sure, I would, because I want what is guaranteed and legit. So I operate in a system that is internationally known. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So the Africans who I was talking to, Kenya and Nigeria, in these other forums, they're saying that because the West doesn't recognize those African ecosystems that you're discussing, they are unable to do huge purchases for African development. So, like, if you want to buy huge machinery and ships and big stuff, not just food, food going all over the place and tools. I'm talking like if you want to buy ships.
No, that's not true.
I heard that because they can't use SWIFT.
No, that's not true.
Retards African development because
that's a lie. That's a big lie. Like SWIFT, the SWIFT transfer, like it's like I wire money to Africa. If you don't, if you don't have SWIFT,
millions, big money.
No,
big money.
no, governments can do that, but I think what they are trying to explain, they didn't say like, okay, there is certain technologies and machinery. They are correct that like so these Western countries, they have restriction to bring it to African countries. They're not allowed to, right? It's like African countries are banned.
Why is that?
Why do you think? Whatever the reason is, right? But so this is why when people say, why is Africans dealing with China? So China is fulfilling that space. So even though, yeah, I get it, people might be like, look at these African countries, they have all these resources. Why aren't they moving? But if you look at it, black people in the West who are amongst white undermined, think about the home of the black people themselves, where you have majority of the blacks, right?
It's the same thing going on.
So not allowing those machinery and certain stuff, I mean, obviously, okay, you are undermining the progress, right?
Yes.
But now African countries have found the alternative. So
What's that?
which is like they are dealing with somebody else that can bring the machinery
Oh,
to
right. The
them.
Chinese are the alternative then.
If they can get it from the Chinese, like, see, people think the Africans are just looking to worship somebody because of skin color. Africans do not care about that. They are looking for who can bring the things they need. They are willing to pay for it. It's not charity like people try to believe. They pay, the African countries pay for this stuff. It's not
Right.
free. Like the Chinese will not come, they will not come to Africa if there's no money. Like,
Yeah.
they will not.
But there is no money. Basically, it's not money. They're coming for the resources. They say, look, we'll build this, and then you give us access to this land or these resources. African money.
No.
Not
See, you have to remember, right? Even the Europeans, for example, I'll give you example, like let's say in Gambia, the island Banjul, they leased it to the Europeans, right?
right.
So what people call colonization, no, they leased the land, and they leased it for 99 years. Hey, those chiefs knew, yeah, at some point that 99 years is gonna come, and it came, right?
Yeah.
And they didn't renew it. The British had to leave. You see, the British had to leave. So, but in this day and age, I don't know about other countries, but I can speak of like place like Gambia. Chinese are not coming there owning lands. That I can tell you.
Right.
That's not even, they don't even allow that. Like, you can't even open the businesses like that. You have to partner with an actual Gambian. That's the
But
law.
this model was already tried. That's how they took out the whole of West Africa. And
They never did, though. They've never. That's the thing. They've never. That's what I'm saying. Like there's no proof that any of, just like they've never taken it. They've never owned the lands. Like, man, hey, West Africans to take their land is difficult. It's very difficult. Think about it. They kick the Europeans out. Look at the French. The French are struggling, man. Like, they want to pretend like they own these lands. I mean, like, there's something about West Africans, man. It's just, you're not gonna own their land. That's just what it is. Like, it's different white groups that have tried. Look at it. White people were able to own countries in like South Africa and East. Even Kenya white people used to live there. Name any West African country. Like, there's some white people that lived in the coast, but they've never occupied to own an actual country in West Africa. It's never happened. Like, you can read from top to bottom. No, the Gold Coast was never, that's Ghana. White people have never owned Ghana. It's never happened. They traded with the people there, but they've never owned Ghana. White people have never owned a country in West Africa, West and Central Africa. Like, West and Central Africa, I mean, like, Congo is central. They've lived there, like King Leopold, like, he colonized the place for a bit, but they've never owned they've never owned countries in these places.
So what is so are you saying there can be successful colonization without ownership?
No.
It's
Well, they've
controlling
already
the people.
tried. No, they've never. That's what I'm trying to tell you. West Africa, because if you look at it, like, even today, proof, like in South Africa, they have white problem. West Africa do not. This is why even in Western media, how West Africa is presented. Yes, there were white people, but You look at places like Guinea Conakry, Sekou Touré. The French gave him the ultimatum. They're like, hey, you know, you can let us stay here, like in the shadows, or we leave. And he's like, hey, yeah, you gotta leave. They're like, we're taking everything. When the French, they did terrible. Like they poured concrete in the sewer. They did some foul stuff there.
Right.
But the
All right. So
Africans, yeah,
right.
yeah, the
Right.
Africans, still stood up against it. So yeah, that's just the reality. Yeah, sure, like they might talk about some official stuff and try to blow it out of proportion, but really, what is the reality? That's what you gotta go by. Like, what are we seeing? What is the truth? I mean, you're able to look at Southern Africa and other parts, just compared to West Africa, to what you're seeing. I'm not saying it's organized, but I've always wondered why it is the way it is. How come, it's difficult for outsiders to control the West?
The west of Africa, you mean?
Right, West, Central.
But I'm hearing they're controlling Congo by taking the diamonds and the coltan and all this kind of thing,
No,
and the
they're not
Congolese can't do
controlling it.
anything. Yeah, but
No,
they're going in there taking what they want.
nah. You mean there is Congolese who are in charge of this? There is people, Congolese, who are getting rich off of this. This is the fact. It is not like, yeah, it's easy to point at the white people, but the white people are not coming themselves. They facilitate it, but there's Congolese getting rich off of this. They are the ones making it happen.
Or allowing it to happen, right? Oh, okay.
Well, they're the main, they're the face. So there's people eating off of that plate because
So those people, so those Africans that are getting rich from the rape of Congo and the abuse of the Congolese people. And I heard some stuff from Rwanda as well. They've been driven there. Are you saying it's because they just choose, or is it possible that they're being held hostage
no,
in some way?
no, because it's not like those people are dumb. They are majority are educated in the West.
Educated in the West. So if they're
It's
educated in the
greed.
West, the
But
condition
what
in
I
the
mean,
West.
but my point is, they know the condition and they're just taking advantage to be rich, to get rich. That's all.
And they don't have any values for their own
Hey,
cultural values and people. They
hey,
just their values is just money and try and put some money in the Swiss bank account, and
hey,
they
it
don't care
looks
about
like
their people.
it looks like they are more loyal to that green.
Right. To that green, and that green is basically the IMF
Right,
accepted currencies and
right,
banking system.
right.
Right. And they're loyal to that. Are they loyal to that because they really believe in that, or are they loyal to that because they're being held hostage?
Nobody's
Based.
holding them hostage. This is what they want to do. I mean, they like
I don't know. I find it a bit difficult.
they like
Sometimes.
they hey they, I mean, why is it hard to agree to
All right.
to
I'll
agree
explain
that
why. I explain
these
why.
people, like they
I'll explain
like
why. Watch
nobody's
this. Watch
holding
this.
a gun to their head. This
All
is
right.
what
Let's
they
say
want
I
to
put.
do.
Hold it. Let's say I put Afridamus is in charge of a large region of Gambia or Congo, large region of Africa, and the people are healthy, trade is going well, there's no war, you know, people are happy, and you're in charge of this healthy and prosperous nation or tribe. And the people know you, they recognize you. And then some white people are seen coming to talk to you. And then they see, the people see you doing business with these white people. Okay. And the trade increases, more money, more things start coming into the region, and there appears to be prosperity. More children are born, more food's been eaten, and so on. Then these white people speak to you directly and say, look, we want this, this, and this, or else your region will become unstable, and all those people that respect your leadership will blame you for the disorder. Yes. And then they will topple you. They'll topple your government. And then, there'll be regime change. So you either go along with our plans, or there'll be disruption in your economy, which you will be blamed for. So if you want to stay in your position and eating well and everything's nice and stable,
you go with the program.
You go with the program.
Absolutely, so, yeah. But I see too that it has to come to a point where I let this other person in. I don't know who this is. Spiritualist. Welcome to the call. Introduce yourself. Kala is not sure if Kala will be back on, but let me know if you have a question for any of us.
Bomani, this is Jude, man. How you doing, brother?
What's up, Jude?
Yeah, I don't have time for foolishness from this person. This person is not allowed to talk on this thing here. Continue. Okay. Go ahead, ICTV. Continue.
And, yeah. So this is a scenario I'm trying to put across to Afridamas, that you are in a leadership position. The people are happy. The food is flowing. Health is going, and there's growth. And that growth, the people will say it's you. They only see you doing business with white people, but everything, all the prosperity, they're going to put on you because you're the one in charge. So when these white people start saying they're going to telling you, not talking to the people, telling you that there's going to be instability if you don't go with our program, then the people are going to blame you and then kick you out, maybe even kill you. And then the white people say, well, that's what we call regime change.
Right. I get what you're saying.
What are you going to do?
Look, here's the thing. Like, a lot of the nations that you see, like, especially like West African countries, like I'll give Kwame Nkrumah, for example. The reason, the CIA toppled him, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay. So Kwame Nkrumah, and there are other leaders, even latest as even like Yahya Jammeh in Gambia, people said he didn't even lose the election. They don't believe. It's like a conspiracy. They want to get rid of him, you see? So because he turned his back on, Western money. But to me, I don't understand what the game is. Okay, like the West supposedly hate him whatsoever, but he was able to buy mansions in the United States, and he was able to come in and out. How does that even make sense?
Well, that's part of what you call it, the bribe, isn't it? They're saying, look, before they hit you with the deal, I'm going to put you in a position. You are Afridamus is president, and you have free movement. Your people are doing well. The Afridama state is doing well. It's doing lots of international business. The people are healthy. You've built some more schools. You've built hospitals. Afridamus is a good president. And he's doing international business. He's traveling around. They can see he has property in different parts of the world. And it's all doing good for his people. So, you're international. And you're looking after your people. Now, it's at that point that then the strike comes. It doesn't come
Nah, I would. Here's the thing. What you're saying, if that's the scenario, okay, I would have to go all in. I'm not gonna get into, properties internationally, right? But I would find international friends different from. I wouldn't trade with like the Europeans mainly. I would still trade with them, right?
No, but you're already in trade. You're already in trade. That's the situation.
No, like I would build up like a strong military and police.
Oh my God. So watch this now. Okay, I'm going to play the white man. So watch this. I'm going to do lots of business with you, Afridamus. You're a good president, a good leader. I can see your people are doing well, and we can do lots of business. I want some of your products. I want some of your resources, and I'm paying good money. And and you're welcome to come and stay. Come to our meetings.
Like you said, good money. What do you mean? You mean?
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm
trading. They come in to stay.
No, I'm trading with you, Afridamus.
Okay.
Yeah, and you like the trade agreements. You're happy with them, right? The money's flowing in. There's no problems. Okay, and you're coming sometimes to stay over my place in America and my place in London. We've even opened up another bank account for you with my Swiss bank account.
But see, I wouldn't do that.
Oh. So you wouldn't open up the account, but wait a minute. Wait a minute. If business is going good between you and I'm saying, look, open up one of these accounts. The business is going well. Open up account. Do what you're doing.
No, I'm not gonna do that. Like,
but if I'm gonna say we want to upgrade business,
well, that's not an upgrade because they can, just like they did to others, Mabutu and others. Like they can just shut me down and freeze everything.
Yes. Yes. So we
that means they have control over me.
We have good business relations. So therefore, I've gained some of your trust. You've gained some of our trust. Yeah, my trust. Yeah. So we've increased the level of business.
No, so what I'll do is
banking has to increase as well. The banking facilities have to go up with the level of business.
I would find like a trusted anti-Western bank.
A what?
A trusted anti-Western bank.
Oh my God! Well, as soon as you make that move, an anti-Western bank, because don't forget, politics is all involved. They're saying the reason we have good relationships is that you like our president, you like our way of life. Now, as soon as you start I hear that you are starting to open up and make deals with anti-Western entities, and I represent the West. I'm going to ask you on to sit down over dinner, and I'm going to say, Afridamus, I thought we had good business here. I thought we were doing well.
Yeah,
why?
But here's the thing.
Here's the thing. The need to do a deal with our enemy. What's going on?
That would never happen. You know what? You know why? Because I would do exactly what Western governments do. They set up like corporations, right? I'm not gonna be like the greedy leaders who want to put everything in their name. They own No, this would be for the benefit of the nation. So we'll be operating as a decoy. You see what I'm saying? So corporate like charities and we'll set up charities. corporations, private entities.
Those corporations and those charities and those entities have to be registered and recognized with our friends, the IMF. Correct?
No, they don't have to. I can, surely just do it based from my country and deal with a couple of friendly African countries that I trust, because some of these can be snitches for the white Western people, right?
There you go.
But if trade is good, right? You're smart. You can do this from internal and set up private corporations. I'll be able to promote my own countrymen. We'll put up fronts and we would create big corporations like that.
Big corporations means international trade, correct?
No. You don't have to do it. See, people think you have to go international right away. I can do international, right? But it doesn't have to be with one group of people. You think Singapore, places like that, is entirely, they're based in Western? They deal with anti-Western people. You have to remember, even Saudi, all those are anti-Western. So I would make myself attractive to have other friends. But if I'm not going to be greedy and try to make it like I'm the main man, everything, I'm in control. This is the problem in Africa. One man wants to control everything. Like, that's not going to work. You got to be smart. You're not like, other people got to come in.
Are you thinking that the African leaders don't have the intelligence that you have, and not thinking?
No, I'm not saying they don't have the intelligence. I'm pretty sure there are people who, they might have the intelligence, but if you're thinking just a certain way, right? You are not incorporating what you were not taught by the people that put you there. That gives you the advantage. Because
so what would you have done different?
Because that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm seeing
Kwame Nkrumah,
like, I'm not gonna try to be so obvious and try to be super aggressive and alienate other people.
Like Paul Kagame, then?
No, Kagame is like a fox, right? Kwame Nkrumah, by the time he fully, like, okay, Kwame Nkrumah was more focused on the, the white people that were fighting him, right? But they diverted and they used the Negroes to take him out. Like, I don't mean, but topple him, right?
Right.
So he underestimated that. They waited till he left the country, and they put the plan in place. I mean, and we don't want to admit it, but it's not that hard to get Negroes to turn against you. It's happened in many countries,
Yes, yeah. So
many
how
black,
would you do it?
many
How would you
African.
deal with that problem? How would
That's
you
a
manage
good
that
question.
problem?
Just like you see, like Kagame.
That's the question.
Kagame doesn't have those issues. See, I don't deal with emotions. Like, I don't operate in emotion, right? And my thing is merit based. Like, you have to vet people out.
Okay, so describe how you would effectively vet your strategy to avoid the.
I'm not gonna fully disclose that. I don't know which Negroes are listening.
Right, okay.
And mimic, and they can come and mimic that, but they might be infiltrators, right?
Right.
So
right,
I'm not gonna lay the plans out.
Right.
But I have my smell test of how to vet because I've seen it, I've read many stories, I know, right?
Come on, there's nobody infiltrating nobody. Nothing's going on. Go ahead and speak it. Speak your mind. Speak your mind and tell us the deal. There's no secret ops out there to get you.
Okay,
Go ahead and share with the people. We want to know, man. You're the great
That's right, because
world
if you know,
explorer.
you know the answer, and then you can save the people.
All right. Okay. For me, right, there's certain thesis. If the guy is too much into like their tribal thing and they take it to heart and into the religious stuff, you are out. I can't trust you.
Religious and tribal values. Okay.
Yeah.
Unstable. Is that what you're thinking?
Like you have to have common interests. Like you see
Which
this.
are what? What common interests?
Well, because now we are all one and the same, right? It don't matter what tribe or ethnicity you consider yourself to be or what you believe in.
Right. Okay.
So now we got a different system. You cannot come and be like, oh, in my culture, now we got a different culture here, like a united culture.
Right.
You see?
Okay. Right. Oh, hold that point there, Afrodamas. Very good point. Very good point. Okay. So we put tribal values to one side. We put religious values to one side. And then you say, through your vetting period, through your vetting process, you put religious values to one side, tribal values to one side, and you say you unite on a common interest. And what would that common interest be?
First, about the nation, and if internationally we would unite in skin color.
Interesting.
And
okay.
When I say skin color, meaning because I have to rephrase that, because some of the groups, right, might be skin color, but what if they're working with the ops? Because some African nations, right, even though the white people, the Europeans could not take them down, but guess what? The other African, who are secretly CIA, took them down.
Yes.
They were passing information, right?
Yes.
So the skin color thing might be a little bit of a problem.
Okay, so hold it. So we're talking about this vetting process now. So is it the unification? Is it really about the unification under the model of skin color, or is it the unification under the model of making money?
It's more about ideology.
So what is the ideology? What is the unifying ideology? What is the
building us
ideology?
We have to have strength, and that strength starts from
obvious.
Like, we have to have economic strength, right?
Yeah. Yes.
So
for
me,
unifying ideology?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, if our economies are tied together, where we both have things, like we got a win-win situation, right? I mean, I don't have to like you or truly be into you like that, but it's like you just see, okay, we're both benefiting, right? So I have to be realistic and use things that humans are motivated by, which is first economics. If I'm because a lot of the reason why a lot of these people sell out is because the white people buy them. It's not because they're like, oh yeah, just the white person,
that's good
right?
Economics.
Yeah. So the economy, if right now, like Rwanda, if you look at Paul Kagame, small country, right?
Yeah.
He got the economy going. He got the security in place. They are very secure, right? And you get his people on board, because if no enemies exist within, none can exist outside. You have to remember a lot of these leaders, they have their own military and stuff, but look at it's always an inside job. It's from within, right? So first you have to secure yourself internally.
Okay, let's hold that point there.
I see three.
First,
Before you continue, let me let Kala get in because at some point he came back.
Yeah, because
Kala,
I get
go
to
ahead.
sleep
I
too.
know it's a lot you
Now,
want to
what you call what Afrodamus was just saying was correct. Look at Rwanda. One thing they did in Rwanda was they legalized even mentioning the term Tutsi and Hutu in public. And if you're a foreigner going there talking about, particularly white people, let's talk about the Tutsi. Let's talk, and people shunning. Why? Because people see themselves as Rwandans, you know. And that's the first thing. And they said, well, what is the thing? First of all, they use the history. We belong to this land. We're both black. And the bottom line is, I know IC3 don't agree with this. Race is definitely a factor in unifying people. You know, Rwanda is a perfect example. You know, race is a factor, you know, and so you could say, okay, we both originate from this land. You know, we may have come from different ethnicities, tribal background, but part of this state, this new republic, is a person of Black African descent and everything like that. Now, with people, you know, what happens is this: if you let people linger into their ethnicities without integrating them into society, you're gonna have problems. I would suggest this: people could in different regions, right? You know, regions have significance, right? Let's say you have certain regions where people speak the one language, right? Why don't you make that the regional language? They translate books, mechanic books, and everything like that into that regional language. But they basically have to show that they're just as loyal to the overall republic, right? That making sure they get resources, and also what does not happen a lot in West Africa, like Nigeria. Smaller tribe, like in central Nigeria, have no chance of ever getting power because they don't have the numbers. You know, now back in the days, back in the 90s, Sani Abacha proposed a rotating system in Nigeria. You know, a rotating system where each region, they'll have a certain amount of regions that will contest the presidency and stuff like that. And then certain regions wouldn't be able to. So there was a rotating power. In other words, basically, there would be more Yorubas than houses in one election season. There will be more Igbos on that, so they'll more likely. That don't mean the Igbos necessarily going to win, but they have more of a chance because more of them have candidates in the running. You know, so what that does is it didn't carry out because Abacha was died in office. You know, but the whole thing is the reason why.
You mean they poisoned them?
Somebody poisoned them. You know?
So it may have worked then.
Well, like I said, we don't know because it was.
We don't know, right?
You know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is this though: that model right there would solve the problem that you have with like one group of people, like the Hausa. The British created Nigeria with the Hausa land, the largest region, because they were the most loyal to the British. So they made sure that the northern region had the most territory. You know, and right now the northern region always seems like they win election. Now this Tinubu. The reason why people celebrate Tinubu it's not because Tinubu is any freaking good. It's like it's our turn. We got our guy in office. The guy is like 90 years old. He was corrupt before. He was arrested for corruption and embezzlement. But yet because he's their guy, you know, and this sort of thing really, really is a problem, you know. Your guy.
But Carla, don't you think? Do you think America? He's America's guy too.
No, I'm talking about not in America. I'm talking about the Yoruba.
No, but Tinubu. But what I mean, don't you think he's America's guy too?
I really do. I really haven't studied that, you know, Afrodamus. I really haven't studied that. But the thing is, though, what I'm saying is this, though: if America supports this guy, and to me, the best politician in Nigeria is former Governor Fashola of Lagos, right? He has no political clout, even though he rebuilt modern Lagos, you know. And so my point is that when we talk about politics in Africa, everything is just, particularly Nigeria, everything is so clouded behind because when somebody gets in office, what I notice is this: when your guy doesn't win, guess what? You pull out the visa, you go to the UK, and you wait it out, you know. And you get on social media, and no matter what the person does in office that's good, You're sitting on social media bashing him. He's no good. He did this. They dig up dirt on him. He has 5 baby mamas and blah 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 blah. And
Welcome
so
to
I'm saying,
West Africa.
yeah. So and I'm saying to myself, why don't you guys? Like, it's like don't you understand? If he succeeds, your country will get better. You know, but they basically go in there, and I see this in Liberia all the time. You know, it's like people will sit there like Ellen. You know, they had me turning against Ellen, even though I don't think she was all that great and everything, but she was subject to a lot of unflattering and unfair criticism. Why? Because people wanted their guy George Weah in office. So no matter what she did, even though Weah is benefiting right now for all of what she did in the 12 years she was there and everything, they basically didn't like her because they wanted their guy to win. Now Liberians are sad. All over Liberia, they're like, we made a mistake. Oh yeah, you did. And this time when I went to Liberia, even though I love Liberians and whatnot, my heart was a little hardened, you know, because I'm like this, you know, look, at some point in time, you know, Africans had black people, and not just Africans, in America too. When you got failing cities with crime because you elect friggin' morons in office and whatnot, you know, like I can't feel sorry for people in Chicago, you know, I can't feel sorry for people in Baltimore, you know, because like I said, a democracy, if you read Socrates, right? What did Socrates say about general elections? He hated them. And he hated them so much that the people killed him. They lynched him, you know, because of what he said. He was only telling the truth. He said, you cannot give just general electorate power because they're going to elect demagogues and people are going to promise themselves. And pretty soon the coffers will go bare because people, when you get politicians to get elected, will appeal to people's laziness, their ignorance, their prejudices, and stuff like this. So the Europe and everything went through Greece, they went through Rome, they went through all these, the Anglican Church and everything. And so the last stage of democracy was America. If America failed, then the idea of a republic or the nation state or the democratic country would have failed, right? And this is why it's America was a prototype of, okay, government of the people, by the people, for this. What about slavery? Okay, that's another issue, you know. But the whole idea is this: these ideas about democracy has been talked about for thousands of years, right? But the thing is, they forced us democracy on Africa, who did not have thousands of years of history to go on. So we just started having elections, and we started voting our tribal people in, voting on nepotism, voting on stuff like this. And the same thing in Black America a lot, you know? We vote for people who's popular, who makes us feel good and makes us say anything. And also, in the meantime, cities like Gary, Indiana freaking died, you know? Because nobody wanted to take the hard truth and learn what it takes to build a city and everything. Your politician is not your friend. He's not somebody who's going to tell you everything. He's going to tell you the hard truth. And Black people, whether it's Africa, whether it's America, we do not like hard truth. We want somebody telling us it's the white man's problem, like Dr. Africana. Oh, the white colonialism. But in the meantime, if you really look at it, you know, she's a product of the white system that put her into power. And the bottom line is, when you see a lot of people getting rich in Africa, she says Africa's being looted. Yeah, but there's a lot of Africans getting rich in the looting. Nobody talks about that thing. You know, nobody talks about that. And so I said, if the West was looting Africa, that's why I look at Phil Scott. The West was looting Africa. Phil, I like the guy and everything like that, but I remember he wasn't a pan-African like 4 years ago. He just got into it. So he's going with the same old, the West. So the white man, the Chinese man, is coming over there in the cover of night, taking minerals out and everything like that under everybody's nose. And you end up making the Black man look stupid, ignorant, you know? And so that's what I'm talking about. We talk about the white man, but who is getting, you always look at who's benefiting. You know, who's benefiting. And we don't want to hold the benefactors of our destruction accountable.
Like Mobutu was super rich.
Yeah.
How did he get all that? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he was in Mobutu was like this. When he got rid of Patrice Lumumba and stuff like this, right? One of the biggest mistakes in history was that Rumble in the Jungle, you know, fight with Ali. That gave Mobutu, he was on the front page of Black magazines in America and everything, and stuff like that. That gave him a clout. Oh, Mobutu. This guy was, at the time Ali and former fighting, he was imprisoning people and shit. He used that occasion to round up political dissidents. You know,
and he was best friends with America, and Black
America and the Belgians and
Black
everything.
America loved them.
Hey, because we were ignorant at the time.
Right.
You know, black
information
people,
didn't come out.
Yeah, we were ignorant at the time. All we saw was, oh, I'm in the motherland and everything like this. And we understand we're supporting dictators, we're supporting corrupt people and everything. We like a couple of years ago, the Leon Solomon group was hosted in Equatorial Guinea. I'm like, what, are you insane? You know, they had a pan-African. That's what these, like I said, I'm not one of these pie in the sky pan-Africans. Why are you in Equatorial Guinea, the most corrupt country in the world? You know, why? Because they paid for it. It's ridiculous, you know.
Well, did you know that the history, even Equatorial Guinea, you know, there were like some Black people, you know, freed slaves from years ago that repatriated to Equatorial Guinea too.
Yeah.
It was one of the places.
Yep. And the freed slaves, and then you had they deposed like the local king, whatever. Like the oil companies brought the local king back to rule. You know what I'm saying? Said, you know, king, you want your kingdom back? The oil companies placed them back into power and whatnot. Flew them in a helicopter. You now got a country back. And while they're getting all the oil and everything, it's just friggin' hilarious, man. It's funny.
But you know, the truth is, Black America, the way they vote, is the same pattern as the West Africans vote in leaders. It's similar.
Well, yeah, that's why predominantly, to be honest with you, and I'm not anti-Black or anything like that. The city I live in Virginia Beach, Chesapeake area. We have a huge Black population, middle class, upper middle class, and everything. We all love it. But the bottom line is this: I think we got one Black on the Virginia Beach, two Black on the city. One lady's from Liberia. She's on the city council and everything like that. We that live in, I think the mayor was Black in Chesapeake and everything. But because everything runs so well and everybody got money, nobody gives a damn about this because we don't want our cities looking like Newport News, Norfolk, and Portsmouth, right? Which all Black administration, you know, and all hell's breaking loose. Not saying that but the bottom line is this. The bottom line is this. I'm not the type of person that, I'm Black, you Black, so I got to vote for you. I'm done with all that, you know? If I want that, I would move to Norfolk. I want a Black mayor, city council. But the thing is, I don't know. There's not really any Black-run cities in America that really is doing well. I don't know why, but it's not.
What do you think about, you know, like, especially, I noticed in West Africa, I would say Gambia in general, they value entertainment more than, like, too much entertainment. Like,
yeah.
I mean, is that like a Black thing? Like,
culture.
Yeah, they value entertainment over everything.
Yeah, Black people, like I said, if you want to get the Black vote, you don't get the intellectuals, right? You go get Jay-Z, you get Beyonce, you get LeBron James, you get 50 Cent, you round up all those people and whatnot and start talking like you get Cardi B and everything like that, you know. But the thing is that Black America be having serious conversations about stuff, right? And then, but the thing is, though, the mainstream media don't want to see that, right? Because they don't like what they want to see. There was a lot of Black people who said, you know, who was questioning voting for Biden in the last election, right? But they browbeated everybody into submission, you know. You know, they brought white people got up.
It's the new Black media.
Yeah, and like I said earlier, right, when I was criticizing Brandon, he said we do got new Black media failed Black America. You know, it didn't do anything good. You know, and we didn't gain anything from a so-called new Black media, but just being more ignorant.
Oh man, don't let Jason Black and Professor Black Truth hear you.
Oh yeah, that guy is a friggin' joke. You know, he's a joke and a half. Me and him had words years ago and whatnot. I came on the show and whatnot, you know, we was this and then we were cool. And then we just, because I'm like this, dude, I've been listening to you for years, right? You know, and I'm saying to myself, okay, what is your thing? He says he's woke, right? He says, oh, those of you are going woke. Okay, what does woke mean right now? Do I want friggin' two boys kissing on television? Do I want to basically say
he doesn't support that?
Huh?
Oh, he doesn't support that.
But he says he's woke. He said, don't let people criticize you woke. You know, white people. He said white people. Has he studied that the majority of people who talk about woke nowadays, they're not even talking about race. They're talking about woke means you're challenging everything. If you say Or we all know 1+1 = 2, right? Woke means no, I think 1+1 = 4. Prove me wrong. You know, that's the
Right.
mentality that we have right now. You question everything. You mean tell me 25,000 years of human civilization, we're questioning now whether there's two genders or not? You know, we're questioning now. Can men? They ask a question: Can men have babies? I don't know. I can't answer that question. That's what
Yeah.
being woke is. You
They
know,
can't even answer what's a woman.
and what's a woman? You know, so all this stuff like this. And Jason Black never said no. When I say woke, I mean we're just aware of the political situation and everything. But the mainstream media woke means that you're anti-American, even at your own thing, like this stupid climate change stuff. Now the liberals are saying a lot of like Anna Kasparian of the Young Turks. They're saying, did anybody ever look over this climate, this Green New Deal? You know, now because she's affected by it. She said her apartment complex in thing, you got to shell out money to put in electrical car charger stations at every parking lot.
Wow.
And she said we got to come up with that. She go, and then she started looking at this stuff, and she was looking at stuff, and Jacob will say, "Well, I never said that we get rid of airplanes. It says in the Green New Deal we got to get rid of airplanes in 5 years." So you got this 32-year-old a college educated idiot, AOC. She's basically wrote the thing, right, herself, right? These bunch of rats wrote this thing, and you got congressmen and everybody. Oh, I want to be woke, so I'm down with the Green New Deal. So when you say you're woke, you're down with a bunch of stupid stuff because I believe climate change is a farce. You got a president out there talking about, oh, we got to lower the temperature of the earth and all this kind of stuff. And people don't realize the racial angle of this. The climate change is going to be an excuse to keep Africa poor and deindustrialized and just like a net importer of finished goods and next exporter of raw materials and no industrialization, no developing. I say like this: if you want electric batteries, they should be built on the continent. But the woke agenda says no. Even though we're going to build electrical batteries and everything like that, the batteries need to be built in the West because industrializing Africa is a threat. The number one threat to the world they consider is not nuclear weapons; it's the development and the industrialization of Black Africa. That's the truth, you know. And the people who call themselves woke, right? You're going along with it, and a lot of Black people go along with this stuff. I said, do you understand when you're talking this woke stuff or whatnot? A lot of times Africans are paying carbon taxes and all stuff like this. That they're paying for pollution that they didn't create. Well, I didn't think about that. You know, that the fact of the matter is they're not going to let Africa develop and stuff like that. Africa and the World Bank, the World Economic Forum, they've written Africa off. There's a guy that came out with a video a couple weeks ago talking about, I don't see no manufacturing in Africa. He sounds sympathetic too.
But don't you think, you know, like for me, I blame like the Africans for that. Like certain things. Okay, like let's say you go to like Gambia, right? The airport there, right? And like I went to the bathrooms and I look at it like, okay, there's no reason for someone like you got the money. Why don't you build your bathrooms, you know, to be huge, you know, and build vents in it? Like that part, no one is stopping you. So, you know, I think a lot of people are running stuff who are not really up to date with world standard. Like you can be with world standard and still be rebellious, right?
Yeah.
But at least you're building things according to, you know, like, because I've been to other countries, even in North Africa, like their standards is, you know, even on par with Europe.
Yeah, that takes time, and remember, some of the Gambians in the country that I know Jim was probably a good leader, whatever. He stole $1 billion, right? And he
Right.
under a dictatorship for decades.
Well,
and
they
everything.
accused him. We don't know.
Well, we don't
I
know,
mean,
but that's what they say, you know.
yeah.
And so it's going to take time to catch up and stuff like that. You know, it's going to take time. You know, like I said, I don't
But
judge
you know, you
countries.
can't even blame just him, right?
Right. I'm not blaming him. I'm not saying him,
because
but
in
I'm just saying,
Africa, you got to remember, like a lot of government officials also, because like I've dealt with people, man, it's crazy. Like these people, you know, there's no thing like brotherhood or whatever. Like they're straight up
What
like
about nationhood?
cutthroat.
What about
Like
nationhood?
yeah,
We have
well,
to get to
they don't care.
nationhood.
They don't care.
Nation.
Like
You know what I think would care, right? What I think they would care when what Africa needs, right, to pick their spirits up is we need African like programming, right? Can you imagine basically if people knew, okay, we're in the Gambia, we're in this country right here. We're gonna create like art and cartoons and stuff like that, create superheroes and stuff like that, and talk about the history and everything, and then basically create sort of like a jealous, coveted of this land called the state of the land. I think we underestimate the power of a state. You know, when I first got into geopolitics, I was in 5th grade, right? I had the map of the United States, and I had every state, right? And I used to study the states. I was always fascinated by state lines, cities, counties, and stuff like that, how they work. This is the capital and stuff like that, you know. And so therefore, you know, when I was in New York, I'm like, New York, the Empire State, this is capital Albany. Then I lived in North Carolina. I was like, wow, North Carolina, Raleigh, and stuff like that. I was always fascinated by states, and that's always piqued my interest in geopolitics. If we basically just then go by our village and our tribe and start looking at things from a standpoint, every kid in Africa should have a map in their room and a thing of their state, of their country, you know, a clear map of this is the boundaries and everything on the walls, everywhere they go, they look at it. So they have a framework, right? This is what I want to see better.
but see, when I was growing up, we were very nationalistic. Like what you're saying, like even today, like literally, you can even test it out. Hit me with any capital in the world. You know, I pretty much memorize all of them. It's like
I used to.
yeah.
I know every state in
So
America,
like
but I
yeah,
forgot most of the
you
capitals.
know, yeah, in America. So we memorize this. We know you know. So, but I'm seeing more and more the young people. It seems like they are not teaching them to focus on being nationalistic and understanding the environment. You see, so it's like it's different. I think
Yeah, they devolve. What happens is they devolve into the stupid culture, the hip hop and the and stuff like that. And they forget
on religion. I see
their
this. You
religion.
know, there's too much
Religion and
religion.
playing and foolishness. And then
Yeah.
next thing you know, whatnot, the country dissolves. You know, but the people that care about their borders and this is the culture and this is our national identity. Those are the people that. But nowadays we live in a world where they're telling us that nationalism is dead. They're telling us that we live in a global world and all this kind of stuff like that. No.
Yeah.
Nationalism is still relevant in the world, you know.
Definitely.
You know, and
Definitely.
we live in a world where they're trying to downplay nationalism, nationhood, and everything. I believe every state, every country, you know, people should take pride in their state where they come from.
Yes.
If you're from Guinea, you should be proud of that. You should have a map. We should have T-shirts and caps with the map of Guinea on it. You know,
That's right.
and when you have all that, and then when you have that framework, then politicians can manipulate you based on tribal and everything like that because you're thinking about this is the state. That's what I mean by the Afrikstan. You know,
Right.
an African
Right.
state. You know, the idea of a black African state. You know, and that's what the Afrikstan is all about. It's not about tribe or whatever like that. It's this idea that the state, you know, it's kind of difficult because there's a lot of us, right, who talk pan-Africanism and everything. They don't talk. I never hear them talk about geopolitics. I never hear them about borders. I never hear them talk about stuff like that.
That's right.
And the nation state is the most important thing.
It
I think we
is
could do.
100%.
No, but they a lot of them they do, right? But you just gotta, you know, if you listen to a lot of the internal politics, for instance, like there's a lot of like Gambians, they have issues with Senegal. There's always this border disputes. They don't think it's the same countries, right? There's like these issues when you listen to it, I don't know if, you know, like the nation state thing. That's why I hear some of the Africans say, "Oh, these countries should have nukes." I don't think that's smart. I think they will use it. I think if you give it to Africans, they might use it on each other.
The biggest thing, Africa, right there. So you know what the nukes for Africa is? Industrialization, internal trade,
Right.
railways. That right there is like having good infrastructure in Africa and good
That's right.
and stuff like that is like Africa having nuclear weapons. I mean,
It
literally.
is.
Right,
You know?
guys, I'm
And
gonna bounce, man. I gotta be up in a little bit here.
same here. Very good.
It's like 1 a.m. where I'm at.
All right.
So, but it was
Can I-
really, you know,
All
good
right, yeah,
talking to you
Afridamus.
guys, man.
Afridamus, thanks for calling in, man. It
Hey,
was
no problem.
it was really enlightening. Don't be a stranger, man.
For
Now
sure,
we got
for
All right,
sure.
man.
we got
Appreciate
other things we got other things to discuss. I'm gonna argue with you about, but this was
we
really,
appreciate
really a productive
brother.
conversation.
Yeah, I'll come by. I'll come
I
by.
appreciate the productive energy.
Productive.
Yeah,
Yes, very productive.
yeah, for
Appreciate
sure.
everyone.
Yeah, I'll come
Take
by.
care.
You know, you can ask me, you know, anything, you know, we
No
clear it
problem.
out.
You're always
All right.
welcome. You're always welcome. You know.
Thanks, guys. You know, good talking to you guys.
All right, bro.
Yes.
All right,
Take care.
Have a good.
peace.
Until next time.
Now I see
like
three.
to-
I see you wanted to ask me some
Before you
questions.
continue,
All right, let's ask
brother,
Judah what he wants.
Color Genesis, you have spiritualists on the line.
Yeah, I know, Judah. What does he got to say? Go ahead, Judah.
Oh wow! So you guys gonna wait till Afridemos leave and then you guys brought me in? Oh, it makes no sense, man. Well, I mean, come on, we are all brothers, man.
Afridamus was doing really good. I mean, I was
I know,
actually
I know,
blown
I
away
know,
by
I know.
everything
I
I
was. I mean, I'm amazed. You know, look, we are all brothers, man. You can't be putting people on the background or blocking people for no goddamn reason,
Yeah,
man. It
but
makes no
because
sense.
what you did last time, you was acting a fool last time.
No, man. Come on, bro. Still, then, I mean, come on, man. Like, now I'm just so pissed off with Bomani, man. He's a brother, man. Look, I'm not gonna come here and sugarcoat things. I mean, we tell things the way it is, right? The same times, you know, we're not out here bashing at each other or do this and that, right? I mean, these are things that are happening on the continent, and we coming out here and saying the truth. You know, we're not coming out here picking
Oh
on
yeah,
each other. We
we
all
were all
brothers,
telling
man.
the truth, and we all basically having a consensus,
Right.
man.
I mean, it comes to find out the
I
same
agree
thing
with
you guys were saying
Afridamus
with this.
when he was
Right.
saying stuff like, let me say, he was saying stuff like, you know, I think he had me wrong. I said I'm not one of these Pan Africans who think this pie in the sky Pan Africans, right? When people start talking about white supremacy and everything, and I'm looking at all the loot Africa, people in Africa are helping loot the continent, but when you hear Dr. Arcana, the West is looting it, well, really? Is it the West or basically all black people are participating and getting their little pound of flesh in it and everything? No one ever talks about that. You know, we never talk about that. And so all we do is talk about the West, the West. You know,
But
that's so
I have a
outdated.
model. I'd like to ask you. I'd like to put to the panel. I've got a new. Well, I don't say it's new, but an angle that I'd like for you to examine. So we understand that how the West works. It's like left hand, right hand boxing. So what they do, they have their NGOs. Yes. So they're saying aid. Yes. So they have all their different groups who are looking for problems in which to give aid. So they can say, we're giving this much aid. You know, it's costing us, but we're giving charity. And then on the other hand, they're swinging and they're doing business and they're taking resources. Yeah. So the business people are not really talking to the charity people, but they're both.
But I see. Have you ever been to Africa?
Look, I'm trying to make the point.
No,
We're
I'm
just going to
I'm
discuss where
asking
I've
you a
been.
question.
I don't want to
Let's go
discuss
back.
about what travel. I'm trying to make a
I know.
point that I'd like to be
I
discussed.
know. I mean, you're making a point based on what you read or based on what the videos that you see on YouTube. I mean, these are things that,
Let me
and
finish the point.
let me say something, right? Most of you, most
Okay.
of
I'm
the
not
people.
finished making the point. I've not finished
Go
making the
ahead.
point.
Go
So
ahead. Go ahead. Go
I'm
ahead.
trying to. The point I'm trying to make is that it's a double wing strategy. One, they're giving at the reason the West is so powerful because they're giving with one hand and taking with the other hand, right?
Exactly,
So
exactly. But this is my point, right?
I'm suggesting that that is the model of the success in the West, and I'm suggesting maybe we could do Africa could do the or the Africa and the Black Diaspora. We could have such a model. So the giving and taking. So the reparations, as the topic of the subject of today is one aspect, in contrast to the Afrikstan business model.
Mr.
Right.
IC3, do you let me ask you, can I
So
ask you a question?
that's
where
why I
he's
know
coming
color
from,
genesis.
but
Color genesis. Look, I'm not interested in reparations. I'm a businessman. I'm going to build things. Yes. So that's one angle. I'm saying that the reparations model could be the left hand. What do you think of that?
Well, I'm like
Can I?
this. Okay, let me say this, Judah. Let's say I agree with you, right? I agree with you, whatever, like that. Let's say the reparations could be like the new IMF. You know, the new IMF,
Yeah.
the World
Okay.
Bank.
Yeah.
You
Right.
know,
Right.
and it loans out money to distressed areas in Black America and Africa. And so, let's say, you're not going to get no argument out of me, right? You're not going to get any argument about that, right? The truth is, like I said, the white man, right? If we rely on the white man, right? He's gonna look at that, right? And the only way we'll win, right, is the white man is gonna fall over, dying, laughing, right? They're gonna laugh so hard, right, that they're all gonna die and whatnot. Then we'll just move into the IMF world because they'll be dead of laughter and exhaustion. And, when we do that
Good point,
proposal,
color. That's why I'm
they're
thinking
not gonna
alive.
they're not gonna be
That's why
like,
I'm
oh,
thinking alive.
we're gonna take 500 years of everything we done built to secure ourselves for the next 500 years, right, and hand it over to us so we can help Africa. That sounds beautiful, but the white man is not gonna do that. You got to find another way. Maybe some Martians can come
I
down
want
to
to
Earth.
ask. I want to ask this guy a question, man. Is a white man an enemy to you, Mr. IC3?
White supremacy.
I mean, because let me make a statement, right? You coming from a country like you live in the UK, you have never been to Africa. You told me one time that you like the UK so much that you never want to leave the UK to somewhere else, especially in Africa. You don't want to live among black people. You love being close to white. And then now you are coming to say we to build, we who, we as who. These are the things when we Africans sit and discuss things. We want to know who our brothers are, who are these people, who are we dealing with. We cannot be dealing with someone who have no intentions of coming to Africa, who have no clue how Africa is. All what he talks about is what he have seen on TV, watch YouTube, and see how people are being moved up and down and say, oh, the white man is doing this, the white man is doing that. You go to Africa, you see what Africans are doing for themselves, you won't believe. They run businesses, they're in control of what is going on. They are building mansions, they are building a lot of things happening. It's a win-win situation, a win-win businesses. If you don't have what you are given, even if you are black, you don't have what you are giving to Africa, or if you don't have the manufacturing companies, Africans cannot do business with you. You can't be living in a basement in the UK and expect Africans to do business with you, man. You don't have nothing to show upon. So when a Chinese person is coming with manufacturing companies, and I see a Chinese person that have all these things, and you that you just go by skin color, you think I'm going to choose you? No, I'm not going to choose you based on skin color. I'm going to choose a Chinese or choose a white man, even though he's going to take more. But at the same time, the development that he's going to do is going to stay on the continent. He's not going to build a stadium or build infrastructure and take it back to China. That's not what it is. Those infrastructures that they are building is what most people look upon as development. That's why when most African Americans move to Africa, they are, oh, is this country built? Do they have good vote? These are the infrastructures we are talking about, and Chinese are doing these infrastructures. Now, if we want black people to come in and do this, they should show us what they have to offer. Can they replace the Chinese in Africa? Can they replace the white
Oh
man? Can
yeah,
they
like
create?
if you look at if you
Can
like
they
the
do all
video from
these things?
earlier, right? We have just as many black-owned steel companies in America that could do
Why
stuff.
don't go to Africa and take advantage of these
I know, but
situations? Meet the
here's the thing,
president.
though. Here's the thing, bro. Like IC3 said, what if we had a reparations bank that had billions and billions of dollars to loan these black companies. That's the whole thing. We don't have a government over here, bro.
But the
These
reparations that happen in California, guess who refused about it? Your own
let me
people.
tell you
The
something.
black people
Let me tell you
kicked
something about
against
that. Let me
reparations.
tell you about that California reparations, right? That's not going to happen, one, right? And like I said, that's not my idea of reparations. My idea of reparations will have African Development Bank, right, controlled on both sides of the Atlantic, right, where black communities in America and black communities in the
100%.
Caribbean collect
Yes.
that. But since they're not
That's
talking
right.
about that, and they're sitting there silly
That's
ass
the way.
people, silly ass goofy people in California talking about a check and a big
Yeah,
payday, it's
exactly.
foolishness.
It's
But the
rubbish.
people that kicked against it were black people, though. It wasn't white. White people vote for it. The black people were the one
White
that
people,
kicked
yo,
against
those white
reparations.
people, all they want is to string black people along for the next
Yes.
election. That's all it's about. Come
Kala,
on, Judah.
Kala,
Exactly.
Kala,
I said,
Kala,
that's that. Yo, go, don't insult my intelligence. You know,
Kala.
Negroes.
Kala,
One thing
before,
for sure, right? Like nah, shit. If shit was worth something, niggas wouldn't get it. You know,
Kala,
ain't
Kala,
nobody giving
Kala,
black people no money like that because it's not even serious. It has to be an international thing. It has to have a
Yes.
sovereign fund, sovereign everything, and it has to involve all the countries involved in the
No,
transaction.
no, no, no. What? No, no, no,
That's
Kala,
what
Kala.
it
Let
has
me
to. It
explain
has to be
something to
about
you. State,
developing
no,
infrastructure
state,
between Black
state,
America and Africa.
state can come together and affirm what they did in the
Bro,
slave
man,
trade
that's a
and give
joke, man.
reparations to their own
That's
people.
a
It
joke.
doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be within countries.
Yeah,
State
but
can
hold
give.
up, hold up. If they give out cash payments, what's that going to do? That's not
I
going to
mean,
change anything.
if they give no, if they give out cash payments, say each person is giving like 300 to 500 or $1 million, right? For an African American person, then after taxes, you might be getting say 800,000, right? For somebody who's intelligent enough, can do a lot of things with that money. Because if I have $1 million US dollar or 500,000, I'm a billionaire in Africa. I can do a lot of
And
things.
Negroes will be broke in like 2 weeks, man. That's
But
a
that's a
farce.
Negro. That's a mentality, and that's why you have to change your mentality to start talking about we have to do this in Africa. We are because we don't. It's not about we as skin color. It's not about we as black. What do you have? What mindset do you have? Can you build this? Are you good in building? What have you done in the past? What is your
What are
resume?
you gonna do with your reparations check when you get it? Because IC3 is gonna make sure we all get paid. What are you gonna do with your reparations check?
I'm moving to Africa, bro. I'm moving to Africa, but Bomani, let me say something. You have to apologize for putting me on the back chat for almost 2 hours. It's not a good thing
I don't
for
have
a
to
black person.
apologize. You should be happy that I even let you on now to talk to
No,
me.
no, I'm not apologizing, man. But I mean, you have to let
You
people
want
say
those,
what they
you
have to
want
say
those
on your
trolls.
platform.
You want those trolls that literally just spent the time that we talk be non-productive and trying to come at us for what we're building and all kind of foolishness.
Oh man, I'm out for the building stuff, man. I'm not out to destroy. I'm out to build.
I don't apologize to trolls and haters, but go ahead and continue conversations with.
Oh wow. Do you know how much? Do you know how much traffic? Do you know how much traffic happened to this? Go ahead. IC3. Go ahead and talk.
Right. Okay, stick to the topic. So,
Okay, let me stick to the topic, right? Like the topic that we're talking about reparations and all this thing, right? Africa is a virgin land. Like I just tell you, Bomani, have you seen the video that I sent on the back chat?
No, I haven't seen your video. No.
There's a YouTube video that I post. There's this brother that he's in DRC Congo right now. If you play that video, go on the chat, on the back chat, you're gonna see a video that I share. I mean, you can play that video, but there's this brother, he's in the Congo, man. You see how Congo looks. You see what he's showing you. You won't believe it. And these are the virgin places that African Americans do not think of. Like when they talk of business, most people are so myopic. They go to these places, and then the same time when business failed, they start saying, oh, my business failed in Ghana, my business. No, because you did not do a lot of research before going. You follow a lot of crowd and just believe that, oh, because people are going into this country, oh, this country must be good, it must be fruitful. No, Chinese people do not think the way African Americans think. Chinese people goes in places despite the fact that they don't speak the language. They exploit, they see how things are. They don't have money. I know Chinese people in Africa that they don't have money. There's one in my place. He cultivates rice. He's doing rice farming in my own locality. In my town, he's doing rice farming.
Yeah,
Rice
to
farming
be
that
honest with
Hey,
you, man,
Julia,
that's true
what's
because I
your
see
point?
some
I'm not
dusty
gonna have you
Chinese.
continue to run your mouth again with your foolishness
I
about
see some dusty
about
Chinese in
people
Liberia.
decide to go to Ghana and that's the country they want to go to because they want to be in association with certain
No,
things.
you see, Bomani, you still don't know what I'm talking about. I'm not saying people shouldn't go to Ghana. I'm not saying people shouldn't go to Ghana, but there are places that are getting populated because people are going there, and the kind of business that you might want to do over there, maybe people are already doing it, and then you start seeing you have failure in your businesses, and you running back to the state or running to the U.S. embassy, and you say, "Oh, this is happening because most people are doing the businesses that you want to do." Now there are other places. This is DRC Congo, right? Let's watch this video.
Here in Parc de la Vallée de l'Ansele. Windy as usual. Hello, bonjour, 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 bonjour. Bonjour. I'm in the dark in here. At least I am.
Comfortable dealing with
Most people have no clue that in 2023, the best. Most people have no clue that in 2023, the best. Most people have no clue that in 2023, the best. Most people have 2023, the best.
Hello, everybody. We're in Mondeke. It's a restaurant on a plain here in Nsele in Kingankati. Ndeke means bird, and Mont, like Mont Blanc, it's a mount, like we're in a mountain. Chef, c'est à combien de mètres d'altitude ici? 600. Okay, we're 600 meters altitude above sea level. Wow, that's very high. Ça, c'est Boeing, combien? 737, hein? 727? 727, oui. And this is a Boeing 727 plane. That's beautiful. Wow. I'm impressed.
And those are restaurants and hotels.
This view, oh my God. There's an elevator. Bonjour. Merci. I'll take the stairs. There's an elevator, but I'd rather take the stairs. It looks like there's only 3 people. Now it's almost 2 o'clock, 2 p.m. Man, I'm going to come back and film this view later. This is too beautiful. Unbelievable. Isn't Congo beautiful? Yes, it is. Bonjour, bonjour. Yeah.
You see white people all over Africa, man. You see them. You see what they are doing, chilling. But they tell you there's war in
So,
Congo. But see where they at.
bonjour, monsieur. Bonjour. Hello, I have to admit that I'm impressed. It looks very nice inside, and we're gonna see how the food tastes like.
All right, back to our regular scheduled program.
Yeah, that was pretty
Right.
nice, you know.
Okay.
Do you have
So watch
anything to
this.
share?
Yeah. Yeah. So what I
And
got from what Judah was saying, okay,
Right.
I got the message. Africa is nice. Africa is full of potential. Africa is beautiful. And there's lots of people making lots of money out there and they're living a good life. Why don't you come to Africa and see all these wonderful things? I believe all these wonderful things about Africa. What I am concerned about is the politics and the models for governance. It's okay, there could be gold, diamond, and so on, but how do you organize the people to protect themselves, like somebody, I think Carlo was mentioning earlier, for security? So yes, you don't need to convince me. Stop trying to sell me how wonderful Africa is. I understand it's wonderful, but how can we organize Africans and the African diaspora?
Yeah, that's a big question because we're not organized on that level. Because when you look at the recent conference, right? You know, you got the heads of state of Africa and whatnot. It's like, for some strange reason, there's not these mediary organizations that have influence in Africa. The only time you have influence in Africa is where you can cut foreign aid or NGO. That's a really, or you got some major investment like for China and you're buying people off, right? There's no mediary. I don't know. Maybe it's going to have to come to a time where the diaspora is going to have, like I said, have the sort of power, like our own development bank and stuff like that we fund or whatever. I don't know, reparations coming in the hundreds of billions of dollars that we raise and everything, and pension funds, everything, investments, stocks, bonds, everything. And then we have to come to Africa as a united force, but it has to be led by the slave descendants of thing and for the purpose of building something, right? I don't trust somebody like Dr. Arikana being the head of it, you know? Because then we'll still be left out.
Why you don't trust Dr. Arikana?
Because
I've never
she and I got to get off in a minute because she is a dingbat, you know.
Right.
She's a dingbat.
I mean, I've never trust her.
She goes around. She's getting her audience, right? Black America, right? She's doing this ADDI, whatever thing is, investment, whatever. She's trying to build some Wakanda City. She's raising money. She's with Benjamin Crump and everything. They're all in on it, whatnot, you know. And they're basically trying to get their hands on Black America's pension funds and shit like that in major cities and everything. And like that. So everybody has bought this idea that she's some liberator. But we played a video the other day of her siding with the white farmers in Zimbabwe.
There you go.
Yeah, so the bottom line is this, you know, and nothing against her, but I'm just saying like this. She wasn't talking this radical stuff a few years ago, you know, but she knows her audience. Black people want to hear, everybody, Dr. Arikana. Don't say it all Dr. Arikana. People like what jump through the screen and kick me in the head, you know, Collar, he talking about Dr. Arcana, she's a queen, like that. That's ignorant, stupid stuff. She's a queen of
Right.
black.
I went on Pan-African TV, one channel on YouTube one time and talked the ill about her. They kicked me out of that channel. But this is the thing, Carla, did you like that video?
That was nice. It was nice. Yo, bro, you can show. I see videos all the time. Africa's landscape and everything like that is beautiful.
Okay.
You can't sell me on Africa, bro. You can't sell
Right,
me
right.
what I'm already bought. The bottom line is
Right,
it's
but
beautiful,
money.
but the whole problem is like this.
Carla,
Now, I
let
have
me
my-
know when you. Go ahead, finish. I was gonna
No,
say,
I'll say it
once,
was,
once you decide to close, I'm gonna play this video, and this is my closing video.
Okay,
But,
yeah, I'm gonna say this right now. I gotta jump
go
off.
ahead and take your time. And
Yeah. Okay, so what I'm saying is this. This has to be a means, right? And like I said, I created a BAIO social network and everything. That's a start, right? But at some point in time, Black people and African America have to delay gratification and create those sort of institutions and social network and social clubs that we sit around and organize on the highest level these sort of discussions and everything, or else it means nothing.
Exactly.
It's
Carla, I want
nothing.
to ask you a question, right? I want to ask you. I see a lot of African Americans going to Africa, and I've seen them interact with African presidents. What questions do you guys ask them? Ask these
The
presidents.
wrong people get in front of these presidents. All you guys,
The wrong people I've seen for who and other Black Americans. I like meet Ghanaian president. Well, I think Bomani have his group.
you want to know the truth? Absolutely.
Right.
Diddly
What questions
squat.
do you
Diddly
guys ask
squat
them?
comes out of it. Diddly squat comes out. All it comes is a photo op to say I shook hands with Adu. I met with these people. These people are famous. You'll never see Bomani or Kala in that situation because Meek Mills sat there in his jumpsuit, met with the president of Ghana. What the hell?
Right.
And so the bottom line is all this is, and like I said, all these people flooded into the Pan-African spaces, right? It took the limelight away from real legitimate people. That's all that freaking happened.
That's right.
So the bottom line, I don't want to see no more of these goofball coons, knuckleheads and whatnot talking about they going to Africa. Look at JT, the bigger figure.
Right. I mean, he's in Kenya right now. He used to be in Burkina Faso.
He's on the run. He's not in Kenya right now. They're looking for his ass in Kenya.
Oh yeah, I heard he did
$10 million,
land fake
$10 million missing because he didn't know what he was doing and whatnot. He lost people's money.
Right, that's crazy. That's crazy. And
So
this is
all
the
these
thing, right?
clowns-
Hold on. These are the examples that when we take JT and all these cooks, and then we start talking, and you guys blame us for talking, right? But because these are the
bottom
people
line,
that
you guys have to be smart enough to realize that just because somebody got money and they get on YouTube, if you see them on YouTube, don't believe them. Unless it's Bomani and Kala.
But when you say your people are cooks, right? You guys say no, they are not cooks. They are not. But you see what they are doing
know
in
that.
Africa.
Dude, not that just with the crooks. They just don't know what they're doing. They think getting land in Africa is easy. They don't understand infrastructure issue, cultural issues. They just in the motherland. And then when everything melts down, we did a show about Luke Major and Taiwo. All that shit went left,
See what Lou Major did. Now Lou Major is out of the map. I don't know where he is. Probably in Jamaica eating his money, man.
Who knows where he's at? He's
Right.
He's probably in Thailand somewhere enjoying that money.
So all these guys, man, these were the Pan-African guys that we knew on YouTube. Now
These guys
is
are not Pan-Africans. These guys are opportunists.
These
these
people are not Pan-Africans, man. That's the issue. People are confusing people that are just race hustlers with Pan-Africanists.
Yeah.
If they're not,
but you guys were aligning with them back in the days, though. You guys were aligning with them. You guys were showing them on your channels.
We were not aligned with no Luke Major.
Who are we aligning with? Like I never
we were
aligned
not,
with
just
Luke
because
Major,
you see us
Taiwo.
on a panel with somebody don't mean we're aligning with them.
I mean, who do we align with, Kala? Maybe
I don't know. Like I said, I told Bomani about Luke Major and whatnot, and Bomani got the message before right in time and whatnot. And one of my main guys in the BAIO got taken down with him, Mike Jackson. He's a banker, genius banker, a little fruity, but a genius banker and whatnot. He's fucking pissed off to this day because he blames me. I just said, look, I'm not against what you're doing, Luke Major. I just said I just don't feel it. And he went full forward and whatnot, and that's hundreds of thousands of dollars lost. But it was what it was.
But
Yeah.
when we say aligning, right? Okay, there's this guy in the Gambia that they saw Bomani aligning with, right? These are the things when things backfire. Now we start
Just
calling
because
names,
somebody
and people say,
is
you
friends with
know,
somebody, don't mean they're aligned with them. Have you? Let me say this, Judah. Right now, you're trying to be a smart ass. I know you can't resist yourself, right? Did you ever see a contract or money exchange between Bomani and Kwesi, whoever you think you're trying to think us with? No.
no, no,
All
no,
you
no.
see
I
is a
did not
couple
see
of
that. But
pictures. All you
most
see
people
is a
have
couple of
come out
pictures
and
and brothers
complained.
chilling. Just
No,
because
Most people have
hold
called him a
on.
coon, right?
Hold on for a second. What you're saying, so we can hear you clearly.
No,
no, check this out. What I'm saying.
I didn't call this guy name, but most people
No,
in
I know, but I
Senegal
know
have
who he's
called.
talking about. I know who he's talking about.
Right, but most people in
Carlos,
Senegal,
let me just try to hear what he's saying.
Okay.
Go
please,
ahead.
please don't block. Most people in Senegal have called this guy a coon, even in the Gambia, even in other countries, right? Even in Ghana. So when we see Pan-Africanists, that the people that,
Who
but
you
we
talking
believe
about?
in Pan-Africanists like Bomani and you. But when we start seeing you aligning with all these other guys
What do
that
you mean
we
by
believe that they are
aligning?
doing stupid things on the
Listen here.
continent, then it is
What do you
making
mean
us
by
to believe
aligning,
that.
man?
But aligning means you talking to them one on one, having them on your channel, doing this,
We could
doing
be
that,
talking about
you
we could be
know.
talking about some booty, man. That don't mean we're aligned. We can talk
But I
about we
mean,
can
when
talk
you
about
start
women.
doing this on your channel and bringing them on your channel, it
Oh
makes
no, I
us,
don't
know
I
all
would
the
never
ins
say
and outs
anybody
of
on this
people in
channel.
their business. You know what I mean?
it makes us to believe that you people are now, So that's what I'm just saying. This is what most
No,
people
look,
think.
everybody. A lot of people.
Learn
It's
to
an
have
open
critical
panel,
thinking
man.
and learn to
Anybody can
think.
come up here. That don't mean we're freaking
Like,
endorsing them.
like I'm a professional. We travel all over the world and we meet all different type of people. I can't vouch for
Right.
all the type of people like if they're the greatest people. If they do their business, I'm showcasing their restaurant. You know what I mean? They may have
And
allegations or something.
Bomani's
I don't
real
know these
tough, man.
things.
You got to for him to vouch for you, bro. You got to go through a lot, man.
Yeah, these are crazy. I have a
Yeah.
business that I run, and we do interviews, we talk, we socialize, we have drinks, we network with people, and so on. No different from the people who run your town and run your city. Some of them are criminals, some of them are judges, lawyers, some of
No,
them work.
you're right. You're right. You're right. I'm gonna send you a friendship to Cameroon, man. There's this person that I'm gonna
I'm
link you
not
to.
interested in going to Cameroon. I already have business in other countries. I'm tied up. Find somebody else to do your dirty work.
Oh wow! See, and this is the thing. Like when we talk of Pan African, when Marcus Garvey talked of Pan African back in the days, he was talking about unity of Africans on the continent and blacks American around the world or blacks on the
And
Caribbeans,
that's what
right?
me and
Now
Tyler does.
I'm now
That's what
seeing.
me and Tyler
Let me
push.
finish. Let me make a statement. I'm now seeing this disparity between, oh, you are from this country, oh, you are from this country. We are not doing business with you because
I'm not saying I'm not interested in
color
going nowhere
genesis.
else.
Is that your intention as well?
I mean, stop trying to sell me Cameroon. I have no interest in going there. That's all.
Yeah,
Oh, okay. I'm not.
let me say that
At the moment,
there's people
Bonami
out there
might
in the
go there
black in
later
the
on.
BAO. I got members in the Cameroon in my organization that's in Cameroon and whatnot in Amazonia and stuff like that. We got people interested in that. We don't. Bomani's got his hands full with Ghana.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. But this is the thing, right? When you start seeing Chinese coming over to Cameroon, do not complain, right?
I go to. You find another group of black people and we deal with them.
No, no,
Mainly
no,
what
no,
me and Tyler
Bomani,
is
Bomani, you
right.
misunderstood. No, I'm not finding a group of black. Oh, look,
All right, gentlemen, continue.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
Yes.
Anyway, I gotta go. It's
Yeah.
good talking to Bomani, IC3, and
Yeah.
everything. I'm about to fall asleep.
We'll talk again.
All right. I'll talk again. All right. Bye.
Yeah. Bye.
All right, take care, brother man. Take care.
Take
And
care.
family, we're gonna close out with some nice music and a slideshow. Yeah, with some of our historical pictures over the years, showing you a beautiful experience across Africa. And this is beautiful music from Melanie Ganji, and that is Sons of Africa and Sankofa Bird. Sons of Africa. Oi, sons of Africa. 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 Remember where the pillars of the pyramid, sons of Africa. Remember where the ones who navigated the Nile, sons of Africa. And all the star systems them in the sky, sons of Africa. Sons of Africa, shining bright, sons of Africa, forever and ever, sons of Africa. Oh, sons of Africa, sons of Africa, sons of Africa. And we say, Marcos, Mosiah, David, sons of Africa. Kwame Ture, sons of Africa. Stephen Biko, Patrice Lumumba, sons of Africa. Sekou Touré, Kwame Nkrumah, sons of Africa, shining bright, sons of Africa, forever and ever, sons of Africa. Oh, sons of Africa, sons of Africa, sons of Africa, sons of Africa, sons of Africa. Kings of Europa and Asante, sons of Africa. Mensa Musa Danga Timbuktu, Rwanda and Kenya and the Congo, Ethiopia, Kemet and Nubia, sons of Africa, shining bright, sons of Africa, forever and ever, sons of Africa, oh, sons of Africa, sons of Africa, sons of Africa, sons of Africa, sons of Africa. Remember where the kings, pillars of the pyramid, sons of Africa. It was the year 1957. The African Republic of Ghana regained her independence from colonial forces under the careful leadership of the Honorable Dr. Bomani Nkrumah. Blessed by His Imperial Majesty, Haile Selassie, Kadamawi, Kadamawi, Kadamawi. Hey, hey. It was a son so far bird, a message in a lesson. Return to the roots. Connect your truths and your blessing. Son so far bird, a message in a lesson. Return to the roots. Connect your truths and your blessing. United we stand.
and we standing strong. From the examples of Ghana, got to be working together. Black star, black generation. Ice, gold, and green. Life, color, life, liberation. Black and pink cross. Symbols from creation. It was a sun covered. A message in the lesson. Return to the roots. Connect your truth and your blessing. Sun covered. A message in the lesson. Return to the roots. Connect your truth and your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to the roots and get your blessing. Return to the roots and get your blessing. The call and response. Rhythms of Jimbe and Kete. Sounding far and distance. Regenerating vibration. From corner to curb. The million voices are heard. It was a sun for bird. A message in the lesson. Return to the roots. Connect your truth and your blessing. Sun for bird. A message in the lesson. Return to the roots. Connect your truth and your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to the roots and get your blessing. You must return to your roots and get your blessing. Sun for bird. A message in the lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing. Sun for bird. A message in the lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truths.